Good morning, LA. It is an incredible, we did it. It's the end of the week. It is Friday, and you are in the right place. That's right. You're listening to D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And of course, I'm Cody Decker, and with us today, sitting in for D. Fish, who will be back with us live right here on Monday morning at 6 a.m. Dude, listen, you go with the moneymaker, dude.
I love it. No one in the chat needs to even think I'm intelligent. Let's just focus on that for the 4 hours.
Well, they'll hear that over the next 4 hours of your intelligence
they
or
might
lack
not when I
thereof.
break down the Odyssey, and they're like, did he ever read it or pay attention to anything besides Charlize Theron in the movie?
Let's be real clear. We know who has read the Odyssey and who hasn't, and who hasn't is the USC football program. We've learned that a couple of weeks ago with a very embarrassing tweet from them. But listen, we got a lot to cover today in the next 4 hours. You saw the Odyssey. Dude, looking forward to finally talking about that.
And I'm not quite the movie buff that you are.
I am.
I can't tell you the last time I went to a movie theater.
Well, that's on you.
Yeah, I mean it is. You know, it's like it's not
movies
something...
are back, baby.
They're so back.
Movies are so
back. The theater was packed. It was 1 p.m. on a Thursday.
Dude,
the theater was sold out.
You got the Odyssey. You got Spider-Man breaking records right now, which, by the way, the new Spider-Man is badass.
Even just like the previews and the trailers for everything. I mean, go back a few months, and Obsession, like this little indie film.
What a movie. No,
so movies are back 2026.
Absolutely back, and we're going to talk about a little about that later. But also, dude, last night, my mom's birthday.
Shout out Terry. We love
her.
Dude, favorite woman on the West Side.
What a night we had over there in North Hollywood. We went and saw a Marvel-themed burlesque show that I can't believe has not been shut down yet due to massive copyright infringement. But my God, it was such a fun show. Had a great time seeing Marvelous. If you guys are in the LA area, you got to go check out this show. So much fun to check it out. But hey, we did have some football last night. Technically,
kind of.
It was the Hall of Fame game. We're going to talk a little bit about that, but there were some interesting things that did come out of the Hall of Fame game. Looking forward to discussing that. We got lots of football to discuss today throughout the show. We're going to break down the AFC East piece by piece. We're going to break down the biggest threats to the Los Angeles Dodgers three-peat. We're also going to talk a little bit about the new news around Aaron Donald and so many more things. But we are going to open up with a game in Canton yesterday, but it's not about the game itself. Listen, the Panthers won. Congratulations. You won a game that everybody was really fired up about. Great. You know what was great about it, though, was the fact that Mike Tomlin made his television debut. And it was interesting because I always knew that Mike Tomlin would be pretty good at this. And now I wouldn't say he killed it. I think they teed him up. He did his thing and kind of got his feet wet and said a few things. And he handled it like a broadcaster would, but like from like an old school broadcaster. He didn't say anything dangerous, didn't say anything like, oh, you hear what Mike Tomlin said? No. He was just very professional, as you expect Mike Tomlin to be.
Right.
But he did get asked the question that I would have asked him first, and I'm glad he answered it. And he answered in a very professional way. And it was simply this. Steelers. You know about the Steelers. What's going to happen with the Steelers this next year? New head coach in Mike McCarthy being repaired with and I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, his 2010 quarterback that he won a Super Bowl with. Weird to say in 2026. But here's what Mike Tomlin had to say when talking about the Steelers.
You know, I know a little bit about the Steelers situation, to say the least. Mike's perfect for them, and they're perfect for Mike. Certainly being a Pittsburgh native, he understands the standard that is Pittsburgh, and he'll embrace that. His coaching experience will also allow him to manage that. He's got an awesome resume. Obviously, the confetti's rained down on him before with his current quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. Man, there's no substitute for shared success. Man, those waters run deep. He's positioned to do well. Certainly there's some challenges when you come into a new situation. But, boy, there's a lot to like about continuity in this new experience for him.
So I'm interested when he says continuity. Because the continuity, if the continuity is just keeping over the quarterback that was, a transitional quarterback in Aaron Rodgers from last year, okay.
Because the way he said continuity in this new experience, those words usually don't go together.
So does he mean continuity of Aaron Rodgers, like bridging between Tomlin over there to Mike McCarthy, or does he mean continuity that they've just worked together before? It was 16 years ago.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking continuity of they've worked together before in Green Bay. I also I don't know. Maybe I'm reading a little too deep into this, but at the beginning of his statement, when he said Mike's perfect for the Steelers and the Steelers are perfect for Mike, what I heard is they're both mediocre and they're perfect for each other.
How dare you say that about the Steelers? Because no. That is
Raj.
Slanderous. This team's in the playoffs year in, year out.
Because of the man who was just speaking, not because of their roster.
You're not wrong.
And I think that Mike Tomlin, Steeler fans get pissed off. Oh, we win 10 games, wash, rinse, repeat. We go to the playoffs, we lose in the first round.
Yeah.
But you're going 10-7 with a 7-10 roster with Mike Tomlin at the
helm.
helm.
That is 100% true. Every single year. The dude did it with Mason Rudolph one year.
Duck Hodges. Come on now.
Let's be real. Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, small hands Kenny. Right?
Very tiny.
Kenny Pickett.
Has to wear gloves, Kenny Pickett.
I mean, with Mike McCarthy at the helm, I think that this is an 8-win team. Every year with Mike Tomlin, I bet the over 8.5 while everyone's betting the under.
Dude, can't happen.
And this year, I'm not betting the over.
Oh, dude, it cannot happen. Listen, I'm actually really thrilled for you Pittsburgh fans out there because there are a few Pittsburgh bars in here in LA, and I intend to go to one this upcoming winter because I want to see Pittsburgh fans in a new scenario. Because Pittsburgh fans, they don't realize it. Those Steeler fans have been living a charmed life for a very, very long time.
You don't know what you got till it's gone.
And I hear the arguments. Even I started understanding the arguments. You're getting knocked out of the playoffs every year, first year, I get it. And you guys are always kind of middle of the pack. You're never able to kind of draft your franchise quarterback. But then again, free agent markets exist. Trades exist.
Right.
We see the Rams get it all done. I don't know why the Steelers always stand pat with what they have. That being said, this is a team that has not been under 500 during the entire run of Mike Tomlin. Steeler fans, what are you going to do? What are you going to do this year when you're like 7-10? What are they going to act? Are they going to say they're sorry that they lived this? I'm a Raider fan, dude. You have any idea how much I would give to live the charmed life of being able to get in the playoffs year in, year out?
Look, I grew up a Giants fan, and I always say I'm very grateful. As a kid, I got to watch and witness 2 Super Bowls, one in 4th grade, one in 8th grade, right? Both against the Patriots. And if they never win another Super Bowl the rest of my life, I'm fine with those two.
Well, you got it as a kid, too.
But I've seen such incompetence since Tom Coughlin. I would kill for Mike Tomlin. I wanted the Giants to go out and get Tomlin was my first choice. Harbaugh was number 2. And then when they got Harbaugh,
to get him.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? Everyone outside of Pittsburgh wanted Mike Tomlin. So now you're Pittsburgh. You wanted him gone. And by the way, you brought up a great point about the Rams and their model.
Yeah.
With Pittsburgh, I mean, they haven't had success with the quarterback room since Roethlisberger, but maybe take the F them picks approach, because what did Najee Harris actually do for that franchise when they drafted him in 2021? Kenny Pickett, their first-round pick in 2022. Broderick Jones in 2023. Like, they've whiffed on first-round pick after first-round pick. Well, maybe if you packaged a couple of them and got a quarterback, you'd have had a higher ceiling than the wild card
Les
round.
Snead can do it.
Right, exactly.
How can Les Snead keep doing this?
I mean, to me, you look at Pittsburgh and, you can blame their front office. You can blame their offensive coordinator. We know about the Matt Canada disaster. Arthur Smith, not much better. But Mike Tomlin was the last guy who deserved any blame.
I couldn't agree more. And by the way, these are the quarterbacks that they've had since Ben Roethlisberger retired. They've had Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, Justin Fields, and Russell Wilson. Now,
and Devlin Hodges is on that list.
And Devlin
right?
Hodges is definitely on that list. Like, it's.
I mean, come on. What are we doing?
I don't know. And at the end of the day, like, Pittsburgh fans, you're going to have to ask yourself some real hard questions soon, because it's coming. It is 100% coming. The season that is under 500, you guys are going to burn that place down. Heinz Field is going to be burnt to the ground when that happens. And I'm going to laugh because I told you what you had. You knew what you had.
Yep.
I haven't seen the playoffs. Like, I don't even remember the last time I saw the playoffs from the Raiders.
Were they not in a few years ago with Bisaccia as the interim?
Oh,
did they
God,
not sneak
they
in?
did get into that. And they lost a tough one to the Bengals, and the Bengals went to the Super Bowl.
Right, that was the Bisaccia.
And then we didn't bring back Bisaccia.
Right, exactly.
We brought in McDaniel. Oh, no. Oh.
See the incompetence, Pittsburgh fans? You see what Cody
had? Like, understand what you had. Wait a second. Wait, Raj, you're a recovering Cowboy fan. Are you the biggest fan of the new Steelers head coach?
No, I thought it was another yes man that Jerry, in the long line of yes men that Jerry hires. And nice guy, I'm sure. He's a decent coordinator, I'm sure, but he's not a leader of men.
Well,
Not quite the yes man Jason Garrett was for
No. Well, no one is the yes man that Jason Garrett is. By the way, D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Joe Serralo in for D. Fish. D. Fish will be live back here on 6 a.m. on Monday morning. But until then, we're just going to handle it all right here on 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. We see you guys over there. We see you, Good Karma. We see you, Charlie Brown. We see you, Donnie Boy. Welcome to the show. And get in the chat and be a part of the conversation. Dodgers, baby! It's happening.
What's happening? The losing streak finally coming to an end?
Maybe. It's a big maybe. Lost their last 6 games, ladies and gentlemen.
Panic button time.
They are not looking amazing at the moment, although I will say some real positives coming out of that final game against the Cubs. Down 7-1, actually making it a game 7-6. However, they are going to face the Arizona Diamondbacks. And for a team that has been swept their last 2 series, last time they faced the Diamondbacks, they got their asses swept.
That was going into the All-Star break, though, right?
It was, but it was like the start of something, though.
Now in hindsight, it could have been, but I never buy too much stock in what happens the weekend before the All-Star break. Those guys are always so checked out.
Come
on, half the teams...
Having been there, yes, we are very checked
right,
out.
and in the Dodgers' case, half the team is going to Philly. Normally, it's like 90% of the team's going to Cancun, Cabo, Bermuda, you name it. But yeah, in LA's case, it's like half the team going to Philly, half the team going to an island. And, you just don't want to be playing at that point.
No, absolutely.
And it's not even the halfway mark. It's also like 100 games in. So it's been a long stretch.
I hear what you're saying, but you got to understand, the Diamondbacks were also going into the same All-Star break, and they can be just as checked out.
But I think that, like we
the
said
Dodgers
yesterday,
were checked out.
Arizona was a little more jazzed up.
But that's a problem.
Because when you play the Dodgers, you give them your best shot.
I hear what you're saying. But
LA can't give everyone their best shot 162
Dodgers
nights.
can't be Casey at the bat against the Diamondbacks. And by the way, the Diamondbacks got their feet to the fire because now all of a sudden the Padres are only a game behind them.
Yeah.
Diamondbacks lost to the Diamondbacks lost the Padres last night, and now Diamondbacks going up against the Los Angeles Dodgers. This is going to be very, very interesting throughout the rest of the month. And listen, I think the Dodgers are going to be fine, obviously.
Yeah.
On paper, they're the best team in Major League Baseball. But you got to stop the bleeding, and it's kind of hard to stop the bleeding when you're going against the pitching staff that you're going to see these next 3 days. Because, listen, Merrill Kelly can be up or down at this point in his career, but when he's up, he's really up.
Speaking of up, Brandon Pfaadt is up right now.
Brandon Pfaadt is way up right now, and they are facing Rodriguez in Game 3.
Yeah, and I mistakenly yesterday, I thought that they missed Rodriguez, but because
I thought so too.
Because it was a 4-game set with the Padres, which I didn't realize. Erod coming in for the closer, and he's pitched pretty well against the Dodgers.
He's pitched
this year.
very well.
Speaking of pitching well, Merrill Kelly, you mentioned been up and down, right? June ERA 7.5, July 1.95.
Exactly.
I mean, this guy, he's so interesting because he's pushing 40, right? What is he, 37, 38 years old?
Yeah.
He's got like 6 pitches that he can use upwards of 10% of the time.
He's a pro.
When he's mixing and matching, because with him, Merrill Kelly was never pumping 100, right? I don't even know if he was ever pumping 95. He was kind of like a 93-mile-per-hour fastball guy.
He got picked up there when I was there with the Diamondbacks. I vaguely remember, I thought he was picked up out of Korea.
Yes, you're 100% right.
Yeah, he went over to Korea, kind of reinvented himself, came back over here to the Diamondbacks, and it's just done really well.
And it's all about deception. It's, different speeds, changing planes in the zone. I mean, we could talk about this stuff like the baseball nerds we are ad nauseum, but it's all about movement and eye level, and he just does it so well. The guy's made a hell of a career for a 6'2 righty who does not pump 95 plus.
Good Karma Sucks hates that I referred to the Dodgers as the greatest team ever assembled. Too bad. That's what they are on paper and when they're playing at full strength. They are. That doesn't mean, by the way, it's a guarantee the Dodgers win the World Series. That's the thing that really, I think, is lost on people. Getting into October is one thing. Winning October and surviving October, it's very rarely that the best team in baseball wins the World Series.
Isn't it wild that there's currently, in 2026, 2 teams in Los Angeles, 2 professional teams that you can actually refer to as the Avengers, and you're not exaggerating?
I'm really not. I'm really
like the Dodgers and the Rams are both the freaking Avengers.
It's insane.
No hyperbole.
I'd actually go the other way around. It's more like Thanos. They have all the Infinity Stones, both these teams. They're not the Avengers. They're actually the
Were there
opposite.
Infinity Stones last night at the burlesque show?
There was not, actually, but there was. Don't worry, there's plenty.
I'm sure there were some stones hidden someplace.
There was a lot of nudity. Let's just put it this way. A buddy of mine's like, I saw it. He's like, I'm in town. I'm thinking about going and seeing this. Should I bring my kids? I'm like, no.
My kids.
No, don't bring your kids to this. It's a lot of nude dancing.
Infinity beads, if you will.
Actually, now that you say it, now that you say it. So the Dodgers got this series. They're starting tonight. It's going to be a good series. The Diamondbacks are a good team. And I've been saying from Jump Street, this is a playoff team that everyone needs to be worried about. And the Dodgers, I'm not saying need to be worried, but they can't take anything lightly at this point. They have not played good baseball since the All-Star break. They came out of the All-Star break with a sweep. They've now been swept twice in a row. And going into Arizona against a really good pitching staff that has their number. Dude, I'm not saying I'm worried, but someone's got to stop the bleeding. Someone needs to step up.
Especially because while they've lost 6 in a row, the Atlanta Braves have won 8 in a row. Yeah. And, look, we established this yesterday. We're not going to sound alarmist about this. If 6 turns to 9, then we can sound alarmist.
Then we can get a little tired.
But as you look at the National League standings, not just the NL West, but the entire league, LA is back in the 3 seed. Now, last year, they were a 3 seed, had injuries, kind of dogged it at times during the regular season. Postseason rolls around, hot knife through butter. They're dogging a little bit now, but it's really the first time all year that we can say that about them. How worried are you about them potentially not getting the bye? How much importance do you place on the bye?
I actually do place some importance on it. And by the way, I've flipped on that. I have absolutely flipped on that. About when they first introduced the bye into the playoff system, I did not like it. And I was looking at it a baseball perspective. It backfired
that year.
And it did. It backfired a couple of times, in fact. Teams had to kind of learn how to use the bye. Because taking your offense and putting them on ice for a week is not a good idea.
Agreed. I think it's great for pitching, terrible for your lineup.
Terrible for your offense. That being said, knowing how everybody feels after 162, you need those days if you can get them.
I'm sure.
You absolutely can. And everybody, and having spoken to every manager that has been in these situations, speaking to Pat Murphy, speaking to Torey Lovullo, speaking to Dave Roberts.
Roberts has come out and said he wants the bye.
They all want the bye.
Yeah.
They all want the bye. And I understand it saves your pitching, and now that pitching gets injured at the clip that it does, I totally understand trying to hold those arms. And also you want to see those arms get kind of exhausted in the wild card round. However, the Dodgers, based on the pitching depth that they have, they actually can very well go into the wild card round.
They can. And last year we saw it. They did. Albeit last year they took on an 83-win Cincinnati team in that 3-6 matchup.
Yeah.
That was kind of like a bye.
That was very much like a bye.
I think all of these, and I'll say 4 teams in wild card contention, are a little scarier, friskier than last year's Cincinnati Reds team.
I completely agree.
So that, to me, makes the bye that much more important.
Well, I'll tell you right now, looking at everybody that's currently in the playoff run right now, every one of these teams is a threat.
Yeah, Cubs are terrible. Cubs should be the 4 seed, so I don't think you're not going to see Chicago.
Cubs are a threat.
Philly, Arizona, San Diego,
both all threats.
Yeah, I mean Philly, I would say is scarier in a wild card round than they are in a potential NLCS.
But that's because of the pitching matchups,
right?
When you have those 2 arms, that is scary in that short series.
In the short series,
no question.
NLCS, Philly doesn't really scare me. If I get to see Aaron Nola in Game 4, that's batting practice.
If it's a 7-game series against the Phillies, I feel very good about the Dodgers.
Yeah. But however, 3-game series,
I don't feel that way about the Cubs. I don't entirely feel that way about the Padres. I do not feel that way about the Braves and the Brewers too. So this is going to be a very, very interesting run here.
Yeah, Robbie Ray, by the way, making his debut tonight for the Padres.
It's going to be big.
That was a hell of a pickup by Preller.
It was a hell of a pickup by Preller. And listen, so much to discuss with that and the Dodgers going into the series. We will keep you guys updated. And of course, we will discuss this much more in depth later on in the show. But real quick, dude, it's happening. There is a chance that Shohei Ohtani doesn't win an MVP this year because the odds have officially flipped. And right now, we got a new leader in the clubhouse, and his name is PCA, man. And by the way, I don't blame them for doing it last night because PCA single-handedly won that game for the Chicago Cubs.
Wouldn't you trade him for a half-season rental of Javi Baez?
I had a feeling you were going to bring that up. I had a feeling at one point you were going to bring that up, you little pathetic Mets fan.
He is so damn good. No, the little pathetic one's David Stearns. I'm just the Mets fan.
Okay, well, I refer to anyone that's a Mets fan as a little
pathetic. He is so damn good. And I got to be honest, I think it actually took the odds makers too long to get there.
Really?
I think PCA, not too long, but I think they're a few days late. I would have had him as the favorite at the beginning of the week. And that series, I guess, fortified it for the Cubs against the Dodgers. Yesterday's game helped fortify it, that extra inning comeback against the Blue Jays. He's a stud.
It's close. They're neck to neck right now in the MVP futures market.
As it should be.
As it should be, because, of course, Shohei Ohtani is not able to do certain things that he normally can do.
Right.
One of which, of course, is being the aspect that he's not pitching right now. Granted, 1.79 ERA in 14 starts is astonishing, but he hasn't thrown it all in the second half. And also the bags that he's not able to take now.
Yeah.
We were talking about the bags that has been stolen by PCA. Yesterday, he stole a bag that won the game.
It was like, you know the song, I mean, you're a cultured, well-versed guy. You know Paradise by the Dashboard Light by Meatloaf, the whole Phil Rizzuto. Oh, man, this kid can really make things happen out there. That's what it's like watching PCA.
Yeah.
I mean, he is just making stuff happen out there. Stolen bases, forced throwing errors because of his speed, Gold Glove defense, great bat. I mean, PCA and Ohtani, the numbers are practically identical offensively. So, you know, when you factor in, all right, if these guys are a complete wash offensively, what are the other aspects? Well, Ohtani has not thrown a pitch in over a month. PCA is playing Gold Glove, dare we say Platinum Glove defense on a daily basis.
Yes, he is.
And making things happen with his legs. And right now, I mean, that's why the market's shifted.
That is, and PCA was actually asked about his run here on the MVP, and here's what PCA had to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just think, simply put, like, just having your name in the same conversation as someone as profound as he feels, it's awesome, and it's a nice nod.
Listen, it is a nice nod, and he is having an incredible year, and listen, Dodger fans don't love him. He had some things to say about you, Dodger fans, and he does feel like he's justified because he did grow up in L.A.
Yeah.
He's
another Harvard Westlake
Westlake kid.
Oh, my goodness.
What?
Giolito, Freed. No, it's a factory out there.
It's just a rich kid school.
It really is.
It's just a rich kid school.
Yeah, I mean, I actually
don't be too impressed.
No, I
got to the big leagues out of Santa Monica High School. Like, that's impressive.
We love it.
Yeah,
public school kids
that's
unite.
Right.
You and me both.
That's right.
Harvard
public
Westlake
education.
My stepfather was the director of security at a really well-known Ivy League in Brooklyn back home called Poly Prep. And he left when all the Harvard Westlake people moved to New York and took it over.
Really?
Yeah.
I will tell you, Harvard, I've been on their campus many times. It's pretty sweet.
I'm sure it's gorgeous. But he was like, no, he goes, you know, remember, it's Brooklyn. He's a Brooklyn guy through and through, retired NYPD. He was like, no, the Vineyard Vines wearing Harvard Westlake people are in, I'm out.
I get it. But hey, I love you Harvard Westlake people. How can you not, guys? They got so much to discuss. Of course, the Dodgers throughout the show. Huge series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Can they stop the bleeding? We will discuss that. Of course, we're going to break down the AFC East later on the show. So much football to discuss. Shaq has got some thoughts on Caitlin Clark. But coming up, Aaron Donald. It's happening, baby. We're going to talk some Aaron Donald right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes. Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmases were spent in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for us, the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Puka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies, and I think it was something for me just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and being able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue,
don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from.
Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Cody Decker and Joe Serralo sitting in for D-Fish today. And, of course, we got Aaron, we got Crash, we got Raj making us look and sound better than we deserve. And, of course, get in the chat right now at The Fan LA on YouTube. And we want to hear from you guys all show long. We see you guys in the chat, and we look forward to having you guys all part of this show. And listen, Joe, let's just get right into the football of it all, because it is right around the corner. We are fired up. And of course, you and I discussed a little bit yesterday about the Aaron Donald of it all. Now, dude, it's looking like not only is he out there getting some work in on the practice field, wearing a helmet, not only is he telling people, oh man, the fire might be there again, and that he's very intrigued. Not only is Sean McVay playing coy and Les Snead playing coy. At some point, an announcement needs to be made. And if you believe rumors, sources, innuendo, all of that, the rumor is we will have an answer extremely soon, likely by Monday.
I don't even think McVay's being coy about it anymore. Like, every time it comes up, McVay's got that you-know-what eating grin on his face. Yeah, he's like a little schoolgirl getting hit on. I mean, he is so excited and so giddy at the prospect of this reunion.
Aaron Donald? No.
Were you performing at the show last night?
You could have. I'm very, very inspired by the burlesque performances that I saw last night. That's my show. What are you talking about? That's my Sean McVay. It's a perfect.
It's a pretty good McVay.
It's such a good impression. We're going to play some Sean McVay for you right now. See if you can spot the difference. Here's Sean McVay.
I couldn't help but note, like right before we started, so I hope you're even aware of this, like the NFL transaction wire had Aaron Donald working out with the Rams today, which I guess...
Did it come across as a tryout?
It did come across as
Best
a tryout.
that we've ever had.
Okay. You think he could make the team?
Phenomenal.
I think he could make the
The
team.
kid's got a shot.
Yeah, no, that was honestly our way of being able to get a workout with him within the parameters of what's necessary. But Giff Smith said it's the greatest tryout he's ever had.
Great football coach. I don't know if Sean would be the best poker player in the world when
I'd be
he's talking
terrible at
about
that.
Aaron Donald, but
yeah, you know what? I've never claimed to be a good poker player either.
You've got plenty to do here. Appreciate the time.
Thanks
Sean.
for having me, Greg and
Thanks for
Jordan.
coming on.
Spot the difference. Where's the difference? It's exactly the same.
There's none.
What? Aaron? And by the way, that was from Rosenthal right there. Great stuff. Great question. And honestly, great answer from Sean McVay. We know it's happening.
Yeah.
And how can they not at least enjoy playing coy about it? It seems like everyone with the Rams is living the most charmed life humanly possible. So much so, like, listen, there was a lot of controversy all offseason around Puka Nacua. It's all smiles around Puka Nacua at camp.
Puka Nacua, what they did in the draft, taking Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
It wasn't always rainbows and butterflies and sunshine for the Rams until May hit and they signed Miles Garrett.
And now everything is just high in the sky.
Yep.
Everyone's feeling great. Everyone's happy.
Yeah.
And listen, if you're Sean McVay, you got to be the happiest man in the world.
Oh, easily. I mean, it's so funny because when we were playing Mike Tomlin, the top of the show, and him in the media, I was thinking to myself, look, he's going to be buttoned up. He's X's and O's are down pat. He's as good a football mind as exists, but he's no McVay. McVay, when the cameras are rolling and the microphone's in front of him, he's a performer. He's very Los Angeles.
He knows what he's doing, and he's doing a very good job with it. Listen,
he's going to be great on TV.
He's going to be very good on TV. He's going to be good on TV with Aaron Donald and
Matt Stafford.
The $500 million contract they're all going to sign together.
In like a year from now.
Probably.
Yeah.
Telling you, Rams house. It's a winner. You're sitting on a gold mine, people. All right, guys. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we have some NFL news, big NFL news, in fact. Because yesterday we talked about Bijan Robinson resetting the running back market. Very lovely 3 years, $66.75 million deal. Dispersed over, of course, 3 years. AAV, $22.25 million. Reset the market, baby. Congratulations. You, Bijan Robinson, are the highest paid running back of all time.
For all of 30 seconds?
For 20 minutes. Because Jahmyr Gibbs, congratulations on your 3-year, $67.5 million deal, which means annual salary will be $22.5 million, just barely edging out Bijan Robinson, who signed just hours earlier. Congratulations to both of them. I think it's very, very, very deserved on both of them. However, looking at these numbers, dude, they're still devalued.
You think that they're a little low,
I still think
huh?
they're devalued. Listen, I know I'm not in the majority with this.
Well, it's a passing league nowadays.
It's a passing league nowadays, but I still firmly believe when it comes to value, true value, and I'm going to use fantasy as an example. And I know fantasy is not the end-all be-all, but when we play fantasy football, what is one of the most valuable positions when you play fantasy football?
I would argue wide receiver.
I would argue running back.
I would argue running back was the answer to that question 15 years ago.
I would also say it depends on the league that you're in.
Well, if you're in a PPR league,
yes,
it's going to be receiver. But yeah, I mean, 15 years ago, it was no-brainer. Running backs were going first round. Nowadays, very few.
Joe is right. Last year, that trend took a surprising turn as the top receivers did not score as much. It was running back made a return. They stayed healthy, and on the average, the first, second rounds belonged to running backs last year.
Yeah.
But I expect the trend usually kind of to go back.
You think it's going to go back to the running back route?
I do. It was a weird series. Justin Jefferson had a quarterback that couldn't throw him the ball.
Very
CeeDee
true,
Lamb
and he
was
might
hurt.
have one this year. So it's going to be very, very interesting. But here's the other thing why I think it's devalued. On top of that, it's just the fact the running game controls the clock. Running backs are used at an outrageous clip in the fourth quarters. And also, in today's day and age, especially with plays like the tush push and how runs are being used in certain ways, I really feel like the position has been devalued for decades now, to the point where I've even talked about on other shows, I'm like, is there a way the running backs can just unionize themselves?
Right.
Because we've seen guys held out all the time over and over again, and it's usually running backs now.
Well, one thing I will say is about these running backs who are setting the market, and the case that you can make for them to garner even more money is a guy like Gibbs, Bijan Robinson. Look at last year's top performers, right? Christian McCaffrey, James Cook. They're all instrumental in the passing game as well. So these running backs, they're not one-dimensional anymore. It's not just you hand it off to them, you let them do their thing. Cook last year was a leading rusher. He's also one of Buffalo's, last year at least, one of their best receivers. Christian McCaffrey was the best receiver on San Francisco a year ago. Bijan and Gibbs as well. Jonathan Taylor, a guy who just signed for an extension at the same mold, a little less in the passing game with Indianapolis. But most of these running backs, you could argue they deserve more money because they're doing both. They're rushing and receiving.
Yeah, the game is kind of changing as time keeps going forward. And listen, there are other names that are going to be resetting the market again. Likely, Kyron Williams is going to be up for a deal right now, and that's going to put the Rams in an interesting spot, considering the fact there's only so much money they can even spend at this point. And if Puka Nacua is going to be a guy that's getting paid, who are you going to pay? Not to mention on that, there's also Isaiah Pacheco, who also, the Kansas City Chiefs just got them hands on another running back. And that man you just mentioned, James Cook, that man's going to get paid again.
Cook's, I think, the most important of those three. I mean, no disrespect to Kyron. Kyron's a great talent. I think the Rams feel like they could replace him in their system and be all right.
Based on how the Rams operate, I would absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. By the way, and this would actually support your case for running backs being undervalued.
Talk to me, Goose.
There was a stretch for a while where quarterbacks, 5,000-yard seasons, that was going to be the norm, it felt like. From 2018, 2019 on, it was like, if you're going to lead the league in passing, you're going to have 5,000 yards.
Yeah.
3 straight years, we have not had a 5,000-yard passer. So running backs are making a comeback. And we saw it with Saquon in the season he had a couple years ago.
That's what I was going to say. I feel like Saquon was like the beginning of this new movement. Maybe Jonathan Taylor when he did his last holdout with the Colts as well.
3 years ago, the leading passer only had 4,600 yards in the National Football League. It was
There's
Tua.
another reason. You guys know I'm a little bit of a nerd when it comes to X's and O's. More and more teams are playing too high now, which means 2 safeties up back. And so you're having intermediate routes across the middle, which the Rams play 3 tight ends a lot, like in Puka across the middle. And then if you're going to play 2 high safety, not one in the box, guess what? We're going to run more. And I kind of like that in NFL better, where you're just not coming out slinging.
Less deep shots.
But also, I think we're going to see a lot of that in L.A., not only with the Rams, but with the Chargers, too, because Mike McDaniel loves to do some play action. Like, it's going to be really interesting to see how these offenses in L.A. specifically are working.
Well, speaking about McDaniel's past, Miami if they had no play action, they had nothing on offense. There was a stretch where, they could do the deep ball because you had Waddle and Hill, and, those guys are absolute burners. And, God, it feels like so long ago they were putting up 70 points in the Denver Broncos. What was that, like 2023?
God, yeah.
When they had that dynamic offense. But, in recent years, Miami's offense has totally shifted. McDaniel's going to be an interesting experience. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's never actually been an offensive coordinator
I don't think he
right?
has. No.
Didn't he go from a receiver coach
but
or
he's
a
known
pass
as the offensive mind.
guru? Right,
That's
exactly.
his thing.
And he's got individual talent. But the Chargers, we spoke about it yesterday. They can never piece it together. Something's always off. Whether it's at their skill position, the O-line, something's always missing.
Well, we were talking about it yesterday a little bit, and I know you were not a big fan of Mike McDaniel's head coaching prowess.
I didn't bring grapes, by the way. Sorry.
Then this show is worthless then if you're not going to feed me grapes today. But I will say this, like Mike McDaniel, I still have some real faith in what he can do for the Chargers and for Justin Herbert, because again, I've never been impressed by Tua at any given moment.
You and me both.
And my God, he got a lot out of Tua. He did.
Yeah, no, he definitely, I think, maximized Tua's potential.
Really
I don't know what Stefanski's going to be able to get out of him in Atlanta. But no, look, I'm down on McDaniel, the head coach. I think McDaniel, the assistant coach, the offensive coordinator, under a great head coach in Harbaugh, could have some success. I just have actually maybe less faith in Herbert right now than McDaniel.
I actually agree with that. And we will discuss that throughout the show because we are going to be talking a lot of football today. And coming up, we're going to stay on the football train. We're going to break down the AFC East, and see exactly what's going to be going in all of the things in the AFC East. We will discuss that and so much more here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw out there, the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban, that people were going with. But I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey, the
force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay, I just didn't know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's amazing, Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that did. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I can tell you the answer to that. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some
We
people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole economy.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How are they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities. And just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his.
D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, bringing you a little Michael McDonald. Yes. Classic stuff right here. We got lots to discuss here, and of course, Joe Serralo in for D-Fish, and well done by Aaron bringing us in with that. Just a jam. Bringing the tunes. Yeah.
You were really like, that was seductive, Cody.
I mean, that's it. When you got Michael McDonald coming in the eardrums, man, you got it.
I was
you
like,
gotta
whoa.
feel it a little bit.
You're usually cold in the studio. What's going on?
Well, when
here?
you're feeling it like that, we got to talk a little NFL, ladies and gentlemen, because AFC East, we do have a team that's returning from the Super Bowl last year, but you know the old thing, the old attaché, what always happens when a team loses the Super Bowl, they have a down year the next year. In fact, it's often that a team that loses the Super Bowl doesn't even make the playoffs the next year.
Yeah.
That has actually happened since 1995 at a nearly 40% clip.
That's crazy.
Isn't that insane?
Hasn't it been like every year for the past 20, 25 years that one of the teams from the Final Four from championship weekend misses the playoffs the next year? Yeah.
Wow.
I want to say it's almost every season for 20 to 25 years.
Well, let's go through the most recent ones. You had the 2015 Carolina Panthers. You had the 2023 San Francisco 49ers, 2002 Oakland Raiders, 2001 St. Louis Rams. All of these teams, horrible years followed up with a down year, not making the playoffs. And why do I bring that up? Well, because the New England Patriots had themselves one hell of a year, a bounce-back year after the terrible year beforehand. Mike Tomlin's first year as their head coach, taking them all the way to the Super Bowl. But when you think of the Patriots and Mike Tomlin, I'm sorry, Mike Vrabel right now, when you think of the Patriots and Mike Vrabel right now, Joe, what do you think about?
I think of a certain reporter, former ESPN reporter.
Boy, oh boy, so do I. And by the way,
not the only one.
It's not because I think that thing was the most salacious, horrible thing that's ever happened. No, actually, I think that was the most overreacted story that's maybe ever happened in sports history. That being said,
do you think?
Yes, 100%. This was a clown show.
I think it was pretty terrible.
Being in sports media, you think that's the problem?
Well,
really? Adam Schefter wrote back, Mr. Editor, to a general manager. This is not sports journalism. This is all sports entertainment. And the fact that we were pretending that it was sports journalism was a joke to me. That being said, my issue is that one person in that scenario got entirely fired and ruined from their career. The other is about to coach the New England Patriots with no problem whatsoever.
Hold on. He missed day 3 of the draft to go to family counseling.
Oh, that's right. Well, he's all good now.
That was such a joke.
That was something, wasn't it?
Missing day. I mean, like, you know, just the whole spectacle of it. Like, oh yeah, he won't be there day 3 of the draft because, like, just do that on your own time and quiet.
It's August 7th, and Mike Vrabel still hasn't even addressed it to the point where it's not going to go away for him.
Yeah.
In fact, the Patriots, who were just in the Super Bowl, that we should be talking about how great Drake May is. Right. We should be talking about A.J. Brown, an incredible addition to this team. But my question is, how is it going to be with Mike Vrabel at the helm when he has the microscope on him in a way that he's never had?
It's going to be interesting because I love Mike Vrabel, the coach, and always have.
As do I.
And I wanted the Giants to go get Vrabel a couple off seasons ago.
I wanted the Raiders to get him.
Right. Like, we said this, I feel like we're repeating ourselves with Tomlin from what we said 45 minutes ago.
Absolutely.
Like, Vrabel to me is cut from that cloth. And I absolutely think he is a tremendous leader of men. And then this happens.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now I'm wondering, are these men going to look at him with the same respect as the same leader?
I have to assume it'll be a give-take thing depending on the situation. It might be some players are like, we're all good, who cares? You know us dogs, man. And it's going to be other dudes who are like, dude, what are you doing?
Right.
Like, what are you
Get
doing?
a grip.
Like, are you serious? You're
we
the
were
head
just in the
coach.
Super Bowl, now we're a sideshow.
Like, you're the head coach of the Patriots, and we're dealing with this today. And every day until somebody, like the other day, Mike Vrabel goes out there in front of the press with like a cute little dog. And I even quote tweeted saying, nice try.
Yeah, nice little distraction.
Yeah,
Although,
didn't do anything.
What's the deal with being the head coach of the Patriots and having women drama? I mean,
it's just a thing.
You see the Belichick with his girl at North Carolina?
Don't we all?
He went down sorority row and picked one up. I mean, like, what are we doing here?
You do what you got to do, but at the end of the day, the Patriots need to do something on the field. And frankly, they were 14-3 last year, lost in the Super Bowl. What are you expecting from the New England Patriots this season?
I hate this word because it's so overused, but regression.
I think so
mean,
too.
And I think it's inevitable because they went from a last place schedule to now a first place schedule. And if you look at the Patriots and their path to the Super Bowl, I don't want to take anything away from them. Making the Super Bowl is an incredible feat. It's not easy to go through the AFC or any conference ever and make it all the way to the big game. But that path there, I mean, you took on a Chargers team with no offensive line.
None.
A Texans team with no offensive
None.
line. And a Broncos team with no quarterback.
Boy, oh boy, did you guys somehow cakewalk
And you could
into
argue
the Super
the
Bowl.
Texans didn't have a quarterback in the second half because they had
Dude,
that game.
It was brutal.
I mean, they could have won that game despite all their issues. I love C.J. Stroud. There were times that game where I was scratching my head wondering what the hell he was doing. There were also times where I was like, well, what do you expect? He has 0.8 seconds to throw the ball. So, it had to do with both the O-line and Stroud at times. They also had home field for the Chargers game and for the Texans game. And while they won the Chargers game convincingly, a better team could have got them on their home field either game.
Yeah, I completely agree. Let's switch it over to another team. Their biggest rivals. I'm just kidding. These guys think that they're the Patriots' biggest rivals. The Patriots forgot they ever existed. Let's talk about the 3-14 New York Jets. Oh boy, Jets, Jets. Less than 3 wins? Geno Smith returns to New York?
I want to say they'll get 5 wins.
You want to say 5 wins?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Because they're the Jets.
They stink.
They are awful. They have Breece Hall, and that's it.
Yeah, Breece Hall, who
He's really good.
was he your demise yesterday?
He
in trivia?
was.
He had a 1,000-yard season.
Garrett Wilson.
Well, someone's got to get the ball to Garrett
Yeah,
Wilson.
yeah.
That's the big
And
concern.
their
right
defense
now.
is still solid, even though they finish as a record, the only team not to get an interception
Yep.
last year.
Yeah.
And with a head coach that is a quote-unquote defensive-minded head coach, that is quite a move.
With that defense and enough, and as you said, regression, Joe just used that, they will force turnovers this year. I think they can get
Well, they
5
got
to
Minka.
6 wins on defense alone.
They got Minka, so they'll get an
They
interception.
get to play the Dolphins twice.
That is true. They
That's
do
my
play
thing.
the Dolphins.
They'll split with the Dolphins.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. Let's get over to the Dolphins, who are also in
Wow,
this
that was a
division.
lot of time we spent on the Jets. What is there to talk
You're lucky we spent any time on the Jets.
Lucky? I'm not a Jets fan.
I was in New York, and I didn't want to spend time on the Jets there.
Man, I'm looking at this offensive line. Geno's going to get wrecked.
Yeah, poor Geno. Poor Geno. I'm
Didn't
just glad
Geno
he-
get sacked 50-something times
I'm just
last
glad
year?
he keeps getting paid because Geno Smith has proven what kind of quarterback he can be if he's in the right
Yeah,
situation.
poor guy, all that money is going to go towards medical bills between the Raiders and the Jets.
Well, it's a good thing you got paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you got paid a lot of money. And by the way, medical bills from 2 stints with the Jets, mind you. Let's go ahead and talk about the Miami Dolphins because they are interesting. New head coach, new front office, kind of new everything right now. We did see what Malik Willis could do last year, like legitimately in a good system where he can actually play.
I dug it.
And it was amazing. When we saw Malik out there, we're like, oh, this is going to be brutal. No, he was phenomenal to the point where, like, Malik Willis is going to get himself a job. Malik Willis got himself a job.
Got paid.
Yes, he did. So he's over there in Miami. What are we expecting from the Miami Dolphins this year? They did finish last season 7-10. Upgrade, downgrade. I'm thinking down, bud.
I'm looking at this schedule, and I'm thinking, could they win 2 to 3 games?
I'm thinking it's like 4.
Yeah.
They might
I think
be in
the
last
Jets
place in
will
this
actually
division.
finish above Miami. This schedule's brutal.
Yeah,
And look,
Vegas has them, of course, Arizona favorite to get the number 1 pick for being the worst team. Right behind them are the Dolphins this year.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're punting the year away. They're going to get a quarterback next year in the draft, and that's the way it is.
I could see the Dolphins actually having that number 1 pick.
Yeah.
That's a bet I would consider making at plus money.
Well, I would rather them get it because we've seen how well the Jets do with first picks overall.
Yeah, my goodness.
They're phenomenal.
I mean, this Dolphins roster is rough. Like, I'm struggling to find a bright spot. I love Achane. Malik Willis isn't bad, but, like, Malik Willis doesn't have an offensive line or a receiving core. Those are 2 things you need in a quarterback.
We say that on paper. Absolutely, the Miami Dolphins are the worst team in this division on paper. But again,
Jets gone Jets.
To quote friend of the show, Craig Carton, they're just the same old Jets. always and forever. And of course, they are currently predicted to win 5 games this year.
What a weird division. You could have 2 teams.
I'm going to take the under on that one, bud.
On the
I'm
Jets
taking
or the
under 5
Dolphins?
on the Dolphins.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I do
All
not
right,
feel good
so
about
both of you
this.
guys broke it down. Who wins the division in this?
Well, we have gotten to one last team, and that's where it all gets interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we think of the Buffalo Bills?
I think that the Buffalo Bills will have a great regular season. I don't think that they're ready to do it in the postseason.
Why? With Joe Brady now at the helm, it's his first year as a head coach, and here's the thing I want to point out, it's a good thing about Joe Brady. This guy now has just basically ended up falling upwards as this team has gone forward. He was the interim OC.
Yeah.
He got it midway through the year, and he did a great job from going from the quarterback's coach to that. Now, he's gone from OC to head coach, kind of just not failing upwards, but basically being in the right place at the right time. he has been successful in every spot that he's been put in so far. I have to give him some credit that I think he's going to do well here, and it's Josh Allen, man.
Being a head coach is a different animal, though. And you're 1,000% right. He was successful as a passing game coordinator at LSU and passing game coordinator, offensive coordinator in the National Football League. Being a head coach is a different animal. It's a different beast. And my knock on Buffalo, look, this is a team that I've wanted to get over the hump. I went to college just outside of the city of Buffalo. Like my university, St. Bonaventure, my alma mater, has a partnership with the Bills that started when I was a student there. And I've wanted to watch this team be successful and finally get their first Super Bowl. If you couldn't do it last year, when the AFC was as vulnerable and wide open as ever.
What a miss.
When will you ever do it?
What a miss.
And I think Kansas City is going to be back the way this year. I think Baltimore is going to be back this year. I think Denver is being slept on. And
But
is
there's
going
a
to be
lot
right
of new
up there.
head coaches all over these places, man.
In Baltimore, yes, but not in Kansas City or Denver.
You're right about those two.
And in Buffalo, there's a new head coach. And so I don't think year one Joe Brady is going to come out there. And, I'm sorry, look, Josh Allen's phenomenal, but he's also not getting younger.
He is not.
And, I
all
think
it takes
he's still
is
going to
one
be
hit, dude. Like, the guy uses his legs a lot. And we have talked about it for years. Like, oh, God, stop doing that.
Right, he's a
Stop
linebacker playing
doing
QB.
that. You're going to break something. And then we're going to lose out on any Super Bowl chance that Josh Allen ever had.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, he will still just be Patrick Mahomes' little brother in the playoffs.
We'll find out this year because Patrick Mahomes is going to be back on game one of the season. It's going to be a hell of a year in the AFC. Lots to discuss. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up right here on D-Fish and Decker, a little upper deck. Question for you. Who are the biggest threats to the Los Angeles Dodgers three-peat? We will break it down right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and a long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. Well, anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations
to you. You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball, there's always these comparison with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's like it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building. It's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is hard, is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, yeah, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras, because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once...
D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And, of course, Joe Sorello in for D-Fish, who will be back here live 6 a.m. Monday morning. But right now, we got so much to discuss. We just talked a lot about the NFL. We just broke down the AFC East, a juggernaut division. Well, when I say juggernaut division, two teams that could be juggernauts, one that was in the Super Bowl, one that we expect to be in the Super Bowl, and two teams that sadly will be cadavers all season long.
Oh, man. Two teams fighting for the number one pick next April already.
Very, very much so. Them and Arizona, all of which going to be after that all day long. We opened up talking a little bit about the Dodgers, of course, because the Dodgers are going into their series in Arizona after losing 6 in a row. And, of course, last time they saw Arizona was right before the All-Star break, where they were swept 3 games there. Dodgers not playing good baseball, pitching poorly as of late. Timely hitting has not been their strong suit. Of course, Shohei Ohtani still hitting at a Shohei Ohtani clip. The last outing, of course, Mookie Betts had 4 for 5 games, so that is something to be very much grabbing your hands on. They're still on the road. Kyle Tucker has shown some flashes as of late of coming back to life. And Freddie Freeman, even though he came out of the game early because he got a hit on the hand, is okay and will be back out there with the Dodgers. He's hitting .310, so they definitely can't lose him.
Yeah.
But the Dodgers do find themselves in a unique spot because now they're no longer in the first seed right now. They've had the best record in baseball all season long. Now they've dropped down to the 3 spot because the Braves don't stop winning and the Brewers don't stop winning, and the Dodgers are on a hell of a skid, Joe.
Yeah, it's not pretty. But I'm also not going to say it's the end of the world here for the Dodgers. I mean, look, you got to go to Arizona. You got to take care of business. Arizona's handled them really well this year. You know, you mentioned the sweep going into the All-Star break. I can also counter that and say going into the All-Star break, a lot of teams and a lot of players are mentally checked out. And you might say, well, Arizona's going into the same All-Star break. That's true. But as we've said a lot over the last 24 hours on this program, when teams play the Dodgers, they give them their best shot. The Dodgers can't give everyone their best shot 162 nights a year. When you're playing them 3, 6, 13 times a year, you can get up for that game and give them your best shot. Well, now the Dodgers need to return the favor.
Yeah.
Now they need to, this weekend, coming off a day off, coming off 6 straight losses, go give Arizona their best shot. And we'll see if Roki Sasaki is up to the task. Man, I look at that start at Yankee Stadium coming out of the All-Star break. That was a big moment game. Dodgers, Yankees, that, weird kind of interleague rivalry that goes back to when they were both in New York City half a century plus ago. Like, for Sasaki to get to that game and show up and show out the way he did, that's impressive. That takes guts. Let's see if he can show those guts tonight.
Well, his last 4 outings, he's actually been phenomenal. Roki Sasaki looked like the guy he was billed to be when they first initially signed him. Like, this was a kid who set multiple records over there in Japan, and he was, make no mistake, a kid when he set those records, those strikeout records. He has the Japanese League single game strikeout record. He has the Japanese League and actually world record for most consecutive strikeouts in a game. Both of these belong to a young Roki Sasaki. And how he's been pitching lately has been phenomenal. There's no other way to say it. Roki Sasaki, as of late, because we were talking to him having like a 5.5 ERA, he's lowered his ERA in the last 3 outings by a full run.
In 3 outings this late in the season, that's impressive.
That is impressive. That's how dominant he's been as of late. So having him on the mound today is very good. However, the Dodgers have a challenge in Merrill Kelly. Now, I know if people are going to look at Merrill Kelly's stats this year, they're going to be like, oh, well, his ERA is way up. No problem. Joe, you want to tell about how Merrill Kelly pitched in July?
Yeah, sub-2 ERA the month of July. I would say that's pretty damn good.
Ruh-roh. And then they got another matchup against Fott, who Fott is pitching out of his mind
Fott
right
is
now.
hot. Yeah, man. He looks really good right now.
And then Erod for game 3. It's not like the Dodgers are cakewalking here. Right now, the Diamondbacks are holding the 3rd spot in the wild card, and they are holding on for dear lives as the Padres are starting to get back to form. They're 1 game behind the Diamondbacks, nipping at their heels. And make no mistake, it's a 4-team race for those 3 spots. I think the Cubs are just going to be in no matter what. I think the Cubs are actually going to even push the Brewers a little bit. However,
it's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard, but I think they're going to actually push the Brewers over these next 2 months. So I'm just going to go ahead and count the Cubs in. Philly, D-backs, and Padres. That's what it's going to come down to, man.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I want to see, I'll tell you what, I know that the Dodgers probably don't like this team, but I really want to see Arizona hold on and get in the playoffs over San Diego. I mean, and I think every Dodger fan would feel the same way, that they'd rather see Arizona than the Padres.
Well, it's just because the Padres, I will tell you this, Padre fans will be the worst if they beat the Dodgers again in the playoffs.
Well, also, the Padres, they think it's a rivalry, but it's really just more little brother syndrome. I mean, the San Diego Padres are not on the tier of the Dodgers.
You saying that out loud just pissed off so many Padre fans, man.
That's all right. That's all right.
I'm just saying. Listen, the Padres are good, and yes, that is a pitching staff I don't think anybody really wants to run into in October, but at the end of the day.
The Padres?
Padres.
I mean, they got better at the deadline.
They didn't kind of get better. They added Robbie Ray. He's a Cy Young
Robbie Ray
winner.
is massive.
Yeah.
Casey Mize has been having statistically a very good season. Got rocked his first outing.
Yes,
I'm not going to overreact to that. But at the same time, Casey Mize, I don't think inflicts fear. He wouldn't crack the Dodgers' 5-man rotation in October, let alone the 4-man.
No, he would not.
So it's, Robbie Ray and a Michael King who has really taken a few steps back since June 1st.
He has. But listen, 2 months left in the season. We're going to see what's going to happen. These 4 teams are going to be pushing each other quite a bit. And the Los Angeles Dodgers need to get themselves right. So we're going to do a little segment here we like to call the Upper Deck. And here's the deal. The Upper Deck is simply this. I'm going to give you a list of 3 things, and I want to break them down and discuss them with you, Joe. And I think this is going to be a very detailed discussion. Who are the 3 teams that are the biggest threat to the Los Angeles Dodgers and their three-peat? And I'm going to go ahead and start with one right out the gate that's very simple and very, very, very plain. Now, the Diamondbacks are not going to be on this list, but I do want to give them a quick little shout-out because they are a team that's running for the playoffs, and there is one big piece that is not being mentioned, and that is Corbin Burnes is going to be returning to this team in September.
Such an unknown.
So if Corbin Burnes comes back and is a semblance of what Corbin Burnes was, all of a sudden this Diamondback pitching staff just got immensely scarier.
Yeah, I mean, Corbin Burnes, Eduardo Rodriguez, and then you mix and match. Is Soroka coming back? He was having a phenomenal season. If he's back in time for the playoffs, he was great. Merrill Kelly, the stats, because he's gotten a few outings where he's just been absolutely rocked.
If Zach Gallen returns to what he is,
that's a tough ask.
That's a tough ask, but it's not impossible.
We're going on 3 years of Gallen not quite looking the same.
We'll see, though. But if they get back Corbin Burnes, that's going to be interesting. Now, the Diamondbacks are not on my list, but they are a threat. But let's get to the 3 top threats.
They're also 5-5 against the Dodgers this season, so
they are.
That's concerning for the Dodgers.
Well, let's go ahead and look what I think is the biggest threat. Number 1. Biggest threat to the Los Angeles Dodgers. I'm interested to see what you think. I think it's the Chicago Cubs. The moves that the Cubs made in the deadline, they really bolstered their bullpen in a huge way, which they desperately needed. Now they've gotten their pitching staff a little healthier, and they bolster their pitching staff. I love the Clay Holmes move. I love that Clay Holmes move. I love the Kevin Gausman move. That was like the weirdly sneaky move I thought of the entire trade deadline. I didn't even know Kevin Gausman was available.
So here's the thing. I sent a text to a family group chat where we talked baseball the other day about the Cubs after the trade deadline. Ben Brown is currently injured. He looked great before he went on the injured list. When he comes back, he's going to be something to worry about. How about a trade they made back in June with my New York Mets? David Peterson.
Big one.
Coming in from the left side. Now, Peterson gave up 10 runs his first start as a Chicago Cub. Ever since then, he's been lights out all of a sudden. It looks like first half Peterson, who was an all-star last year before he collapsed in August of 2025. The Cubs pitching, it's not just that they have Imanaga and Clay Holmes when he comes back and Kevin Gausman and guys that have been there, done that, who are proven commodities. Matthew Boyd. They've got incredible depth. Dude. Edward Cabrera is going to come off the IL. The Cubs are going to be running 8 starters deep if everyone's healthy in October, and they're going to have the luxury of mixing and matching. You know, maybe Imanaga and Boyd start a game, and Clay Holmes, here's a guy who, even though he's been a good starter the last year and a half, he's got bullpen experience. We'll go to Clay Holmes in the 8th inning. That's scary. That's why I was arguing on these airwaves 2 weeks ago that the Dodgers should have gotten Clay Holmes, because he's a guy.
I've been saying it for the whole time.
He made perfect sense to plug and play right in that bullpen in October. He's got the experience. He was a closer for the Yankees. A closer in New York is as high leverage as it gets. He's got the experience. So now he's pitching for the Cubs, and that's going to make quite a series should the Cubs and Dodgers run into each other again.
Listen, Aaron Savali, Matthew Boyd, Javier Assad, who we just saw dominate the Dodgers
Quietly,
the other night.
6-1 this year.
Kevin Gausman, Shota Imanaga, David Peterson, Colin Ray, who's been pitching pretty good lately. Like, this is a really good pitching staff.
Yeah, Peterson, by the way, real quick to my point, he allowed 10 runs his first start as a Cub. Since then, 5 starts. He's allowed never more than 2 earned in any of those starts. He's allowed 5 runs in those 5 starts.
Now, Michael Busch, former Dodger, making his name heard last week against the Los Angeles Dodgers, pinning a couple of home runs against them. You got Alex Bregman, who has done it. Dansby Swanson, who has been, Dansby Swanson. Pete Crow Armstrong, the odds-on favorite for the MVP right now. Yeah. Ian Happ, who's still got it. Seiya Suzuki, who's got a ton of right-handed pop. Like, this is a frightening baseball team, and they've been under the radar the entire season. And I think this last week, the Cubs not only put the Dodgers on notice, they put everyone in Major League Baseball on notice.
Yeah, everything the Dodgers do, the Cubs are comparable. I'm not going to say that the Cubs are as good or better, but they're right there. And what do we always talk about with the Dodgers? It's depth, right? When everyone's healthy, they've got starting pitching arms out the wazoo. Well, so does Chicago. They've got a deep lineup that 1 through 9, you cannot take a batter off. So do the Cubs. It's different than like the Phillies, who once you get past the first 5 hitters, that lineup really falls off a cliff. The Cubbies lineup is as deep as the Dodgers.
Now, I'm going to look at another team here. And I do feel bad about this because I almost left them off the list. The Milwaukee Brewers. Now, they do have the best record in baseball. That's why I'm not leaving them off the list. They are still winning at a very impressive clip. Period. Stop. They got the Miz. They got some good arms out there. However, the reason why I bumped them to 2 on this list and almost bumped them off this list is because I was really disappointed in the trade deadline moves. I was really, really disappointed. Now, I'm not saying that Dustin May isn't a solid starter when he's healthy. He can be, and he might be a problem for some teams in October. But I've also seen it that I'm not super impressed by that pickup. I thought they should have been way in on Tarek Skubal. I think it is insufferably awful that Matt Arnold did not put out a better trade package than what the Dodgers offered. That being said, they are still winning. They still got Pat Murphy at the helm, but it's a young team still to me. I still look at this team as a young team, and they got their asses swept quite handedly by the Dodgers last year, and I don't feel like they did enough to get better, but they don't stop winning right now. So I'm not willing to take them off the list yet.
I'm with you. It was a disappointing deadline.
Disappointing for them.
Antonio Senzatella is your big move from the Rockies to come over and be like a situational reliever. Brandon Woodruff is out for the year, which worries me for Milwaukee because he's a guy with postseason experience who's a top of the rotation arm when healthy, but has seldom been healthy. McGill's great out of the bullpen. I love McGill. He's been there for quite some time now in high leverage spots at the back end. Uribe as well. They've got good bullpen arms. The rotation, top heavy. Harrison and Miz, that's an incredible 1-2 punch with the Miz game 1 and then Harrison from the left side game 2.
Yes, it is.
It could have been a great 1-2-3 with Skubal, Miz, and Harrison.
But that's the problem. Like, if they face the Dodgers, I'm willing to bet it'll be like last year. They'll face the Dodgers deep into the playoffs. I highly doubt they'll be running into each other early because I do think the Dodgers are going to end up with the 1 or the 2 seed along with the Milwaukee Brewers, depending also on what the Cubs end up doing, by the way. They're going to see each other late. That's going to be a 7-game series. The Brewers needed to stack themselves up specifically to beat the Dodgers, and I don't feel like they did that.
No, this Logan Henderson kid is a stud, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Like, I understand him being untouchable, but Sproat and Drohan, those are going to be guys that you're running out game 4. Probably, realistically speaking, I don't think they trust either one of them. Even though they've combined to make 31 starts this year, they'd probably go like Aaron Ashby as an opener, and that didn't work out for them well last year in the NLCS.
No, it did not.
So I don't know what Milwaukee's grand plan is. You did mention they have a great manager in Pat Murphy.
They do, but I will tell you this. As a guy that's played for Pat Murphy is a good manager not because of the X's and O's. I want to make that abundantly clear. The X's and O's are there. They're obvious. Everyone knows them. Pat Murphy gets really cute. Pat Murphy loves to get cute when managing a baseball game. He loves making unnecessary double switches. He loves making unnecessary bullpen moves. And it's always weird mind games with Pat Murphy. And sometimes his cuteness bites him on the ass.
Yeah.
And it bit him on the ass last year, and I laughed.
I was going to say, you think sometimes he outmanages himself?
He overmanages himself. Yes. What he's amazing at is managing those players, people, personalities,
getting the most out of guys.
Absolutely. He's unbelievable at it. In fact, I'll go a step further. He's probably the very best in baseball at that. But the actual X's and O's,
Dave Roberts.
Give
me Dave Roberts.
It's not even close.
And I'll go so far as to say that Dave Roberts, and this could be a whole separate tangent that we can go on, so I'm going to save it for later on in the show.
Well,
but Dave Roberts,
save it for soon.
Yeah, Dave Roberts gets, I think, the best stuff out of guys as well. I think that he's actually criminally underrated.
I couldn't agree more.
Because people think the Dodgers are just an all-star team, that they're the Avengers, that they go out and they sign Freddie Freeman and Shohei Ohtani. But look at the other guys that they have on this team. Their player development is also the best in the league. And I think a lot of that has to do with Dave Roberts knowing how to play to guys' strengths. But we'll dive deeper into that later.
Well, let's dive deeper into it right now, because here's the thing. I've given you now what I think are the 2 biggest threats so far to the Dodgers three-peating. Well, let's go to threat number 3. Who is the biggest threat to the Dodgers not three-peating? It's the Los Angeles Dodgers themselves.
I knew you were going to say that.
Dude, there are moments, not always, there are moments where this team, I think, knows that they're the Dodgers. There are moments, and you've said it a bunch of times, everybody's taking their shot at the Dodgers at all times. And you're right. The Dodgers don't need to always take their shot every single night in the 162. But now I've seen it. Now I've seen lackadaisical nature of the Dodgers at times when they put it into neutral, which they've been for the last 6 games, which they were before the All-Star break. The Dodgers can Casey at the bat this with the best of them sometimes, and that could bite the Dodgers on the ass. I've seen it happen in the playoffs, happen when the Diamondbacks went to the World Series. The Dodgers should have been in that World Series, but they weren't.
Yeah, but look at the last 2 postseasons.
Unbelievable.
They have not let that happen in the last 2 postseasons. And
it eventually happened to the Yankees, though, remember the Yankees' dominance, and then the Yankees lose to who in the World Series? The Diamondbacks.
Arizona.
And then they lose again to the Marlins.
Miggy's coming out party. I can't see that happening with this Dodgers team. I mean, last year, this year, look, the Dodgers, right now, everyone's alarmist overreacting because they've lost 6 in a row. This is the first time we've had cause for concern for the Dodgers in 2026.
And that's been with all the injuries, too, which is amazing.
Last year, you could argue that they were dogging it, coming off the World Series win against the Yankees, where they kind of steamrolled. I mean, what was their toughest series in the 2024 postseason? Was it the Mets pushing them to 6?
Yes.
That was their toughest series in 2024.
No. Their toughest series actually was the Padres before that.
They were down 2-1 to the Padres,
because
right?
They even said when they beat the Padres, they knew they won the World Series.
Yeah, they were down 2-1 that series.
Because the Padres should have won that World Series.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
They should have. They blew it.
The Yankees didn't belong on the same field as them in that World Series.
It wasn't even close.
And then so I was thinking, all right, maybe they're hungover. Last year they dog it. What did they win? 93 games in the regular season?
Yeah.
They get the 3 seed. They don't even get the bye. And then, I've used this expression a few times last 24 hours. Playoffs come, hot knife through butter. Cincinnati, see you later. Who did they have? Was it the Padres again? After Cincinnati?
God, I don't even remember if it was the Padres.
Before the Brewers?
Well, whoever it was.
Phillies.
And
the Phillies.
And there was no
Kirk
problem.
ring to the backstop. Yeah.
No problem.
Phillies, what was that, a 4-game set? Like a gentleman's sweep?
And then there was a sweep of the Brewers like they weren't even there. And then the challenge.
The Jays had them. The Jays should have won that World Series.
Blew it.
Yeah.
Absolutely blew it. But here's the thing. I don't think we're going to see this out of the Dodgers. But my question is simply this. This is the list of threats. I firmly believe one of the biggest threats to the Dodgers is the Dodgers themselves.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that because they're a bigger threat to themselves than the Phillies are to them.
Completely.
I don't think the Braves with their pitching staff are a threat.
Braves have the second best record in baseball. They've won 8 in a row, and I
crazy.
left them off this list.
I can't buy into that.
I
team.
can't either. And by the way, this is a team that did win a World Series in 2021.
2021, like we were talking about yesterday with the quarterback tier thing. Joe Burrow went to a Super Bowl in 2021. Long time ago.
It is
5
a long
years,
time
long
ago.
time in pro sports.
And these guys were all young. They were supposed to be this young core that was going to be around for 10
Strider's
years.
not throwing 102 anymore.
Well, it's because his arm is now like
dangling off.
held together by duct tape. Now.
Yeah, Schwellenbach's hurt too, and he's another guy who I like. I like the Spencers in Atlanta, but they're both on the IL.
Listen, the Dodgers have everything in front of them that they can absolutely do, but the injury bug has bit them all throughout the year. They're about to get healthy, but it's almost like I'm upset that they're getting healthy because the team that was unhealthy was beating the living hell out of this entire league all season long. I feel like you've called up better players than the ones you're paying.
I mean, yeah, but here's the thing too. Like the Dodgers, they're going to be after this Arizona series, I believe, right? They're coming home. They got Kansas City. That might be what the doctor ordered,
big time.
And you got Wroblewski, Skubal, and Lauer. That's a lot of lefties. Wroblewski, Skubal, and Lauer going that series.
Like I said,
that should be
a lot of lefties.
3 quick wins, and then you got the Brewers at home for. Is that 4? Yeah, it's a 4.
That's going to be one hell of a challenge.
That's a 4. But well, you know what? That's what you need this time of year, right? Test yourself luckily it's at home. And see what you can go run at. You're gonna face. You're missing Harrison. It looks like, and this can all change. But it looks like you're gonna face the Miz and that kid Logan Henderson. Good
little preview of what you're gonna see in October.
100%.
Dodgers gonna need it, and frankly, the Dodgers need to swing the bats, especially at home. And so
Kyle Tucker, we're looking at you.
We are looking at you on that
600
one,
OPS at
because
home.
we've seen what Kyle Tucker's doing on the road, and it's actually pretty damn good. It ain't good at home.
No.
Period. Stop. Only 2 home runs at home. We need a little bit more out of him there, of course. Mookie Betts hopefully is getting himself right.
I think he is.
Freddie Freeman not going on the IL after getting hit on the hand, thank God.
And Skubal's only going to get better.
Yes, he is.
Skubal, I mean...
By the way, it was a good outing. It was a very good outing. Yeah.
It was all right. It was
6 innings, 2 earned runs, 1 was on an infield single.
You said a B+.
He gave up 4 hits.
You said a B+, right?
Yeah,
I'd give it a B.
it a B+.
I'd give it a B. So it's a good outing. It's fine,
Yeah.
I think Skubal's going to turn in some A+ outings down the stretch. So, look, this is a team, it's shocking that they lost 6 in a row because you look at that rotation and they have a few stoppers in there. Yamamoto's a stopper, Skubal's a stopper. This year, Wroblewski has been a stopper. They're getting a stopper back in a few days, right? Isn't Blake Snell?
Blake Snell's coming back this next week, yeah.
Yeah,
I believe on Tuesday,
I thought
right,
I read
Raj?
Tuesday, but
Tuesday it
this
is
says
against the Royals.
Nice.
Yeah, I read that too. I mean, this could be wrong. I'm looking at Skubal as the starter Tuesday against the Royals, but that could be wrong.
By the way, it's in the chat right here. Dom, who I didn't know this, is actually a Braves fan. He says, as a Braves fan, pitching staff isn't as deep as others on the list, which I would agree with. Braves should have gone in on Skubal. I very much agree with that. I
don't think they wanted to deal Caminiti.
I know.
Which is like, I mean,
like I'm of the mind that I understand that you got to keep your future, yada 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 yada, blah 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 blah. I'm on the Les Snead train now, dude.
Yeah,
I'm win now. The end.
Yep,
that's
absolutely.
what I think it should be.
And look, sometimes it bites you. Pete Crow Armstrong for Javi Baez bit the Mets.
Yes.
C.J. Abrams and James Woods have been absolute studs for the Nationals. But more often than not, those prospects become forgotten names.
Just plain and simple, it is a fact. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. So much to discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker. Of course, Joe Serralo in for D-Fish today. He will be back Monday. And Shaq, oh, baby, we got to talk about Shaq, because Shaq has got some advice for Caitlin Clark. We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Comedy store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you
my back spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Gray thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That good.
Comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
You keep. Should we do it? Say, what do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man, hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Slide, bro.
Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. I felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have think I got it and being able to run into the end zone and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and like now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places where I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good.
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no.
Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, and we want to hear from you, of course. Join the conversation. Get in the chat over there on YouTube at The Fan LA. We just finished talking a little bit about the Dodgers, and of course, we got ourselves a poll going on over there at YouTube. Hey, Crash, tell us what we got on the poll. We just did a whole bit just now on all the biggest threats to the Dodgers and their three-peat. Crash, talk to us.
Yes, sir. We just talked about the upper deck, where Cody named 3 of the biggest threats to the Dodgers three-peat. And those 3 threats are the Chicago Cubs, the Milwaukee Brewers, and the Dodgers themselves fighting injury and maybe complacency. So you guys that are tuned into the YouTube, go ahead, drop your vote, and we'll keep you updated on what the people think.
My man. So there you go. Get on YouTube at The Fan LA. Join the conversation. Be a part of the show. And, of course, we got Joe Cirillo in right now for D-Fish today. He will be back live here 6 a.m. Monday morning. And, of course, thank you for joining the show here on 97.1, the voice of LA Sports. We got to talk about that man, Shaq. You know, I got to meet Shaq finally for the first time about 6 months ago.
Okay.
He is big.
I would imagine.
No, he is. How big do you think Shaq is?
I mean, he's gargantuan.
He's bigger.
What is he?
He's bigger than that.
He's like 7'1", right?
Think in your head how big Shaq is. Yeah, he's bigger. He's bigger than that. He's way bigger.
7'1", 3-something.
Dude, he is enormous. And sitting in a chair across a table from him.
Sitting.
Oh yeah, yeah. I did a thing for a company called Overtime, and we
of course
we sat down and we debated basketball versus baseball, and it was very interesting because we had a question on who a bigger LA icon was, Shaq or Shohei Ohtani.
Ooh.
I felt so bad having to tell Shaq.
It was Shohei Ohtani.
It ain't you, bud. And he looked at me, and it was so great. I thought he was going to get really mad because he almost looked hurt when I was saying to him.
He's a big teddy bear.
Because I'm a Shaq fan, dude. Like I
Yeah.
even told him in the response, I'm like, I cried when we traded you to Miami. I hope you know that. I was in high school. I cried. I did not want you gone. But Shohei Ohtani they're building skyscrapers after this guy now. That being said, Shaq is an unbelievably big LA icon.
Ohtani is also not just an LA icon, but he's global.
Global.
You know,
So is Shaq.
I don't think to the extent of Ohtani, just because, I mean, Ohtani being from Japan, like, you know, in Asia, you go around,
Fair.
Ohtani jerseys are going to outnumber Shaq jerseys
Probably.
by an incredible multiple.
That being said, both of these guys looking for a legacy of 3 peats here in LA. And, Shohei's going for his right now. Shaq already has his. And Shaq, as we all know, is a monster and dominate everybody on the floor. And he has, I would say, a synonymous nature with the word toughness. I don't know if it's necessarily that Shaq was tough or Shaq was both tough and bigger than everyone, so he could just rough up everyone. So
combo, but I think he was tough as nails.
He was definitely tough, make no mistake.
I have Shaq takes that actually might, especially in Los Angeles, rub some people the wrong way. I think Shaq on that first Lakers dynasty was absolutely their best player.
I don't think that's a hot take.
But I think a lot of people would be upset by that.
Why?
I've said that to people, and
they get mad.
I think all-time Shaq is a better player than Kobe Bryant, and I've had a lot of people get very upset with me for saying
I don't know if I can get there, but I will say during the first dynasty run,
Yeah.
Shaq was the best player on the court.
Yeah.
Like
I think all-time, too. Like, if we're making a top 10 list of all-time, I would rank Shaq higher than Kobe.
Okay,
and that upsets
interesting.
a lot of people that I've
I don't
spoken
think
to.
that's worth being upset about, but I definitely
I'm with Joe
disagree.
on it.
It becomes an emotional topic for some people.
You agree with him on that on all-time
Yeah,
list?
more finals MVPs, just truly dominant. Yeah. It's an opinion thing, but
It
yeah.
is an opinion thing. I can see how you guys can get there. I'm not that mad at it, but man, I definitely got Kobe.
I nixed it immediately, and I hope if Derek is listening now that I'm sitting in his chair, he wouldn't get annoyed at me. When people say like top 3 all time in the NBA or Michael, LeBron, and Kobe, I nix that immediately.
Okay.
Like Kobe was not.
I think there's recency bias to it, and also we're in LA.
100%.
Like that's just an
100%.
aspect of that.
The LA of it all.
The LA of it all.
And I
absolutely
also think,
plays it.
unfortunately, sometimes when someone does pass, that
it could also
their
happen.
name gets elevated in
It could
conversations.
also happen, but also growing up here in LA and being a part of all of the Kobe runs. I mean, I can't.
Let's also top 10 in NBA history is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah,
Like-
there's a reason. But why are we bringing up Shaq? Well, Shaq had some things to say, and it was very interesting. Shaq was asked about Caitlin Clark, and he kind of broke this down. I'm going to read you the quote. All the greats have to go through what we call rites of passage. She's a fabulous player, but we're not giving you anything ever. You have to earn it. So for her, she needs to toughen up. Take those licks and show them that. These licks don't bother me. Interesting.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that? Because I see what he's saying, and I've watched Caitlin Clark since she's come into the league. She has lived a very charmed life. So much so, if she gets fouled, the government wants to legislate it.
Yeah, I mean, look, the over-involvement from outside parties in any Caitlin Clark controversy
And discourse
is ridiculous. But I want to reel it back in that, Clark isn't the reason for this. Like, she's not seeking that out. I actually think Caitlin Clark is plenty tough. I really like Caitlin Clark.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that people want to make her a symbol for something she doesn't want to be a symbol for.
Yeah.
And if you get people in D.C. or people in other parts of the country who want to start this race war with Caitlin Clark at the helm of it, I actually don't think she wants to be any part of that. That's Sophie Cunningham who wants to be the face of that nonsense.
Well, not if you ask her now. She's like, no, why is everyone talking about it? Because you're talking about
All right,
it.
You want to stick to sports, Sophie? You've scored 5 points in your last 2 games. I actually tweeted out, and I got called a lot of nasty names on this on Twitter, and that's fine. The more names you get called on Twitter, usually the more right you are.
Yeah.
This Sophie Cunningham taking her stance and being front and center in front of every camera she can find is the equivalent of Luke Kennard last year on the Lakers if he made everything about him.
Yeah.
If you had a 9-point per game scorer off the bench making everything about yourself, that's what Sophie Cunningham is.
And that's what she's doing.
Caitlin Clark, unlike Sophie Cunningham, is actually a star. And Caitlin Clark doesn't make this all about her. I don't think she seeks out this negative attention. I think it's kind of thrust upon her.
It is.
So I think to disagree with Shaq, she is plenty tough.
So I think she's tough, but I also see the problem as well. Like, listen, I'm not talking about the political nature and how she's being used as a political pincushion left and right all over the place. I don't like that the political theater is to absolutely use her as this battering ram.
Right.
And I don't even think she likes it.
I don't think so at all.
But here's the thing. There are times, and many a times, and I think you could agree with this, whether the toughness factor or not, you could agree, she brings a lot of it on herself. Because I see her pressers, I see her complaining about the referees, I see her whining about the referees on the court nonstop. There was a game, 3 weeks ago, where she talked about the leg contusion that she got, and he's like, how dare they didn't call that, and now I gotta play the rest of the game with a leg contusion. That's what she said after the game. There was no contact at any given moment. She was just, lying and complaining.
Yeah, now I have a leg contusion. It's a bruise. You have a bruise. Everyone gets a bruise.
And you also
get
didn't
it diving
have
on the
one.
floor for a loose ball. You get a bruise. But she also did get elbowed in the neck a couple of weeks ago.
That has happened.
That was egregious and excessive. And I
think that was made a lot more than it actually was.
I thought it was entirely
I
excessive.
think if you freeze frame anything, you can make any story you want.
Which is very true. But I think that there's got to be a happy medium where it's like, Caitlin Clark, I think, is a stud, and she's an incredible athlete.
Yes, she is.
Does she cry a little? Sure.
Yes.
Do a lot of professional athletes, a lot of male athletes cry a little? Yeah.
Make no mistake, I have the same problem with Luka.
Luka cries a lot.
Let's be real clear. I'm not just putting this on Caitlin Clark.
And so if you're going to call it that way, 100% I agree with you because, Luka cries a ton.
It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
It's my biggest complaint about Luka. Luka, you're unbelievable. Just go and score all the points. The refs aren't stopping you.
Right. I do think overall that Caitlin Clark herself is great for the sport. I just think that the political theater that has been, again, I'll say thrust upon her is not good for the sport.
I completely agree.
But she doesn't seek that out.
Well, guess what? Shaq had other things he had to say as well. We actually have some sound in Shaq right here. But you know what? We're not going to play it here because apparently we're running out of time. We will tease that for later because Shaq loves having his quotes out there. But listen, the toughness of Caitlin Clark. You think she's got the toughness
I
factor?
think she's tough, yeah. I absolutely think she's tough. So that's the one thing I disagree with Shaq. I agree with Shaq that she's got to earn it, and that, this is part of being she's in year 3, she's 24 years old.
Keep in mind, there was already there was discourse before she got into the league that a lot of people were trying to warn what was going to happen.
Well, this theater started in college.
No, it's not the theater. It's actually, I'm going to actually bring up the toughness factor. There was a lot of people that were in the WNBA trying to explain there is a different type of physicality in the W compared to college. It's not going to be the same learning curve for her. And it has proven to be true, yet a lot of complaining about that learning curve because she's getting fouled too much or they're playing too rough on her. They're rough on each other. Yeah. Everybody, watch a W game. Everybody's cold cocking everybody.
Yeah, it is a more physical league than I think casuals or people that actually have no interest in the league but pretend on Twitter that they do.
These are not delicate little girls. These are hardcore
There's
athletes.
nothing dainty about the WNBA. But I will say, Clark's still putting up numbers. The one thing that I would say, kind of goes hand in hand with she's in for a rude awakening is that the turnovers are high. But they have gotten better every year. She went from 5.5 to 5 to 4.5 this year in year 3. And I think part of that is the physicality on defense. She wasn't played like that defensively when she was at Iowa.
Yeah.
But offensively, she's putting up great numbers. I mean, I love her vision and her the way she creates for her teammates. 8 to 9 assists every year in the league. she's a great ball player.
Well, listen, lots of good things happening in the W right now. The W is a topic of conversation. It is only getting more popular. Granted, the Sparks with a terrible year, and Kelsey Plum quietly traded last week over there to the Phoenix.
What's going on with Cameron Brink?
Man, it's a lot. It's a lot. A lot to break down with the W, but guys, so much to discuss right here on D Fish and Decker. Joe Serralo in for D Fish today, and coming up, let's ask a very important question. Joe, are you in or are you out? We will discuss right here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Told us catch it. Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounds like he's trash.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension at 32. I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face-to-face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am. Way more athletic, and I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like, the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again is all I could ask for, honestly.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, "Be well, thanks for understanding." He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking
That's
about
awesome.
it. Yeah, I think sometimes as a competitor, like, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy.
Yeah.
And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And, playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman. What was this? 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
Yeah, and that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
a person
That's
that was in that
pretty
building
amazing.
as well and saw you run down there. And Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson. It's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's all.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number 1. I should have put you number 1, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna.
Yo, fellas, don't let the dad bod fool you. That's right. Travis Kelsey was seen looking kind of thick, if you will, looking, pretty healthy in the gut. But he's actually in pretty good shape, says Andy Reid. Cody, you in or you out on dad bod, meaning you're in pretty good shape?
Dad bod is not in good shape, and I will tell you, as a guy that one time got married right before going into spring training, I will say I went to that spring training a little softer than
a little
I normally.
chunky,
little not as ready as I've been in
Right.
other spring training. So I have to say, I'm not with Andy Reid. I'm in that Andy Reid is defending his guy, but I'm out that dad bod is good for an NFL tight end.
Now you know why I stay single. It's just solid underneath this shit.
I get it.
That's why I stay single. No, I'm in on Travis Kelsey being in decent shape. I think, look, this is a guy who was never chiseled, never ripped out of his mind,
He was
right?
pretty big.
He was big, but he was not like, like Gronk.
I don't know.
He never looked
was
like Gronk.
He was
Come on
always in
now.
pretty good shape. Lately, it's got. Listen, I'm not trying to fat shame the guy. The guy looks great. I'm just saying.
He's no Leo on the beach. Yeah, we all know that famous picture of Leo DiCaprio.
Oh yeah, no. He's not that. He's not like he's not a bag of mashed potatoes. I'm just saying. Yeah,
I still trust him to go for 900 yards this year.
900.
I'm big on Kelsey this year. I think he's going to show up and show out.
Interesting.
Look,
All
they
right.
just had a great catered wedding a month ago. He's still working off some of the wedding weight. He'll be fine.
I'll take the under on the weight, but on the yards, but
I'm
that's
gonna take the
okay.
under, too.
All right, that's fine. Hey guys, garbage collectors in Italy miraculously found a $1.15 million lottery ticket amongst 6 tons of trash after the desperate winner asked them to help her recover it. Are you in or out on helping? In or out on going through 6 tons of trash to find a lottery ticket?
How much you paying me? That's my question.
Yeah.
We don't. Am I in? How much are you paying me? If I'm getting a percentage of this, I will definitely help you. But it is going to be a significant percenent. I got to get.
There
at
was a
least,
reward, but from what I saw, and it was pounds, and from my math, it wasn't significant.
You're on your own, buddy.
Yeah.
You're on your own. You want your millions? You better pay me 10 grand. I'll help you get your millions. But if you don't give me 10 grand, you ain't getting your millions. So I'm out.
All right.
I'm in on this because as a proud Italian, this is the hardest Italians have maybe ever worked to achieve anything in the history of the country. They still don't have a space program because once 2 p.m. hits, it's time for wine and a little lovemaking. So I am all in on Italians working hard to accomplish something.
And they shut the restaurants and all. I've been out there. Yeah, I was like, damn.
That's at noon, and then that's
Go
like
take a
they
nap.
take a break from noon to 4, and then they
Yeah.
reopen from 4 to 5.
Really weird.
Pay me my money.
That's my prime drinking hours. And I
Yeah.
can't go out and get a drink. Damn it. Hey guys, 20%. Now I told you about this before, Cody. 20% of the San Francisco 49er roster is already injured, and that's fueling the theories I told you about the electrical substation near the practice field. Joe, I don't know if you know about this, but are you in or out on the electrical substation near the practice field causing injuries?
It's intriguing, but to me, it still is kind of a conspiracy. I'm out on it. I mean, players get hurt at MetLife all the time, the Giants and Jets, right? Like, There's no electrical substation there. It's just, things happen.
It's just bad turf.
Yeah, it's really bad turf.
I'm going to say I'm in on this, man. I know that, correlation does not necessarily mean causation.
Mm-hmm.
But this is pretty glaring, dude. And for a team that keeps getting hurt the way they are, you should be doing everything you can humanly possible to keep your players on the field. Hell, your coach is currently injured off the field, and we still don't know anything about that.
That didn't have to do with the electrical substation.
Do we know?
That much I think
Do you know that? Because I don't know that. I don't know anything.
What if he was driving a Tesla, Joe?
Yeah.
Hello.
That's right. I don't know. I
don't
think that allegedly might have had to do with using a cellular device and driving.
I'm sure. That's what he told us.
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks later.
Hey, Cody, it appears the NBA is close to revealing the schedule for the 2026-27 campaign. Are you in or out on, the schedule? Like, when is the Lakers going to play Sixers? What are the Christmas games? Maybe Boston versus the Sixers. Are you in or are you out?
I mean, I don't I know how we celebrate like the NFL schedule release because there's all the specialty things.
Sure.
I don't feel like the NBA has enough specialty things
They have
anymore.
Christmas.
Right. So I'm looking forward to find
Which
out
the
who's in the
NFL
Christmas
is
game.
jacking from them.
They are. So I hope. Well, obviously, I'm very interested in who's going to be in the Christmas game because they got to get Christmas back. And now that LeBron's over there in Philly, you better be giving me Philly Boston.
At least.
At least. You better give me Philly Boston. I want to watch the living hell out of that.
Yeah, or Philly Lakers this year would be incredible.
By the way, I'm in. I'm in. I am interested in this schedule.
All right.
It might be Knicks Sixers. The Knicks host the first game every Christmas. I'm in on Christmas, but I'm out on the schedule release as a whole. It does nothing for me. Even the NFL schedule release does very little for me. If the NFL doesn't do a lot for me, the NBA ain't either.
By the way, you in or you out, brought to you by our good friends over there at Yamava.
That's right. They got some good stuff going on this week. Go check it out. Hey, Jim Harbaugh's advice to Justin Herbert and his fiance. He told the couple, attack each day with enthusiasm unknown to mankind together. Joe, are you in and out on that marriage advice?
What?
I'm in. If I was marrying Madison Beer, I'd be attacking every day with unrivaled enthusiasm.
Wait, who told him this?
Jim Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh told him this?
His coach, yeah.
Weirdo.
I think that's coach speak for be a freak in the sheets.
Oh.
Okay. I mean, if my wife is going to be Madison Beard, you don't need to tell me that. I'm going to do everything I can to be that, I guess.
I really missed the boat growing up 5 minutes from her. That I didn't capitalize on this 10, 15 years ago.
Listen, Joe, you're handsome, but we need to calm this down a little bit.
I also didn't look the same 10, 15 years ago.
She would have.
I weighed the same. I mean, I did not look the same.
Like with your looks, yes. If you also threw the ball like Justin Herbert, I do believe you could get Madison Beer.
Hold on. I once at a charity event threw a 40-yard touchdown pass at SoFi Stadium on the turf down there, and Steve Young turned to me and said I had a cannon. So,
hey.
All right. When has Justin Herbert done that in January?
That's right.
That was in January.
You did it in January?
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
He's
look
after
at
that
you.
job.
Changer. Madison, call me.
Calm.
Wow.
Hey, guys, the Philadelphia 76ers star Joel Embiid underwent a massive body transformation ahead of teaming up with LeBron James. It looks like he's lost some of that weight that he has. You know, he's spent a lot of times on the sideline lately, so he's put on some weight. Are you in or are you out on a body transformation, meaning more games for him, something, Cody?
Dude, I'm in. I'm way in. This is the Philadelphia 76ers shot, and this is Joel Embiid's real shot. He's got to stay healthy, and keeping that weight off him, he's going to have all of the joints will feel better, the lower extremities will feel better. Just keeping him on the court for 50% of the time to lead into the playoffs is all they need at this point. And you know what? I'm in on it. I'm in on the 76ers. It's hard not to be.
This is going to literally and figuratively be the least amount of pressure Embiid has had on him since he's been with Philadelphia.
Since he played in the Team USA team.
Yeah, exactly. With LeBron, right? So, I mean, he's got LeBron, he's got Jaylen Brown. He's going to be in the best shape of his life. I'm all the way in.
Okay, all right. Hey, Joe, Urban Meyer claims the Big Ten has surpassed the SEC and even its fans. Are you in or out on that?
I think Urban Meyer's late to the party. I was in on this 3 years ago. I mean, the Big Ten, that's the Conference of Champions right there. Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana.
Tell them.
I've been in on this for a while.
I'm in on that is the better conference. I am out on the fans. You got to admit, SEC fans are insane. They truly are a delusional level insane. So much so that, Raj, it's the only sport in America you've compared to Premier League fandom. And that is... I do not like SEC football. I do not like SEC mindset that they truly believe that they are on a different pedestal. They are not. No. Plain and simple. They are down a peg. But their fandom is still pretty elite.
Well, you have other options in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and you don't in Starkville, Mississippi.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is also factual.
Hey, Jackson Dart, he threw a touchdown pass at training camp.
Wow.
And then after that, he threw the football at the head of one of the cornerbacks at his helmet after scoring a touchdown. He threw it at his helmet. I don't know if it's his helmet or if it's head, but either way, you and Reiter on the. I just got to feel the Giants just can't get right this year with him and freaking Scatterboo. And
I'm calling it now, dude. They're going to be the biggest disaster in football this year. They're going to Freaky Friday the Jets this year. They're going to be the Jets.
So you don't think Jim's brother John Harbaugh can fix this?
I do not. Maybe in a couple of years, but out the gate, no. And you got Jackson Dart throwing balls at dudes. That dude's going to get his ass kicked soon. Like. You better tamp it down a little bit, Jackson Dart. You're not exactly like some veteran quarterback with a massive amount of cachet in your backfield here. At the end of the day, you're Jackson Dart. You've done nothing so far. Someone's going to beat your ass.
Jackson Dart's teammates do not like him. And I considered when the Giants got Harbaugh, I was like, maybe it's worth a shot at 7-1 to win the division. I am so glad I kept my hands in my pockets on that. His teammates do not like him. He is a smug SEC frat boy who is going to get his ass kicked this year. Yeah. I've said it about the Giants a lot. They have 3 brain cells in their backfield between him and Scatterboo.
Well, speaking of Scatterboo, let me parlay on that. We talked about earlier this week, but Scatterboo, remember the backflip he did?
The missed backflip,
yeah.
Scatterboo said that sometimes I do dumb stuff. You in or out on him just coming out and saying sometimes he does dumb stuff.
Spoken like an Arizona State frat boy.
Yeah.
The Giants have a bunch of frat boys on their team. Grow the hell. I thought with Harbaugh that they would grow the hell up a little bit.
No, but he's actually kind of placating it a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't
He's
seen
like,
it
look
yet.
at these scamps.
Yeah. Boys will be boys.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of kids out here playing a kids game.
Oh, man, they're going to go 4-13.
It's like they've got a bunch of Gronks, but not the talent of Gronk.
Yeah. They just have the drunk Gronk. And I love drunk Gronk, but drunk Gronk comes with good football Gronk.
Drunk Gronk unretired and won a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, neither of these guys are doing that.
No,
yeah,
not at all.
But
No
I guess
shot.
I am in that he acknowledges that he's dumb. I guess that's something, but how about this? Stop doing dumb things.
Well, right, it's one thing to acknowledge it, but then to do it over again, it's like, all right.
But he's going to do more.
Right.
So
I do stupid things sometimes. Watch me do it back. It's like that SpongeBob thing. Want to watch me do it again? You know? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, guys, so much to discuss here on D-Fish and Decker. And guys, coming up, there is a new leader in the clubhouse when it comes to the MVP race. We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
You're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Old School's great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC. Okay.
You good?
How are you going to bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Did I get a cheer? No, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart. I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a.
Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker with you, of course, all 4 hours. And sitting in for D-Fish today, the one and only handsome Joe Serralo, who's been joining us for the last 2 days. Of course, D-Fish will be back live with us on Monday morning right here at 6 a.m. But 2 more hours here on this 4-hour extravaganza. That is D-Fish and Decker here on the all-new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. Join the conversation. Be a part of everything that we're going on right now, because right now we're getting ready to go to the phones, because 855-975-2326. We are giving away tickets to Wild Rivers, baby.
The middle single.
That's right. Caller number 6. Give us a call. 855.
Cinco, boy, you need to go back to Spanish.
Oh, didn't it say cinco? Didn't it say seis?
That cracked me up.
That's 5.
5. Whatever. I got a C in Spanish. Number 5, 855-975-2326 to get you some tickets over there to Wild Rivers. Beat the heat for less. Affordable summer fun at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. Summer best savings, lowest ticket prices available at wildrivers.com. 25 plus attractions for all ages, including multiple kiddie zones for younger guests. Thrill rides, experience Aquaconda, Boomerango, the Lazy River, Wave Pool, cabanas, and more. Make it a day. Expanded food and beverage options. Keep the whole family fueled for fun. That's right. Give us a call. Caller number 5, 855-975-2326. And get your hands on some tickets to Wild Rivers. Joe, Dodgers got a series, man. They got a very important series coming up.
I would call it a test.
Really?
They don't get tested too often, but they got a test in front of them
They've
right
been
now.
tested the last 6 games, it seems.
Yeah, and that's why this is a test with Arizona, because this is a team that has consistently played them well all year.
They swept them their last time out.
Yeah, 5-5 against them. This is actually already their final meeting.
Wow.
They're
this
done
early, huh?
Yeah, well, they play 13 times, right? They're 5-5
You're
against
right.
each other. So yeah, so this is it. I didn't realize that until I just actually did the math in my head right there. Arizona has a chance to. They're the home team these 3 games. They can win the series against the Dodgers, the season series. If they take 2 out of 3, that's impressive.
And
7 out of 13.
And they have a very good pitching staff going up in these particular 3 games. Merrill Kelly, yes, we've discussed this already, but mentioning it again, if you look at his current stats throughout the season, yeah, it's not a great year. But if we start looking at the splits, I mean, Joe, you mentioned it, what he's been doing in July.
What have you done for me lately? Isn't that what sports are about?
Very much so.
In the month of July, now he did have a rough start in August against the Guardians, his lone start this month so far. But in the month of July, Merrill Kelly turned in a sub 6.2 ERA. And this is not a guy who overpowers you. This is not a guy who has one particular pitch that makes you go wow and makes your jaw drop. It's just a veteran who's 37 years old who knows what he has. He's not pumping 95. He's a 6'2 righty who frankly has a 92 mile per hour fastball, but everything he does moves. He changes planes, he changes eye level. He's got cutters and sinkers and two-seamers and sliders, and he throws 6 pitches over 10% of the time. That kind of deception, Cody, you were a major league hitter. It's tough to deal with.
Very much so. Very much so. I've faced him. He's not a fun at bat.
Would you rather a 2-pitch guy who throws 100 with a pretty good slider, or a 6-pitch guy who changes eye plane?
I will take a 2-pitch guy any day of the week. Right. If the guy is sitting at 100,
you can time 100.
Oh, dude, my last at bat of my career was off of a 98 mile per hour fastball. I knew it was coming. I was just dead set red fastball. I knew what the pitcher had. He had 2 pitches, fastball, slider. I'm getting on time to the fastball. If you are a 5-pitch mix guy, and you have command, if you're a 6-pitch guy and you have command even of just 4 of them, I've always told people, you know what the most devastating pitch in baseball is? Truly, no question. A good, well-placed changeup is an unhittable pitch.
That's why Johan Santana had a Hall of Fame peak to his career.
Very much so. It's an unhittable, and if you back it up with a fastball with the same velocity, that you're able to tunnel the exact same way.
Yeah.
It's unhittable. There's no other way to say it.
So many guys forget about it. It's so fastball slider nowadays because we have a lot of throwers, not pitchers in Major League Baseball.
Very much so. That is actually kind of the business model right now in Major League Baseball.
And guys forget about a changeup. Or I actually prefer, and maybe this was just for me because I never really found a changeup grip I liked, but I found a splitty grip I liked. And so, but that was my changeup, my splitter.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of served the same purpose.
But here's the thing, like a right-on-right changeup, if you're really able to center it under the glove,
tough to do.
It's very tough to do. That's the thing. But that's why you don't see a lot of it.
Right.
Because if that pitcher doesn't have command of that changeup and leaves it up just even a little, I'm talking an inch, 2 inches,
practice.
That ball's deep, like very deep. You don't leave a changeup up, but if you leave it down, it's absolutely nasty. And yes, this is a team that's got those pitchers that have the ability to do that. So the Dodgers are going to find themselves in a very unique spot going into this series, because after they got Merrill Kelly, who's the next guy on the list? Ladies and gentlemen, that would be Brandon Pfaadt, and Brandon Pfaadt is pitching out of his mind right now.
Yeah, we talk about Merrill Kelly being hot lately. Brandon Pfaadt has been ridiculous as of late, and I'm going to pull up the exact numbers here so I don't misquote anything. But, Arizona getting hot at the right time. Kelly, Pfaadt, Eduardo Rodriguez, who has just been a model of consistency all year for them. Remember, Brandon Pfaadt, this is a guy who, he's 27 years old, so he's not a kid anymore. But he came up, I want to say, in that World Series season. That was either year 1 or year 2 for him. So he's been in the league like 4-ish years. He's really streaky, and he tends to start slow and then heat up as things progress. In July, he had a 1.88 ERA, 6 2/3 a shutout ball in August thus far. So this is a guy who in his last 6 starts, Arizona is 6-0, and he's allowed just 6 earned runs in those 6 starts. He's actually pitching better than Merrill Kelly. He's 5-0 in those 6 starts. You don't want to face Brandon Pfaadt right now.
No, and then after that, they got the last matchup against Erod. Erod obviously pitches very well against the Dodgers, and let's be real clear, Erod pitches very well against everybody
this season.
This is going to be a very unique series. The Dodgers need to get themselves right, and they are going up against a very tough task in the Arizona Diamondbacks. But let's get over to the phones. Let's go over to our winner for our Wild Rivers winner. Let's go to Juan. What is up, Juan? Congratulations. You are going to Wild Rivers, my man.
What's up, man? Thank you.
Chilling, man. Who you taking with you?
Probably taking my nephew and my niece.
Love it, Juan. Love it. Juan, so if I were to ask you right now, who is the very best team in L.A., who's your team?
Dodgers.
My man. Go Dodgers. Well, Juan, go enjoy your time over there. Enjoy your time with your nephew and niece. And thank you so much for listening to 97.1 The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. And we were talking about the Dodgers going into this upcoming series. And, of course, the odds have changed, my man. The odds have changed in a big way. The Dodgers not only dropped from the best record in baseball to the 3rd best record in baseball, but now the MVP odds have actually shifted. Because from jump, it's been one name only. 1.79 ERA, 26 home runs, unbelievable year, WAR through the roof. Except the WAR for somebody else is higher. Except the guy is stealing a lot of bags. In fact, the guy made a game-winning stealing of a bag yesterday in extra innings. Pete Crow Armstrong, my man, is currently the shortest odds to win the MVP.
And deservedly so, I gotta be honest.
I agree with that now.
I actually think it took the books a little too long to get there. Not too long. I think earlier this week, I would have said PCA should have been the favorite, and he was sitting around plus 115. Now he's minus 120, and Ohtani over at DraftKings at least is even money. At other books, it's a dead pick, a minus 110 each way, and I still think there's value on PCA because the longer this thing drags out, if Ohtani is still not pitching, his value in the most valuable player argument, the most valuable player award race case, his value, I think, is going to actually decrease unless he starts, he goes on a ridiculous tear and hits 10 home runs in the next 20 games. The more he's one-dimensional and PCA is out there, not only hitting to the same tune as Ohtani, they have nearly identical stats and slash lines, but also playing gold, dare I say platinum glove defense, also creating on the base paths as if Phil Rizzuto's bit in Paradise by the Dashboard Light was meant to be about PCA. This kid can really make things happen out there, right? Well, he's stealing bases, he's causing throwing errors out there, scoring runs, walking things off that way. He is doing it all. He is a 5-tool player, and right now, while Ohtani is a 5, 6, 7, 8-tool player, whatever you want to call it, because of what he does. Right now, all we're seeing is maybe 2 or 3 tools out of Ohtani, while we're seeing all 5 out of Pete.
Yeah, here's the thing. There's a lot of things between these two that are phenomenal. As you mentioned, the offensive stats are borderline identical.
Yeah.
They just are. Ohtani is hitting very well right now. Thank God he's on the DH train. When he's on the DH train, you know what he can do with that. I think he's going to end up with 40 home runs this season. I think he's going to kind of go off. And make no mistake, I think Shohei Ohtani notices that PCA is doing this. Why do you think Shohei Ohtani hit 2 home runs in the final game against PCA in a game where he also hit 2 home runs?
They both did, yeah.
Yeah, they basically canceled each other out in that matchup.
That game was a microcosm of the season. They have identical slash lines on the year. They had identical stat lines that game.
Yeah, but it's very interesting because the one thing that's about Shohei Ohtani, I mentioned it yesterday, I'll mention it again. So those of you that listened, get ready to hear it again. And those of you that missed it, this is very important information. When it comes down to stolen bases, it's not the end-all, be-all. It is not.
No.
Plain and simple. Not the end-all, be-all, not even close, in fact. But Shohei Ohtani is a one-of-one type of player in that he is the only 50-50 player who's ever lived. 59 stolen bases, 50 home runs on that season for the Los Angeles Dodgers, also setting the record for most home runs in a single season by the Los Angeles Dodgers that year. It's very interesting that 50-50 player has 6 stolen bases. Now, there are reasons why he has 6 stolen bases. He has a knee injury right now that he is playing through. He had to have his knee drained during the All-Star break. And, of course, the fact that he's landing on that uneven surface on the mound is constantly adding more inflammation to his knee. Also, he's had some games where he's pitched where they decided not to have him hitting while he's pitching. Another move that I actually appreciated. But now that he's going to the all-time, full-time offensive spot right now, I do think his offensive numbers are going to have an absolute spike and jump over this next month. However, if we don't see Shohei Ohtani back on the mound at all this season, do you think he still has the argument just DHing the entire back half of the season?
I think he only has the argument if he jumps from, where is he at, 26 home runs right now to like 40 plus. I mean, and it's funny, if you look at Ohtani's career, every time he's exceeded 40 home runs, he's won the MVP.
Yes, he has.
Every time he's come up short of 40, he hasn't. Even though the year he hit 34 homers and also had the best pitching year of his career, I think he should have won it over
I think
Aaron
he should
Judge.
have too.
But no, it's funny with Ohtani, you notice he hasn't attempted a stolen base since Memorial Day.
No, he's not.
So he's 6 for 8 this year. He was 6 for 6 to start, then he got caught twice. Hasn't attempted one since Memorial Day. That's also when his pitching kind of became human, right? He went from, in April and May, he was 5-2 with a .82 ERA. Since then, that ERA, about 3.5.
You're not wrong, but there was something else that also coincided with this. And I don't want to point at Ohtani. I actually want to point at his catching situation. He went from throwing to Will Smith, whom he was throwing that 0.86 ERA with, to throwing to Dalton Rushing.
He has shown up on numerous occasions.
Who he has shown up on, well, actually, I'll go a step further. They've shown each other up on numerous occasions, which is not something you want from your pitcher, especially with your superstar pitcher, Shohei Ohtani. The difference in his ERA between Will Smith and throwing to Dalton Rushing, he's got like a 4 ERA pitching to Dalton Rushing. He's got a 0.89 pitching to Will Smith.
Yeah, he is obviously much more comfortable with Smith behind there, and I wonder if that's going to actually factor into Ohtani in the playoffs. If he joins the rotation, if Will Smith is back, good to go, I wonder if that's that's going to be a factor there. But
he also does have good numbers. He has pitched to Ben Rortvat before as well.
Benny biceps.
Yeah, Benny biceps.
That's why they got him.
That's
they didn't get him for the biceps or for the bat.
Nope, they got him to handle the pitching staff that he's already handled 3 separate occasions in his career.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, I do think it's going to be an uphill battle for Ohtani because he hasn't thrown a pitch in over a month. And, you mentioned, right, speed and stolen bases is not the end-all, be-all. But when we talk about 5-tool players, well, Ohtani, we're only seeing 2 tools, hitting for average and hitting for power.
Like, no matter what, PCA is going to be, at very worst, a 30-30 player this year. At the worst, he has the ability
he's going to win a gold glove.
And he's going to win a gold glove.
So he has 40, like his ceiling is 40-40 platinum glove.
Yeah.
His floor is 30-30 gold glove.
And where's he at? 25 home runs right now?
I think he's at 26.
He's at 26
Maybe
home runs.
25.
So
yeah.
it is gettable. Like, he's got to play really, really well for these last 2 months, which, by the way, he does not have a history of doing. Last year, he was also right up against Shohei Ohtani at the trade deadline in the MVP conversation.
Smaller history, smaller sample size. He's a kid.
But the back end of that season, he hit 188. Now,
I think he's very aware of that.
I do think he's learned from that. However, he's still young.
He is still young, but I do think he's very aware of that, very cognizant of what happened a year ago. And this year, I would actually argue he started a little more, I don't want to say slow, but a little more average, a little more human, and he's actually gotten better as this season has progressed. The reverse of what happened a year ago. I think really the ball is in his court. If you ask me who would you rather be down the stretch here, it's PCA, because like I said, you're looking at a 5-tool player versus currently a 2-tool player, even though when he's pitching and when he's healthy, he's got 6 tools. But yeah, with PCA, I think right now he is the rightful favorite, and he's where my money would be.
Listen, I'm still not willing to kind of back off of Shohei Ohtani. And the reason why is because I've seen what Shohei Ohtani can do. The question I actually do now have is not necessarily who's going to be the better player going forward. I firmly believe Shohei Ohtani is going to end up doing his 40 home run bid. He's going to do his thing and possibly even get back on the mound at some point. And if he does that, then this might shift the odds quite significantly.
Yeah.
That being said, voter fatigue does exist.
Bingo.
And these awards are voted by people. They're not voted by stats. They're not voted by even a semblance of really committee. It's just emotions and sometimes storylines and narratives often vote for the MVP. And sometimes writers just want to write a different name down when they're writing their stories.
They absolutely do. Sometimes the decisions that writers make, we spoke about this yesterday with both MVP voting, with Hall of Fame voting, they're inexplicable at times. Or they're explicable but really stupid, to be frank. So, sometimes, like you said, voter fatigue plays in whenever you're betting on an award, right? Because we've been talking about the odds. PCA minus 120, Ohtani even odds. When you're betting on an award, you're not betting on statistics. You're not betting on who you think deserves it. What you really need to take into account is that you're betting on who you think the writers will vote for. You're trying to read minds here. It's why it can be a thankless thing. But there might be voter fatigue and Ohtani's not pitching. Writers might look at that and say, oh, well, PCA's going out there every day playing great defense, putting up the same offensive numbers. He's the guy.
Yeah. Boy. It'd be wild.
It's not a knock on either of these guys. I mean,
these
are two.
These guys are both amazing.
Phenomenal.
Truly, truly amazing. I do think there's some bad blood around PCA because of the things he had to say about Dodger fans, though.
Maybe a little, but I think a little of that too is also he grew up a Dodger fan, right? Like this is his hometown
I would
team.
agree that there's some gamesmanship behind this, but dude, it's interesting. A team that you're looking to possibly play in the playoffs, you're antagonizing their fans, huh?
This would be, I think, a much more entertaining NLCS than Dodgers Brewers.
By the way, I do want to call BS on his assessment because, listen, I understand the narrative around LA fans and Dodger fans. And I get it. You're in Chicago and Wrigleyville, yada, 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 yada. Wrigley Field, the classic place, yada, yada. It's not that great. I actually prefer going to Southside Chicago and seeing the White Sox play than going to Wrigleyville.
Do you?
I do.
I've never been to Chicago, believe it or not.
It's
I've
a great
seen
place.
15 out of 30 stadiums, but I haven't done Chicago.
But to sit here and talk about the fans in LA and be like, oh, they don't even show up. They don't even care. The Dodgers have the highest attendance in baseball, and it ain't even close.
That's a tired narrative.
Which part?
It was true. No, the fact that they don't show up and they don't care.
They may show up late a little bit.
But there's traffic and 4 entrances into the ravine.
It's the worst designed. I mean, it's when I was in New York, I was going to 20 Met games a year.
So easy to get to.
It's so easy to get to Citi
you just
Field.
get on the 7 train.
Whether you're driving,
and it just drops you.
I mean, it's so convenient.
Even Yankee Stadium's easy to get to.
Yeah, I don't go there.
But question for you guys, especially you, Cody, being out here and growing up here.
Yeah.
Who would you be more satisfied beating in the playoffs? Let's say potentially the Padres or now the Cubs.
Ooh, dude.
Because PCA running his mouth and maybe he's still in the MVP. And they're more of a threat to me.
It would definitely feel good to knock out the Cubs, but I honestly think Dodger fans
always got to be the Padres.
Get
right?
off on destroying the Padres.
Yeah.
Like there's just something. It's like a power play. It's like it's like when you. It's like when your ex. It's like when you're lying in bed and your ex texts you, and he's like, "I miss you." You're like, "Yeah, still the man."
Or you see that meme lately going around? You text your ass, "Hey, you free tonight?" Or what are you doing tonight?
You up?
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, no one wants you.
So it's just like one of those things.
Incredible.
I think there's something about Dodger fans. They get on. I think it's just Padre fans every couple of years. They really kind of they pump their chests out. Like, this is our year, brown and yellow, yada, yada, yada.
Joe Musgrove's got sticky stuff on his ear.
And then next thing you know, when they get knocked down in October, they tuck their tail between their legs, and Dodger fans just keep going on and treating them like they don't even exist. And that's the thing that drives Padre fans the worst.
They are such little brothers.
It's just because it's that the Dodger fans don't even acknowledge them, really.
Yeah.
I think that's like the worst thing we do with them.
That's incredible.
And I played for the Padres. Trust me, they hate LA fans so much.
Absolutely. I do think that. Yeah, I think that you're right. I think the Cubs are much more of a threat to the Dodgers, and that's a more likely NLCS matchup. But yeah, I just think that the sheer enjoyment of beating up on the Padres would exceed that.
I will say though, do you think that the Padres have risen to the word of rival for the Dodgers? I think they have. I firmly believe the current biggest rival the Dodgers have is the Padres. But historically, I grew up in this town.
Giants.
I hated the Giants more than anything in the world my entire life.
And the 2010s had to have been a nightmare.
It was an
when
absolute
they won 3
nightmare.
out of 5.
Oh, I know. My college teammate Brandon Crawford got multiple rings and would never shut up about it to me.
Oh, I bet.
He's like, "Hey, Cody, how was AAA? Just won my second ring."
What a career.
He was amazing.
I mean, this is a guy who
Played with UCLA.
I remember
so good.
when he came into I actually didn't know he was at UCLA. It's funny. When he came into the league, I just remember his profile being Gold Glove caliber shortstop, but can't hit a lick. And then next thing you know, he's hitting like 280.
So here's the thing. In college, I always thought that was a weird narrative because he was like a 300 hitter in college. He did very well at UCLA.
Right.
That
doesn't always translate.
He had a down senior year. He had like 270, and it dropped him down from the first round to the third round.
Okay.
But he was a bona fide first rounder. It was like insane that he dropped down to the third round. And he got to the big leagues fairly quickly. And of course, Brandon Crawford, who defensively, and I'm not kidding, he's an and one tape when he plays shortstop.
Yeah.
When he would take ground balls, with us, our coaches would hit him ground balls in college, right? And hard ground balls. And then he would, after making all his plays look perfect and everything, he just wanted to play around. He started between the legs, behind the back, bounce passes. And our coach one time just did a crow hop hit with a fungo. He wanted to hurt Brandon because he was showing him up so much. And then Brandon just, behind the back, throws the ball behind his back from shortstop to me directly in my chest. He's like, "I'm good, I'm going to go." And I just remember going it is maddening.
Like it was nothing.
Maddening how easy he would make shortstop look. Fielding ground balls is hard.
Yeah.
He made it look like it was the easiest thing in the world.
And didn't he his first year fit that narrative? Wasn't he a $190 hitter his first year in the bigs? Didn't do anything. And then I said, he's hitting 280. He's a multiple time All-Star. Did he have a 20 home run season mixed in there too? I mean, what a career.
Well, guys, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that, guys. Coming up. It's about time. We do 3 the hard way. Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Wow.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So, Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had my journey where I moved around. I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush four? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment. But, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know,
it's funny because I try to do that, in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gets your DC, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think. There's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But at the end of the day, we've been talking about preparation.
There you go.
So just being able to be prepared, be able to do all those things, and, go out there, cut it loose, and have the confidence to do it.
Now, this team has all the
just a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform.
On the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Of course, Joe Serralo in for D-Fish today. He'll be back live here Monday morning. And, of course, we're here with you all the way to the 10 o'clock hour before we get you ready for Brock and Alex and for the mid-mornings. And, of course, we're going to bring in our hype man because it's time for us to play a little game here. It's called Three the Hard Way. And we got a birthday to celebrate, don't we, Rod?
That's right. You know, we love celebrating birthdays on the morning show here. And it's the birthday of the great Deion Sanders, one of my favorite athletes of all time. You know, when we do Three the Hard Way, we like at least 4 different people to be able to choose and narrow it down to 3. And he's so unique. I couldn't find 4 people in whatever he's doing. Flashiest, music, whatever it is.
Dude, it's hard to match the swag of Deion because I was even trying to help you with that, going like, Brian Bosworth, maybe, but it's just, it ain't Deion.
Joe didn't know who the hell Brian Bosworth was.
That pissed me off that he didn't know the Boz.
He was like, Boz?
You gotta know the Boz.
He's like, was he in Odyssey? But anyway, so we came up with something that Deion does have people that can match him, and that's right, being a father. So father-son combos, 3 the hard way. I'm going to give you, I got 5 sets here. I want you guys to narrow it down to 3. Deion, of course, and his son, the Bonds, Barry and Bobby Bonds. LeBron and Bronny playing on the same team, pretty damn cool. Ken Griffey Jr. and Sr. played on the same damn team, pretty damn cool. And then, of course, the Mannings. You could choose between him, and he had 2 damn sons that did damn things.
And possibly a grandson on the way, possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
It's a big possibly based on how he's played, though.
We'll see. So, let's go with you, Cody. Who's your first that stays on the list? And let's see.
Numero uno.
That means 1, Cody. That's number 1.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I got to see.
Refreshing your Spanish.
Here's the deal.
Yep.
You can't talk father-sons combinations or families or dynasties of families without starting with the Griffeys. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
There is only one father and son duo in baseball that played on the same team and not only played well together.
Didn't they hit a home run on the same damn team?
They
went
went back to back.
It was back to back?
They went back to back home runs. Both Oppo Tacos, too, there in Seattle.
Wow.
And I've always said this from the get-go, and I will say this till I'm blue in the face, until I'm long, long dead. Ken Griffey Jr. is the coolest person to ever play baseball. Backwards hats were cool because of Ken Griffey Jr. When I think of Ken Griffey Jr., it's just... That was when baseball was at its coolest with Ken Griffey Jr., and it didn't happen without Ken Griffey Sr.
All right, who's safe on your list? First safe on your list.
You know, I thought of 2 people this morning when I put this hat on backwards, and it was Ken Griffey Jr. and Colin Cowherd, because I knew how much it would piss him off to see a young guy.
You're not a leader. You're not a leader, Joe.
I'm going to go with the Mannings first on my list.
Okay.
Because... You know, the one thing I agree with a lot of what you said, Cody. The one thing I disagree with is that with the first family you think of when you think of father son, it starts with the Griffeys. No, it starts with the Mannings. It starts with Arch and Peyton and Eli.
Yep.
And by the way, I think Arch, while he had the lesser career of the 3, I think his career criminally underrated. He was playing on some horrendous Saints teams with no offensive line.
Oh my gosh, he was running for his life back there.
100%. Back in a time where that really didn't happen.
If you look up his highlights, he never. Okay, back up.
He could sling it.
Let me survey the field. Let me see who surveyed it. Nothing's there. No, he was running for his damn life.
He was running for his life. But that guy could sling it. And then, oh, by the way, 4 Super Bowls come out of his loins.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty damn impressive.
Damn good.
Not bad.
I'm starting with the Mannings atop my list.
Okay, good. Well, all right, let's go to the next one. Who's second safe on your list?
Listen,
sir?
I'll freely admit, I'm going to go ahead and go with your Mannings take because I don't want to finish with the Mannings. I want to finish with somebody else. I agree with you. It's hard to say without knowing the Mannings because it's a family lineage that's also not even done. More in the pipeline. You're right about Arch Manning, and obviously everyone thinks of Peyton, but I'm sorry, Eli Manning beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, not once, but twice.
Yeah.
At one point, Eli got to sit there at Thanksgivings with 2 rings on his hand going, oh, 1 ring, little big brother, huh? How sad. Granted, he got that 2nd ring over there and with the Broncos.
Von Miller got it, yeah.
Von Miller got him that gift. But at the end of the day, Eli had that over him for his entire career. And it's hard not to say the Mannings, dude. They're a family football dynasty.
Okay, all right. Of course, we're playing 3 the hard way because it's Deion Sanders' birthday. So we're looking for father-son duos. Who's your second safe?
Before we get to our third and final, I guess we're going to go into
did you
this
go
with the
2
same
already?
2. No. We're going to go with the same 2 here. I was going to go with a different one, but let's build up some suspense. The Griffies are on my list as well. You know, for everything you said, playing in the same outfield together, going back to back. And they were also kind of, I would say, the pioneers on this list, right? I mean, weren't they... the earliest, I guess, Bonds.
On this list, yeah.
Bonds might have been right up there. Him and Griffey came up around the same time, right? Bonds might have beaten him by a little.
True.
But yeah, no, the Griffies, everything that you laid out, Gold Glove defense too. I mean, you know, unfortunately in my life, I saw Griffey when he was a little later, put on some weight. Cincinnati. Like
yeah, that's not the same Griffey.
Seattle Griffey was a different
Seattle
animal.
Griffey was like, so cool.
Robbing home runs next to his dad in the outfield and then going deep the next half inning. So yeah, we've got the same 2 to start. I'm curious who your number 3 is.
Well, okay, before we get to that, we're doing 3 the hard way, and the choices are father-son duos, Deion Sanders' birthday. So Deion and his son, Bobby and Barry Bonds, LeBron and Bronny, the Griffies, and of course the Mannings. So the safe one on your list. That means 2 of these are off. Oh boy.
Well, here's the deal. I'll tell you who's off first.
Okay.
The LeBrons. Stop it. Now, granted, I will freely admit, dude, throwing an alley-oop to your son in a playoff game is pretty cool. I will freely admit it is one of the coolest things I've ever seen, and I take back almost all of the negative things I said about the Bronny situation years ago, because Bronny's actually done a pretty damn good job with the situation.
Got a second contract. So
and got a second contract. Good stuff. I'm not putting them on the list. And I did think about Deion and Son.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
What's up?
Barry Bonds is the greatest player I ever watched play baseball. Ever. And I played against Mike Trout. I played against Shohei Ohtani. But Barry Bonds gave me nightmares as a child here in Los Angeles. And here's the thing. Barry Bonds, most home runs of all time. All of the stats humanly possible ever accumulated of all time. Has anyone forgotten how good Bobby Bonds was?
Did Bobby go 30-30?
Bobby Bonds went 30-30. Bobby Bonds hit
300 home runs.
300 home runs.
I didn't know it
A
was that
career
many.
268 batting average. He had nearly 2,000 hits. He had 332 career home runs. And by the way, this was in a generation when 332 career home runs. That's Hall of Fame-esque type of numbers back then. Like, Bobby Bonds was a monster. The only reason we don't talk about it is because Barry Bonds might be the greatest baseball player who ever lived. And I don't want to hear steroid era, yada, yada, yada. It was called the steroid era, not Barry Bonds did steroid
forget the steroid era. He won 3 MVPs before he ever got to San Francisco and got big.
But again, I'm not going to yell at Barry Bonds for the steroid era. They all did it. It was the steroid era, not Barry Bonds did steroid era.
All right, Joe, who you got? Who's off your list?
Yeah, you know, I kind of saved this for you because I thought that's where you were going to go. It's the same list.
Yeah.
And this is where I was going to go last. 300, I mean, we're talking 1,100 home runs, over 1,000 homers between Bobby and Barry Bonds.
Crazy.
3-time All-Star Bobby Bonds, 3-time Gold Glove Award winner. You mentioned the 30-30. He was 1 home run shy of a 40-40 season one year, and 3 home runs
back
shy.
then?
Yeah.
And if that was a big deal back then, I guarantee you,
Dude, that would have been the first. That would have probably been the first one.
In
wouldn't it?
1973, 39 homers, 43 steals. In 1977, with the California Angels, 37 homers, 41 steals.
Dude,
he almost won 40-40 twice.
You gotta understand, because Barry and Jose Canseco, I thought, were the first 2 40-40 guys, so Bobby would have been the first one.
1973, he was a home run shy.
Dude.
3 Gold Gloves,
I didn't
3-time
know that.
All-Star. And then Barry, you know, I'm so glad you brought up the steroid point. This guy, without steroids, probably has a career numbers reminiscent of Willie Mays. 660 home runs as opposed to 7. Like, he won when he was with Pittsburgh, and the guy was a stolen base machine and obviously not juicing. He was an MVP already. He was still hitting 35, 40 home runs a year. He was on pace for a 600 home run career. Like, Barry Bonds, any way you slice it, one of the best of all time.
Couldn't agree more, man. Well, look at us. We had the exact same list. Not a whole lot of disagreement.
I know.
But again, a lot of love for a lot of these people. By the way, love for pretty much all of them, including Dion and his son. I can't wait to see what Shedeur does this year because I have to assume he's going to get some snaps. He better get some snaps.
It can't look uglier than what it looked like last year for Cleveland, can it?
Could not possibly. But guys, so much to discuss right here. Of course, we got to talk a little bit more about the Dodgers. Shaq had some interesting words about LeBron. We'll be discussing that later on the show. But coming up, Aaron Donald. The decision? The decision. Is it coming? Is it coming this weekend? We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Where coaches that
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about.
Wait, what?
D-Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening
Are
to the show.
you pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when you
said
don't?
something on the D-Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But like, what do you?
I misspoke there, I promise.
What do you mean misspoke? You just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City
Are
stuff.
you?
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like the sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
To
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D-Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's like, I forgive you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe,
Ain't gonna work.
Maybe
Can't give me
LeBron
flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
He knows.
no.
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like the fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, you're kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time. And he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talked to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field.
Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker with you all 4 hours, and of course with Joe Sarala in for D Fish today. And thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully you're joining us in the chat right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. We see some of you in there already. We see you, DD. We see you, David Horse, and welcome back Joanna in Arizona, who just announced that she slept in by accident. That's on you, but welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us as always. Listen, we've been talking a lot about the Dodgers and, of course, the series they got coming up with the Arizona Diamondbacks. We've talked about the new odds for the MVP, where Pete Crow Armstrong is currently the shortest odds to get it. We've talked about threats to the Dodgers, and, of course, we've breaking down the AFC East. But now we got to talk a little bit about our Rams because, ladies and gentlemen, it's happening. I don't know what else to say other than it's happening. It started as a thought. It started really as a meme. That's the funny thing.
Then it became a billboard.
The meme that was, because, of course, when the news broke live over here on the air, when Myles Garrett was going to be a Los Angeles Ram, everyone and their cousin went, wow, amazing. And then, of course, it took no time on Twitter, on Instagram, to see the mock-ups and the memes of, wouldn't it be great? And you see Aaron Donald next to Myles Garrett. And of course, your immediate thought is, yeah, dude, that would be great. Wouldn't that have been amazing? Just imagine if this was 2 years ago. Crazy. And then Trey Wingo puts out a tweet. And Trey Wingo is not a guy that is often just out of pocket saying things just randomly.
Never.
So he goes ahead and tweets out, this is more realistic than some of you might think. And then he says, more to come. It was the more to come thing that I'm like, what was that?
Yeah.
What do you mean, more to come? Like, I thought you were just saying it's realistic as it wouldn't be good. Apparently, it was a thing to the point where the conversation started. And then all of a sudden, some people started texting Aaron Donald. And Aaron Donald wasn't being quiet. Aaron Donald said it would be intriguing, would be interesting. Maybe the fire is still there. We have Les Snead on the show. Les Snead starts suggesting, hey, maybe you guys over there at the Fan LA want to start putting it out there to try to get him to come back. Well, we did. We put a billboard down there on the 405 right next to the Lawndale spot. Well, it said, come back, Aaron Donald. Cue to last week. All of a sudden, Aaron Donald is seeing photos on Instagram, like from far, far away. He's on the Rams practice facility. That's weird. What's going on over there? Workout videos galore. Hey, he hung out with Myles Garrett the other night. Sean McVay saying, I've had a couple conversations. Then finally, cue yesterday, we talked about it on the show, the man wore a helmet, which has to be reported to the NFL. Now that we're all sitting here, and if you believe sources, rumors, innuendo, it's not just kind of happening. It's happening this weekend. We're getting Aaron Donald back, baby. And if you think that I'm alone in this, let's hear what Sean McVay had to say. Here's
I couldn't
Sean
help
McVay.
but no, like right before we started, so I hope you're even aware of this. Like the NFL transaction wire had Aaron Donald working out with the Rams today, which I guess
Did it come across as a tryout?
It did come across as
Best
a tryout
that we've ever had.
Okay. You think he could make the team?
Phenomenal.
I think he could make the
The
team.
kid's got a shot.
Yeah, no, that was honestly our way of being able to get a workout with him within the parameters of what's necessary. But Giff Smith said it's the greatest tryout he's ever had.
Great football coach. I don't know if Sean would be the best poker player in the world when
I'd be
he's talking
terrible at
about
that.
Aaron Donald, but
Yeah, you know what? I've never claimed to be a good poker player either.
you've got plenty to do here. Appreciate the time.
Thanks for
Sean.
having me, Greg and
Thanks for
Jordan.
coming on.
That sound right there from Greg Rosenthal. And man, you got to hand it to Sean McVay. He knows how to do this a little bit. Bad poker player, my ass. That is some phenomenal poker work right there. What, Aaron Donald? The tryout that was? Oh, no. Stop it. Me? Not us. Not Aaron Donald.
He's a giddy little schoolgirl.
Don't worry about us. Don't look this way. Aaron Donald. That's what we just got from Sean McVay.
Oh, it's incredible.
Like a lovely middle school girl.
Yeah,
just throwing up like
it's
what?
like a little crush.
Tryout. Just a little try. He's not bad. Listen, we're getting the guy back. It's done.
Throwing up the leg. That's incredible.
I'm just saying, dude, we're getting the guy back. And I'm glad Sean McVay's having fun with it. Like, might as well. You're going to be asked the question. You have one of two options. Be annoyed that the press asks you the very obvious question, or have fun with it. And that's the thing in sports media.
They're having fun.
People get all pissed off. And you're like, why do they keep asking me this question? It's about football. It's about this. It's about... It can also be fun and about this too, you know.
Yeah, and the Rams and Sean McVay, give them credit, Les Snead as well. They show you that you can put out a top-notch, A-plus quality product, go out there, win games, win rings, chase championships, and have fun while you're doing it. It doesn't all have to be the Patriots way. And I've said this for quite some time. The Patriots way worked for Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, and the
How's
New
it
England
working
Patriots. Now? It didn't work after the
How's
fact.
it working at UNC?
Yeah, it ain't working at North Carolina.
Yep.
It ain't working. I mean, the Patriots did just get to the Super Bowl, but
But
Vrabel
that's not
off
from the
field
Patriot
and everything.
way.
Yeah, no, it's a different regime. It doesn't work everywhere you go, and so the Rams' way of having fun, it's working. And who's more fun right now than the team that's 5-1, the short shot on the board to win the Super Bowl this year?
Dude, and I hate to say this because, I think we should do something here in LA as well. Embrace it. Because, people always talk about, oh, you're so LA. You're so LA.
Yeah, it's Hollywood.
You bet your ass we're LA. That's what this is. And don't you wish you were. You guys are just all stuck up. Not my problem. We live the life out here, son.
Look at the other big markets, right? You've got, they had the whole Patriot way thing in New England, and again, look, it worked. It was a dynasty. They had, two separate dynasties. Brady, the first 10 years versus the back 10 years, right? Like, it was incredible. It worked. But it was all, we're on to Cincinnati. We're on to this. Very straight lace, right? Look at New York right now. And anyone in New York having fun? Are the Jets having fun?
Nope.
Are the Giants having fun?
The only
Cam
team over there,
Scadaboo
there's
saying
only
I do
one
stupid
team,
things sometimes.
Only one team there is having fun.
Buffalo Bills?
New York Knicks.
Oh, all right.
That's it.
I thought, I was thinking football.
But I opened it up, though.
Knicks are having fun.
Knicks are the only team they're having fun.
A lot of fun,
That's
baby.
it.
But, you look at these big market teams, LA is having fun. They're doing it the Hollywood way. They're putting on a show. They're making this a spectacle. It's more than just football, but also football's not being forgotten.
Yeah, by
They're
the way,
still taking it seriously.
Love your take on this. What do you think about this idea? Because I would say the two teams in like all of sports that are just massive vibes, I would go with the Rams and the Dodgers, and they're both in LA. Do you think the Rams have maybe taken a little bit of pages out of the Dodgers book? Because the Dodgers, even though we talked about earlier, the Dodgers can be a threat to themselves, we can't sit here and pretend that the Dodgers don't have a business model and a model on the field, and when it comes to vibes and how they treat each other and how they treat the game, very different, to the point where it seems like the Rams kind of have that, yeah, brah, sweet, let's go win more games, man.
Hate us because you ain't us type thing,
Like they can all work real hard. We're working hard too, but we're also going to enjoy it.
It's a little different just because, football, there's a salary cap and there's different structure.
You
The
wouldn't
Dodgers
know it looking at that roster.
You wouldn't. I mean, the Dodgers are deferring, Shohei's $68 million of his 70 getting deferred, so it's different structurally.
I was referring to the Rams on that one.
But, I know,
Yeah.
but they're still assembling a super team like the Dodgers are. And they're kind of just laughing at the fact everyone else can be mad. That's not right. Well, how are they going to do Garrett and Donald and Puka and McDuffie and Devontae? Well, they're doing it.
Well,
Tough stuff.
they'll figure it out.
Tough stuff.
If there's one thing I've learned from Les Snead is he'll figure it out.
Yeah.
One way or another.
Yeah, it's F this, I'm going to figure it out.
And maybe it's one of those guys just doesn't get paid because, again, they're not under any obligation to pay Puka Nacua over the next 2 years. They can just keep franchising the cat.
That's true. That's true.
Which
I'm sure
they might.
They're going to eventually pay him. Well, if Stafford retires, money comes off.
That does.
Right? And if they win it all this year, Stafford's retiring.
Yeah, but if that happens, I also think Sean McVay's retiring.
I do too.
I see no reason for him to do that.
Stafford and Aaron Donald are going to hold hands and walk into the tunnel and off the sunset.
Just straight up, like it's the end of a play, hands up.
With blue and gold confetti all over SoFi for a second time in 5 years.
Yeah, Kroenke will weirdly moan, "Whose house is it?" and then like the fans will awkwardly, Rams house, we think?
We think.
What did he say? Is he alive?
Someone check for a pulse quickly.
Just real quick, what did that cadaver just say to everybody? Whose house is it?
God, Kroenke's got more championships than he can
really does.
I mean,
he really does.
He owns the Avs, right?
Huh?
He owns the Avalanche?
Yeah.
And the Nuggets?
Yeah.
That's
and I think he owns more than that too. He owns I think it was a conglomerate of minor league teams too. It's like he's got tentacles everywhere.
Is he dabbling in the Premier League? Raj?
Probably. Oh, probably. They all are doing that.
Of course.
The Lilich family, I think, is even buying a team in the Premier League now. So that's where they're all going. By the way, it's so weird. It's so weird that league makes money in the way that it does over there, the Premier League. You guys should really look at it. If you look at Major League Baseball owners that are owning teams in the Premier League and hearing them in the same breath talk about a salary cap, you will never understand how stupid and funny it actually is.
Yeah, that's a really good point. But yeah, Kroenke, what he's got here, he's got a great product out
He
here.
really does. And the Rams got themselves a great product. It's going to be one hell of a year. I'm excited to watch the Rams.
What's that salary going to look like? I'm curious with Aaron Donald. I mean, is he just going to take a minimum deal?
He might as well.
Because I don't think they have a lot of room to work with.
He'll take a minimum deal for multiple reasons. Because we already talked about it yesterday.
This is a generational wealth.
This year is an investment for Aaron Donald's next 10.
The salary that he's going to take this year is going to be probably the lightest of his career.
It's
I don't know
Shohei
what his
Ohtani
rookie.
like.
Yeah, but the generational wealth that this season is going to be responsible for, off the charts.
It's going to be absolutely crazy how much money he's going to make with that new group that he just hired.
Like Jalen Brunson, he took the salary cut, but immortality pays pretty well.
Yes, it does. Well, guys, we got a lot to discuss here on D. Fish and Decker. And coming up, there's a lot of narratives surrounding the Los Angeles Dodgers. Are any of them accurate? We will debunk them word by word right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays, and I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there and opportunities for me just to.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Hey, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when you see. It is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bad with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed. Yeah. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much, because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they
Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Cody Decker with you here for all 4 hours. And, of course, sitting in D. Fish's chair today, Joe Sarala, joining me all 4 hours today. We've been talking everything under the sun. We just talked about the Rams and the offseason that they've had, which has been crazy. We've been talking about the AFC East a little bit, did a nice breakdown on that. If you missed any of this, of course, go back on the Odyssey app and make sure you check it out. Like, share, and subscribe to D. Fish and Decker wherever you get your favorite podcast. And, of course, join us live right now in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. We've also done a lot about talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers. Of course, there is the MVP race that is currently taking place between Shohei and PCA. We've touched on that a few times. But right now, it's time to touch on a different aspect of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Now, this is a team that has lost 6 in a row, which is fascinating because in the same breath, everyone was screaming they ruined baseball and it's impossible to beat them and it's just not fair anymore because they're the Dodgers. It's all rigged. It's all BS. Rigged. What are we even doing here? Why even play the season now? Dodgers dropped 6 straight.
Haven't won since the trade deadline.
Haven't won since it happened. And, by the way, Tarek Skubal pitched in one of those games.
Yeah, he stunk.
Yeah.
I'm messing with you.
He pitched pretty damn good.
He was fine. He was good.
Trade him back.
He was good. Look, if it was Emmett Sheehan, we would have been like, great start.
It would have been incredible. Actually, it would have been one of his best starts of the year, in fact.
But it was Tarek Skubal, back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. So, 6 innings, 2 earned. It's a 3 ERA. It's a good start.
It was a good start. But at the end of the day, the Dodgers have dropped 6 in a row. But we want to take a look back at those narratives that have kind of captivated the sports world. Because, again, these narratives were not necessarily making me mad at fans. I get mad at fans occasionally, but usually I don't blame fans when they get latched onto a narrative because people are putting out those narratives. And it's when sports media people put out the narratives that I know, you know, and they know flatly are false. Flat out are false. Like, for instance, June Lee, who is someone who I very much appreciate and think does good work, put out a whole thing about Dodgers and their TV deal. That is the most overrated statement that exists on planet Earth. Also, because the Dodgers are paying over $200 million this season alone back to Major League Baseball and all of the teams.
Yeah.
The Dodgers are paying $200 million to the rest of the league. And I don't even think I'm counting the luxury tax aspect either, which I think is another $140 million.
Their luxury tax alone exceeds about a third of the payrolls in Major League Baseball.
So the Marlins payroll is being paid for by the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh's payroll is being paid for
Cleveland.
by the Dodgers. So that narrative has been the most insane one humanly possible to me. That being said, there are other narratives that exist. Joe, let's go through a couple of more of these narratives that we can go ahead and debunk in real time.
Yeah, I've got one for you, Cody. Haven't these salary caps in other major sports made it so that teams can be more competitive and competitive more quickly? There's more talent to go around. Nobody can just acquire it all and build a dynasty. Pro teams have a shorter window if they get their draft, development, and trades and free agent signings right. Isn't that better for the fans? No dynasties in any other sports.
You're right. Baseball is the only sport that has dynasties.
Yeah.
Basketball, which, you mentioned a salary cap league. When was the last time we saw a dynasty?
There was never a big three in Boston or Miami or Los Angeles even. And no dynasties in basketball.
Let's go through the list. We just went through a Golden State Warriors dynasty. We went through 2 Laker dynasties in my lifetime. We went through a Boston Celtics dynasty.
The Miami Heat.
We went through a Miami Heat dynasty. The Lakers had another dynasty right before I was born. The Celtics had a dynasty before that for roughly 30 straight years.
By the way, not a dynasty because it only culminated in 1 ring. But when LeBron went back to Cleveland,
won a ring.
They dominated the Eastern Conference. I mean, how many? What do we have? 3 Cavaliers-Warriors matchups.
Yep.
So Cavs didn't get a dynasty because they only got 1 championship, but they were in the finals every year.
Yeah. So that narrative is really, really, really dumb.
Is there a salary cap in the NBA?
You know what? It's funny you mentioned that. There is. And you know what the thing is about the salary cap that is so nuts to me? Like, one, I can't stress this enough. We had John Baker earlier on in the week, and he's worked as a front office guy, and he was trying to explain about how what the Dodgers do is actually phenomenal for the game. It really is. They work within the rules, and they try to win every single game day in, day out. There are teams that are in the winning business, and there are teams that are in the business. And the
So you're going to say the whining business.
No.
A lot of that in baseball.
No, literally the business.
Yeah.
And when I say that, it's their job is to make as much money as humanly possible without putting money back in.
Yeah.
Let's look at the A's. Let's look at the Pirates. Let's look at the Marlins. Let's look at the Reds. Let's look at the... God, I can't even throw the Cardinals
Dolan
on
and the
this now.
Cleveland Guardians.
The Guardians are one of the biggest culprits of
Shocker,
this.
another Dolan.
Yes, frightening how that keeps happening. But this is the thing in Major League Baseball that's been a thing for years and years and years. They're trying to label it that there are haves and have-nots, and it's just not the case.
Right.
When it comes to ownership groups and Major League franchises, there are only haves. I'm tired of this narrative, we're a small market team. There are none. There are no small market teams. There are smaller market teams, but to claim that Milwaukee is not a metropolitan area is insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's no Los Angeles. And look, there's tiers to this. Obviously, you have New York and Los Angeles above others, but Miami is one of the most major cities in the country, and yet they operate bottom 5 in terms of payroll, the Marlins do. So, you can make the argument that, yes, there are tiers to this, and Los Angeles and New York should be a cut above the other. Boston, Philly, a cut above the other, but it's all about the ownership groups.
But also look at it this way: the Dodgers, who boasted last year, they actually told you because they wanted you all to know that they made $1 billion in revenue last year. Just last year. This is a team that is invested into their product. It is a business, and they are investing into their business. Other teams are not investing back into their business. They are pocketing the money. And now they want to create a system that just pockets more money for them, and it runs as an ATM for them.
Yep.
Like, I don't know why people don't get this. And those of you that are trying to claim that the Brewers are poor, their owners have $2 billion. $2 billion.
Like I said, there's tiers to it. Steve Cohen has about $20 billion running the New York Mets.
How's that going?
Not going well. We talked about that yesterday. Just because you have money doesn't mean you're automatically going to win. The Dodgers have much more money than the Milwaukee Brewers. There are tiers to this. But it's still $2 billion with a B. You can still afford to pay these guys. None of these players are making a bill from salary.
And guess what? You're going to make it all back with a World Series run. That's the thing that drives me nuts.
If you get Ohtani, you're making it back in revenue. You're making it back in all the off the field
jersey sales,
jerseys, international toys, merch, all the. I mean, God, Shohei Ohtani, you're selling toys in Japan. There's Dodgers licensed
Funko Pops and things like that.
It's insane. So if you go out and get them, like, don't get me wrong, and the Blue Jays do spend money and they do try to win, but because it seemed like the main competitor for the Dodgers was the Toronto Blue Jays.
They almost got him allegedly.
It allegedly seemed like they almost did. I don't know how close it was at the end of the day, but we'll call them the runner-up. They would have made $1 billion in revenue if they got Shohei Ohtani.
No question about it.
The Mets and Yankees would have made $1 billion in revenue if they got Shohei Ohtani.
And by the way, why did the Angels not? Because the Angels are a poorly run organization.
Yeah.
That's just plain and simple. They had Shohei Ohtani for 4 years, not one playoff appearance. And they paired him with Mike Trout. So let's be real clear. They had a lottery ticket, a winning lottery ticket for 4 years and did nothing with it. That should just tell you how poorly the Angels are ran.
They had 7 MVPs on that roster.
God.
Actually, if Pujols was there too, they had more. It was the tail end of Albert Pujols.
It is just unforgivable how that was handled.
Yeah, they're a dumpster fire.
So
they're not a small market team, but they're a dumpster fire.
So I got a question for you. When it comes to salary cap leagues, for this narrative around the Dodgers that we need a salary cap because obviously the salary cap league
because it prevented the Chiefs from being a dynasty.
Like the NBA is currently trying to legislate stopping teams from tanking.
Yeah.
So that is an 82 games a year in that league. Major League Baseball is double that in the year. They have 162 games. So you're going to tell me you're going to force fans to watch 162 games of a team that's tanking?
It's painful.
That's awful.
Rocky fans do it every year.
Don't even get me started on Monforts and what they've done over there,
right,
fleecing that city.
And then they trick everyone. Hey guys, we're going for it. We're going to sign Chris Bryant, and Chris Bryant hasn't I don't think he's played 162 games.
And it turns out he's had arthritis in his hips for a decade.
Isn't that a sad story?
It is a very sad story, but he got paid, so good for him on that.
He's set for life.
But that narrative drives me nuts. It's just the salary cap of it all. I thought you all wanted your stars to stay with your team forever. What's this? Oh, but now we get all this movement. Baseball already has movement. We just had the best trade deadline ever.
You thought? I thought it was an trade deadline.
What?
I didn't think it was the best trade deadline.
I loved it.
Oh, I thought
it was
wild. You loved it because Skubal's coming to the Dodgers.
No, it wasn't it. There were other moves I loved.
I found Monday, the deadline day itself, to be a little anticlimactic.
Fascinating. After Skubal, the last day, it was just I couldn't even keep up with all the moves that are being made.
Yeah, I couldn't keep up with the hypothetical moves MLB Network was tricking us.
They fooled you on that one. But I was very, very...
I never delete tweets. When I tweet something I stand on it, I deleted those tweets.
You poor thing. So there's one of them. And by the way, this aspect of the Brewers. Now, the Brewers have money. We mentioned they have their ownership group is worth $2 billion. Now, is it the same as the $7.8 billion of the Dodgers? No.
Which is probably higher.
Which is probably higher.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, people just see 7-2 going, oh, that's so much more money. It is. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. But you're also just downplaying how much $2 billion is.
Right. And no one's saying that the Brewers have to match the Dodgers' payroll, but there's a lot of space in between those two payrolls.
And outrageous.
Just get somewhere get to the top 10. I mean, come on, do something that shows your fan base you're trying. What they did at the deadline did not show that their fan base that they're trying. So, at the end of the day, don't be mad at the Dodgers. Be mad at the Brewers. Be mad at the Guardians. Be mad at the Pirates.
Agreed.
The Pirates had a golden opportunity this year to go for it. Now they're in last place all of a sudden, falling out of it.
Well, they deserve it. And that's what the Pirates do year in, year out. They have the means to do it. Their owner is worth $2.5 billion.
Yeah.
And he's making more and more money every single year.
For the longest time, their biggest contract they had given out in free agency was $45
million. It was Jeff Kendall.
I thought it was Francisco Liriano after that, right?
Oh, it might have been. But Jason Kendall was the highest paid contract they had for 25 years.
Wow, the catcher who hit leadoff. That's how I remember Jason Kendall.
That's right. I love Jason Kendall. But, man, the fact that he was your highest paid player of all time for 25-plus years, that's a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say other than that. I know I've said this over and over on this show, but I'm going to say it again until I'm blue in the face. The difference between $1 million and $1 billion, 11.7 days, is a million seconds. A billion seconds is 31.7 years. The Brewers have $2 billion, and they don't spend it.
Yeah. It's like I said, the only people Brewer fans should be mad at is their ownership, not the Dodgers' ownership.
Completely agree.
And but it's kind of like what we talked about 20, 30 minutes ago with the Rams and how they're adopting that Dodger mentality of hate us because you ain't us. You're only mad because you're not Dodger fans. There's no reason to be mad at the Dodgers. Be mad at your own teams across the country because all these ownerships, especially the worst of the worst. I mean, you mentioned the Rockies ownership. Fisher with the Athletics. To me,
Awful.
worst of the worst.
And by the way, all these stadiums that are getting built, they're not paying for them. You know, like
taxpayers, a lot of them.
I use the Texas Rangers as an example very often. And I think this is a very good example because remember when Mark Cuban tried to buy the Texas Rangers in 2011, he didn't get the team. His bid, I believe, was right around $495 million. This is before they was even getting billion-dollar evaluations.
Right.
$495 million. He lost out on the ownership group that bought it for $530. Now, keep in mind, this is at the time when the Texas Rangers were a competing franchise. They went to 2 straight World
That's
Series.
their back-to-back run, right?
So
Yeah.
then, all of a sudden, the new ownership comes in and they tank the team, sell off all the players, team goes to last place. And during that time, they were able to get the city of Arlington to build them a $2.1 billion brand new stadium.
Yeah.
They got the stadium built, tanked the franchise, and then sold it for $1.8 billion. So in a span of 9 years, got a $2 billion stadium built for them and then sold off the assets and made nearly $1.5 billion in 9 years. And you guys are telling me that these owners are poor? Figure it out, sports fans. They're just lying directly to your face.
Yeah, but how many times, unfortunately, in sports and in life do people make excuses for billionaires who are lying to their faces? It's not
Very
the
weird.
first time and it won't be the last time.
Yeah, well, listen, the Dodgers are sitting here doing everything right and everyone's trying to attack them for it. And it's actually kind of mind-numbing about it because anyone could have gotten Tarek Skubal. Anyone could get most of these guys in the Dodgers. Hell, I almost want to sit down and write thank you cards to certain teams. Thank you, Boston Red Sox, for not paying Mookie Betts what he's earned.
That was egregious.
Yeah.
I mean, the Red Sox, you want to talk about operating like a small market? You're freaking Boston. And you trade Mookie Betts because you don't want to pay him for Alex Verdugo?
Insane move. Insane move.
Look, like to quote Forrest Gump, I'm not a very bright man. I knew that was a bad trade from the start.
That was horrible.
That was
it was absolutely horrible. But that's how the Dodgers keep doing. Hell, thank you, Oakland A's, for just casting off Max Muncy. And the Dodgers decided to turn him into a superstar.
And
Amazing.
Then they have another Max Muncy
Yep.
waiting with the same exact birthday,
But
right?
not nearly as good.
No, not
You
good
got
at
the
all.
worst Max Muncy. The Dodgers got the better Max Muncy. So let's be real clear here. I spoke to a guy in the front office of Major League Baseball yesterday. He is in an organization. And we were just kind of talking about it. And he was kind of complaining about how everybody is yelling about the Dodgers. And I completely agreed with him. He's like, the fact that people are sitting here yelling about the Dodgers' money. And yes, the Dodgers have money, but we all have money. That's what's really annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And then he pauses and goes like, and the Dodgers develop. It's just a fact. The Dodgers develop better than everyone.
They do.
They scout better than everyone. That's why 3 of their 5 All-Stars were all making practically major league minimum.
I know that they're both on the IL right now, but did it ever dawn on anyone that the Tampa Bay Rays could currently in 2026 have a rotation with Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow?
They could.
If they paid those guys.
They absolutely
They were
could.
there.
They chose not to.
Yeah. I mean, imagine the rate, and all we talk about this year with the Rays is pitching. Imagine if they had Snell and Glasnow in that
Be a
rotation.
different team altogether.
Yeah.
And by the way, like to the Rays' credit, a couple of years ago, they did try to go get Shohei Ohtani, but it was actually weirdly a blessing in disguise that they didn't get him. The fact that Artie Moreno pulled the plug on that trade that would have gotten them Junior Caminero and a bunch of other guys that would be on the big leagues right now. I got to understand,
Artie.
that trade would have actually hurt the Rays in the long run because right after that happened, the whole Wander Franco thing happened. So they
Yeah.
would have been without Wander Franco and all of their studs that are around right now.
Unless it got him a ring that year.
Unless
that
it got
I
him
would call
then
invaluable.
we call it a win. Then we call it a wash. No question about it.
But if they didn't get a ring that season with Shohei, then yeah, it would have actually been detrimental
It
to
would
the
have
future
been
of Tampa
very
Bay.
bad for Tampa Bay. But here's Tampa Bay, best record in the American League right now. And
Yeah.
by the way,
But
I'm not
still,
happy with what they
kind
did
of
either.
half-assed the deadline like Milwaukee.
They blew it.
Liam Hicks was good, and he had a monster debut. He had a grand
Yes, he did.
slam, like 6 RBI in his Rays debut.
But they needed arms, man.
But Liam Hicks ain't Tarek Skubal.
No, he's not.
And their pitching looks good. They have a really good, formidable 3-man with
Very
Rasmussen, McClanahan, and Martinez. But imagine if it was Skubal, Rasmussen, McClanahan, and Martinez.
And Glasnow.
Well, Glasnow. Oh, I mean,
And
like, if
Glasnow.
they had kept Glasnow years ago.
Yeah.
Oh,
If they just kept them all.
If they kept Glasnow and Snell, I mean.
Just imagine.
Yeah.
Just imagine.
And
what
they
it could be.
guess what? They could have afforded to.
And they could have. And you know who decided to pay them? The Dodgers. I
Yep.
mean, listen, we know what these guys are worth. Other teams can pay them what they're worth.
Who did the Dodgers send? Is it that Gavin Jacks kid?
I think so.
Who did for the Glasnow
I
trade?
think so.
Like, don't be mad that the Dodgers fleeced Tampa. Be mad that Tampa allowed themselves to be fleeced.
And by the way, that's a very rare thing. Normally, when the Rays trade with you, check your pockets. The Rays somehow came out.
And
of
the Dodgers don't win every trade.
That's
Yordan
very true.
Alvarez is in Houston because the Dodgers lost a trade.
That was a loss. That was a miss. Well, I won't say this was a loss. Vargas was not a loss. I'll tell you why. Because the Dodgers did get that was part of a 3-man trade that got Tommy Edman, and it led to a World Series.
Yeah, Edman's been huge.
He's been huge. But switch hitting infielder that can play the outfielder as well. Would it be nice for the Dodgers to have Vargas right now? But they don't need him. They just flat out. Hell, they have Andy Paz. They're fine.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at this Glasnow deal. Ryan Pepia.
Don't even remember him.
Wow.
Don't even remember him.
And Johnny DeLuca.
I remember Johnny DeLuca.
I got into a fight in college with a kid named Johnny DeLuca.
Of course you did. You look like a guy that you.
That what happened to your
Johnny
nose?
DeLuca. What was that, Raj?
Oh, nothing. You good?
How'd you do? Did you win the fight with Johnny?
Yeah, I can't go into detail over AR, but
why can't you? Is there litigation involved?
No, there was not. I saw him in the dining hall the next morning, and he had milk coming at it because he couldn't open his mouth all the way.
Oh, that right hook from good old
was,
Joe.
Spilling out of
good
his,
old Jolton Joe over here getting fights in the mess
hall. That was the
hall.
bad thing about St. Bonaventure is that 1,800 undergrads, you saw everyone in the dining hall the next day.
Well, it's just, here's the deal. These narratives around the Dodgers, they're boring, they're lazy, and you know what? They're tired. And I'm getting tired of it. And I know LA fans are getting tired of it too. Hearing the Dodgers being used as this rallying cry for the billionaire owners to sneak in a salary cap that I can't stress enough would actually be more detrimental to baseball than anything else.
Yeah, it would be detrimental. It would be terrible. Now, the salary floor is something I want to see implemented.
Badly. But I will freely admit, I don't see the owners ever going for one.
I only see it if they get a cap.
But that's the problem. The cap, the initial numbers they threw out there, the initial numbers, which, by the way, was a joke.
What was it, like 150 to 300?
It was 150 to like 275.
Yeah.
And it was so laughable because the salary floor was like 65% of the cap. Then what's the point of a cap?
Yeah.
What is the point of all of this? Because in the NFL and the NBA, it's 90% of the cap. So teams don't even need to actually really spend? This is ridiculous.
It was laughable. It was a joke. I mean, and it's why it just feels like the two sides. I know it's August 7th, 2026, so we do have time, but it feels like they're so far apart. We're not going to sniff baseball for a while.
How much baseball do you think we're getting next year? If you were to guess right now, how many games are we getting?
I think best case scenario, 4th of July opening day.
I think that's best case. I think best case scenario, we get 70 games.
Yeah. Well, but maybe they'll get maybe 82.
Maybe.
4th of July if you start
around
It's a big
maybe,
then.
but
yeah.
I'm willing to bet 70 is going to be the number.
Yeah.
And
worst case scenario, not to sound doom and gloom, no season.
It's realistic, though.
Yeah.
It is realistic.
Worst case scenario is no season.
So let's enjoy this one as much as we humanly can because this season has been phenomenal so far.
We just had a shortened season with COVID in 2020.
Yeah.
I thought a 60-game baseball season sucked. I don't want another 60, 70, 80-game season.
It is so short-sighted on Major League Baseball's part. Like, they got to get cooler heads to prevail because baseball's never been hotter than it is right. And by the way, that's the other thing. It's never been more profitable.
Do you want to waste a peak year, a prime season of Shohei Ohtani? What's he going to be, 31 years old?
Yeah.
You want to waste 31-year-old Shohei Ohtani?
No.
I mean, there are so many superstars in Major League Baseball right now. You want to waste a prime year of Aaron Judge? Aaron Judge, by the way, is not getting any younger.
He's running out of time.
Yeah.
So
Shohei, not yet. Aaron Judge, running out of time.
Running out of time.
You want to waste another year of the Phillies can't afford this.
No, they cannot. Well, guys, we got so much to discuss, and of course, we'll keep this going as the season goes forward. Lots is going to happen before December 1st in that CBA deadline. But coming up, Shaquille O'Neal had some thoughts on LeBron James. We're going to discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Started rolling.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Mandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw it to the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that did. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a.
You don't say.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
Yacht
can tell
Rock?
you the answer to that. No. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it, but get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as make some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to joining you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off. But
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Cody Decker and sitting in for D. Fish. Joe Serralo has been joining me all day long and yesterday. D. Fish will be back live in studio Monday morning, 6 a.m. And Joe, we've talked a little bit about just about everything under the sporting sun today. We talked a lot of baseball, a lot of Dodgers, a lot of futures with the Dodgers. Talked about the MVP. Talked a decent amount about football, but we've also talked about Shaquille O'Neal a little bit.
Yeah, Shaq staying relevant.
Because, hey, Shaq had some great comments earlier, and we got into a conversation about Caitlin Clark and his viewpoint of Caitlin Clark, but that is not all Shaquille O'Neal had to say. Our dearly departed superstar who is over there in Philly, LeBron James, a lot of words about the narrative around LeBron James, ring chasing. How dare he ring chase yet again with Decision 2.0, but here's what Shaq had to say about LeBron's ring chasing ways.
It's a jab at everybody. The man's not chasing ring. The man has already gotten the rings the right way. Towards the end of your career, if you can join up and help somebody else get a ring and continue to get rings, I call it ring continuancy, not ring chasing. Like ring chasing, be like, I don't have a ring. I've been trying to do them all. Now I'm gonna get with a super team to win a ring. Nah, somebody did ring chasing during the middle of their career. I'm not gonna say no names. Got them a couple rings, but. LeBron, played the right way. He put the team together in Miami. A lot of people didn't like that, but it worked. Went back to Cleveland, got one in LA. So, towards the end, but people don't understand, when this thing is over for him, it's going to be over.
He ain't wrong. And who was the player he was just referring to?
How about Shaq calling out Kevin Durant?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought that's who he might have been saying. But hey, man.
And that was the name I thought before. When he said ring chasing is when you don't have one. And I immediately was like, yeah, KD's a ring chaser. LeBron's a ring winner. Different thing. I have no issue with what LeBron's
Me neither.
doing.
I agree with everything he said, because at the end of your career, you're not even chasing relevancy. He's still an impact player. We saw it last season altogether. But if you look at Shaq's final years of his run, are we sitting around saying that the Suns' years of Shaq was he wasn't trying to win a ring there? Like when he went over to the Cavaliers, I remember very vividly that year at the Cavaliers when he was with Shaq. Was that
with D Wade?
No, it was when he was with the Cavs. He was with LeBron. He was teammates with him. And it was his last year in Cleveland, LeBron, before he left for Miami. And I'll never forget it. When they were going around, there were like pre-video packages of each player. I'm this person. I'm from this school. I'm this school. Well, they did it with Shaq. He's like, Shaquille O'Neal, I'm here to help get a ring for the king. And I'll never forget that.
It's incredible.
That's what he said then. Was that ring chasing? But no, but for some reason, this narrative weirdly follows him around. Hell, Shaq's last year was with the Celtics, by the way. Never sat well with me seeing that.
Yeah, that was just weird to look at. Shaq
didn't sit well with me either. He was so out of shape. Jesus.
Oh, dude, he was so big. That was not the best version of Shaq.
Shaq did a lot of bouncing around at the end. A lot of these guys do. LeBron is always, everything he does is going to be under a microscope 24/7. I think LeBron would actually warrant more criticism if he went somewhere where he could have gotten more money, took a big payday, and played for a team that wasn't competitive.
Because the narrative would then been like, what do you need that for?
Right,
You're
exactly.
a billionaire, of which... That's a more fair narrative than this. I honestly think everything he's doing now is commendable.
That was actually my argument. I said, at that point, just retire. Like, why would you be chasing $20 million a year to play for a team that's not competitive? And when I was on these airwaves in May doing the evening shows, I actually said LeBron should come back to the Lakers on a team-friendly deal. The number I threw out was $10 million a year to come back to the Lakers and run it back with Luka and Reeves, because when those three were on the court together,
it was amazing.
They were phenomenal.
Especially in March.
And
oh, my God.
I was told by everyone LeBron would not take $10 million a year, that my expectations were unrealistic. I'm sorry, he's taking the veteran minimum with Philadelphia. Or damn near it, right? What's he taking?
$8 million.
8 mil. Yeah. So... I guess the number I threw out there wasn't too far off. It's about winning. And at this point, it's either retire or try to win. That's the only reason to keep playing is to play for a ring.
So it's funny. I've noticed like a lot of people would agree with Shaq's take. And a lot of NBA players, D-Fish 100% agrees with this take.
Yeah.
But there have been a couple of other people who are like ex-players that are kind of coming out the opposite end. What is your assessment on that? Because my assessment is very simple. Shaq elicits a lot of jealousy from a lot of other players.
100%.
Like, he just does.
If you're coming out on the other end, you're jealous. That's it.
Yeah, LeBron always brings in that jealousy in a very, very unique way. And I don't know what it is.
What is there to not approve of about this? He's going to a market that hasn't won a ring in decades. He's trying to, bring them back to relevancy. And well, he's already brought them back to relevancy. He's trying to bring them back to a championship.
Do you think there's a bigger sensitivity when it comes to NBA superstars compared to other superstars in other sports? There's more
divas,
more trash talking about other people's games and stuff. There's like podcasts. Everybody goes on everybody's podcast and talks trash about each other. Why that seems more isolated to the NBA than other sports.
I think there's
more
divas in the NBA for sure.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I don't know what it is.
The NFL's got some divas.
The NFL does.
MLB's got some divas,
I don't know what it is with the NBA that it feels like they're always measuring against each other. Maybe it's because these guys get the bag so young, like 18 years old. You're getting like stupid money.
Yeah, I guess.
And then they start comparing and contrasting. I mean, like,
but it's so strange how like vitriol and violent the GOAT conversation turns into the NBA. It's more playful in every other sport.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around Babe Ruth versus Ohtani. Which is a little more playful than Jordan
Well,
LeBron.
it's very playful because that's a stupid conversation.
Because one guy was eating 8 hot dogs in the dugout and the other guy's a unicorn.
I remember one time I was on this one network that wasn't very good, and I remember I one time yelled out loud, I'm like, Babe Ruth really wasn't that good of a baseball player. If you really think about it. He played a sport that existed at the time. If he played modern baseball, Babe Ruth would never be signed or even make it out of A-ball.
He would probably look a little different if he was living in the modern day.
He would see 98 and think aliens have arrived. Guy never saw a pitch past 65 miles per hour.
Playing against plumbers.
He wasn't even playing in the best major league that was in existence at that time.
Not to like take a whole, morbid dark twist here, but Lou Gehrig batted at a $143 with ALS.
He did.
You couldn't do that in today's day and age.
I wouldn't assume you could. No.
But when the fastballs are 68 miles per hour, it's more doable.
And you never play a night game in your entire career, and your longest trip is a 2-hour train ride.
Shouts out to your brother, Babe.
Have you heard Raj's theory?
No.
Raj has got a theory about Babe Ruth, and you know what? The more he says it, the more it makes sense.
Just put it this way, Jackie wasn't the first.
I agree. I kind of agree. Yeah, I think Babe.
By the way, if you
Babe
really
was
look
a
at it, Babe did have swagger. He did have some swagger, and I know he was buddies with a lot of the Negro League players because they did have some exhibitions with
He
each
hung
other.
out at the Cotton Club all the time, played at every exhibition they invited him to.
That's why I laugh whenever you hear people say that Babe Ruth was racist, because it's like, they like lump him into just that era.
He wasn't Ty Cobb, let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Ty Cobb was a different thing.
If you actually study Babe Ruth, he was the polar opposite.
Absolutely. Well, but it's just so weird that like the amount of vitriol around LeBron James. And by the way, I'm not a LeBron hater or fan. I kind of stay neutral. I
love him.
I look at his time here in Lakerland, like I'm actually very appreciative of it. Yeah. I really am. I was ready to move on because I was thinking you got to rip the Band-Aid off anyways. But
I hear you.
But if he did sign back, I'd have been more than fine with that. But at the end of the day,
if he took $8 million, don't you think everyone would have been like, "Oh, it's such a selfless, great thing"?
I would have thought it was awesome,
right? Yeah.
Like absolutely, but to see the vitriol that's come towards LeBron James from leaving, has been just fascinating to me.
Yeah,
and then just seeing just how much hate he just gets around the league. I truly don't entirely understand it.
I think there was one appropriate time to hate LeBron, and it was when he went to Miami.
100%, and I hated him for it.
I hated him for it,
I hated the decision. I hated how pompous it was.
I hated everything about it.
Every aspect.
And once he went back to Cleveland, I loved him again.
Loved it.
I loved him again.
Loved it. I loved this pose.
Yeah, I've loved him ever since.
That was my favorite.
I didn't fault him for leaving Cleveland the second time. Mission accomplished. He got the ring.
Got it done. And then, by the way, so many Cleveland fans posted videos on social media about it because they juxtaposed it from the first time when they were burning his jerseys. Yeah. And this time they showed the guy going out to his grill about to put it on his thing, and he just puts it on. And he just like, thank you, LeBron, for doing it. You did it.
He
got his
delivered.
title.
Mission accomplished.
And by the way, he got us one here too.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why I don't get the people like the Los Angeles fans who, hate him. I'm not saying everyone does, but I've seen a lot of contempt for LeBron ever since, leaving, or people that have wanted him gone. And I just don't get it. He brought you a ring when the Lakers were they're never irrelevant, but they were slipping into, dumpster fire.
They were irrelevant at that point.
I would say a dumpster
the
fire more than
Swaggy
irrelevant.
P years, the Iggy
Swaggy
Azalea
P
years.
and Kuzma.
Let's be real clear. That was rough as a Laker fan.
Yeah.
Real
LeBron,
rough.
He brought them back.
Legitimized them overnight, and I'm with Shaq on his take on this. I'm with D Fish on his take
And
on
nothing
this.
Mickey Mouse about that championship to me.
No.
Don't say, the bubble, it doesn't delegitimize anything. If anything, they were at a disadvantage.
I agree.
Being so far from home.
It was
Orlando was at an advantage. Miami was at an advantage. The Lakers were at a disadvantage.
I completely agree. Well, guys, so much to discuss here on D Fish and Decker, but going into our final segment, we're going to play a little game we like to call the Final Out. And you want to be here for it and joining us right here on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D, welcome to Derek and Decker, sir. Chuck.
Let's talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations
to you. You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball, there's always these comparison with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah. I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or
Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
All right, let's bring in our guy, Raj. Talk to me, Raj.
Yeah, guys, we were talking about some home runs earlier, and, I think in our father's son, we had the Griffeys, we had the Bonzes. But speaking of home runs, in terms of active players, gentlemen, active players, who are the leaders in career home runs? Who won? Oh, you won yesterday, Joe. Go for it.
All right. Mike Trout.
Mike Trout, that's a good answer. He is second on the list.
I'm going to go with Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh, he went for the bonus points. Number one on the list
baby.
is Giancarlo.
You weren't ready.
What are we going? Top how many?
The 10 most.
Top 10?
Yeah.
He's over 300. Shohei's got to be on that list.
Oh, because he's over 300. That's what you're saying,
I agree with that.
Sorry, buddy. That was not the correct answer.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That's
you got
a quick
knocked
one.
out early,
Ooh,
son.
first round knockout. First round
quicker
knockout.
than my first time.
You poor thing. Hold on. Manny Machado.
Oh, you know what you're doing over there.
Yeah.
He's
Judge.
third. Judge is on the list. That's right. Judge is.
I got one.
Okay.
Paul Goldschmidt.
Goldie was a sneaky one I didn't think anyone would get.
I'm thinking
Fourth.
who's old right
Is
now.
Arenado on there?
Yeah, he's got to be. He's got to be.
Number 9, Arenado
Yes,
is on the
good one.
list.
He's ahead of Shohei.
Yes.
You know what? He's been in the league a lot.
Oh.
Is it possible that
Mookie.
Freddie Freeman's got enough?
Freddie Freeman, number 7
I
on
got
the
lucky
list.
on that
Yep.
Is Mookie on there?
No.
No.
Sorry.
Schwarber's got to be there, right?
Kyle Schwarber, number 8 on the list.
Oh, Harper. That's a layup.
Bryce is number 5, and there's one more on the list, and I don't think either of you can get him.
Oh, that's a challenge.
It is.
Can I get it? Righty or lefty? Righty or lefty?
Both righties. And I will tell you this.
Oh.
It's a tie for this. One is a former MVP.
One is a former MVP?
Yeah.
Well, that's different than what I was
But he
thinking.
kind of doesn't currently have a team. It might be the end of the road for him. Andrew McCutchen.
Oh,
and then the
good
other
one.
guy.
Oh, I think I get this one.
Go ahead.
Not an MVP?
Not an
And he
MVP.
says he's right-handed?
I'm almost sure.
Is it possible that Eugenio Suarez
Hot
is on this list? Oh, my God!
That's it.
Go!
Good job.
Daddy
good
knows
job.
ball!
That's right. Daddy knows ball. Well, speaking of ball, let's see what you guys know about
Where's
this.
Ohtani?
I don't know. I didn't go that far down, man. That ain't part of the question.
Dude, this
Jesus.
is about good baseball players, bro.
Yes, but guys, this upcoming series against the Diamondbacks, how pivotal is this for our Dodgers, man?
It's pivotal, man. It's not end all and make or break, but it certainly is pivotal. And this is a big series that is going to be a challenge. And the last time they faced the Arizona Diamondbacks, they got their asses kicked going into the All-Star break. Now, Joe, you made great points earlier that I'm not disagreeing with. You know, a little lackadaisical going into there. I've gone into an All-Star break. I'm counting the innings until it's over, until we can get a couple of days off. But the Diamondbacks also went into the exact same All-Star break, and they didn't take any innings off. There are times where I worry about the Dodgers and sometimes them pulling back a little. However, I give them the benefit of the doubt and then some because we watched them do it last year and the year before that. That's back-to-back World Series champions.
Yeah, look, I spoke about other teams giving the Dodgers their best shot. Arizona's giving them their best shot. Merrill Kelly had a sub-2 ERA the month of July. Brandon Pfaadt since June 30th has a 1.5 ERA. He's
Scary.
6-0 in 7 starts. And oh, by the way, their ace, Eduardo Rodriguez, is pitching the finale to the series on Sunday. Their best pitcher this year. You're getting their best 3 pitchers. You're going to get Torey Lovullo's best shot.
You are.
But you also have Dave Roberts, who I think is not just the guy who gets to be the manager of an all-star team. No, he's also an incredible manager. It's not just that they have success because of the players. Dave Roberts gets the most out of these guys. I heard a great Dave Roberts story the other day, talk about knowing your strengths and knowing your weaknesses, where Dave Roberts said in that 04 historic comeback he was a part of with the Boston Red Sox, and obviously the famous stolen base.
By the way, famously was traded to the Red Sox from the Dodgers that season.
Yeah.
He was the starting center fielder for the Dodgers. He was a bench guy over there for Boston.
And you know what? He knew his role, and he said he didn't even want to be up with a potential to get a big hit. He was fine letting a teammate get the big hit because he knew his strength was on the bases. He felt more confident in his ability to get a big steal than a big hit. And that's the way he manages. He knows how to get the best out of his guys. He knows what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are. He's a great motivator. And Dave Roberts knows it's time to turn it up a notch. He's going to relay that to his guys. This is a huge series. I think they're going to rise to the occasion.
And you know what's funny about that? I just love that about Dave Roberts. And not just him, it's everybody. Like, you mentioned the names, Torey Lovullo. Like, the best managers are role player guys. They just are. Catchers and role player
Mike
guys.
Scioscia, catcher, yeah.
Guys that were not super duper stars. In fact, I would make the argument most superstar players, they simply can't coach.
Because they can't fathom that other guys aren't as good as them.
And it drives them nuts. Like, I remember I was in AAA with the Padres, and my hitting coach, I'll just say it was Jock Jones. Jock Jones was an unbelievable hitter.
I remember him.
He was a great
He had
Major
like
League Baseball.
340 one year, right?
Jock Jones was such a good baseball player. But for me as a hitting coach, he was not my best hitting coach. And it wasn't because he doesn't know hitting. Jock Jones has probably forgotten more hitting than I ever knew. But he couldn't really convey it to me. And it became an issue to the point where every time he's like, I want to do this, this, this. I'm like, I don't understand how you're saying that. He's like, oh, and he just grabbed the bat and he would do it himself. I'm like, yeah, you didn't show me anything. I just watched you take a swing. And it's just some guys can't communicate it the same way. Now, Jock worked really well with other guys. It wasn't working for me. It's interesting to see some of the best managers out there are guys Pat Murphy never spent a day in Major League Baseball. Pat Murphy, I don't even know if he ever played baseball.
Yeah. Buck Showalter never made it past, low level of the minors.
Kevin Cash.
Great manager. Yeah, backup catcher, right?
Backup catcher. I think he got like one at bat in the big leagues.
Oh, really? I thought he had more than that.
He might have had more, but it wasn't much.
Still, catcher.
But he wasn't much.
It's the backup catchers I almost equate to backup quarterbacks in football.
John Steiner was in the World Series last year.
Right.
No Major League service time. Like it's interesting to see the minds that can kind of be.
How about a guy who's doing a great job right now with the Boston Red Sox, the hottest team in baseball, Chad Tracy?
Dude,
he never made it past the minors.
But Chad Tracy didn't get the big
different
leagues?
Chad Tracy. There are two Chad Tracys.
He wasn't.
So the other Chad Tracy with Arizona was a great corner infielder, power hitter.
This is the catcher Chad Tracy.
This is different Chad Tracy.
This is catcher though, right?
I don't know if he was a catcher or not.
He's the son of the other Tracy.
I think he was a career minor leaguer, the Red Sox.
Well, look him up because if it's the Chad Tracy I thought it was from get-go, he played at Pepperdine and his dad was the manager of the Dodgers.
He is Pepperdine, yeah.
Yeah. His dad was, what's his name, Tracy? He managed the Dodgers for a few years.
Jim?
Yeah,
Jim Tracy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Chad Tracy is Jim Tracy's son.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I played against him in a regional when I was at UCLA. And he was a damn good player, Chad Tracy. But yeah, it's very interesting to see who gets the opportunities and to see how well they do with their teams. And the Dodgers, you're right. Dave Roberts knows how to hit every proper button.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And look, I feel like Dave Roberts just got a lot of criticism because the Dodgers were close but no cigar a lot earlier on in his managerial career. And a lot of people, he didn't know how to manage a bullpen and he couldn't make the right moves. All he's done is make all the right moves for the last, half decade now. Certainly the last 3 years as they go for this three-peat. But even going back to 2020, I'm not going to delegitimize that COVID-shortened World Series either. Yeah, I think... Yeah, there's some things about that season. I just don't love a shortened baseball.
Me neither. The only thing I didn't love about that season is that awards were given out. I'm like, what are we giving out?
Let me ask you this, though. With the shortened season, in baseball specifically, does it bring more, not emphasis on each game, more, what's the word I'm looking for?
Urgency?
Urgencies, yes.
I mean, it has
sense
to.
Sense of urgency, because then you can't just be like, a 6-game losing streak ain't nothing, it's fine. No, a 6-game losing streak is bigger.
It's a 10th of the season.
But here's the thing. The thing I don't like about it is that 6-game losing streak is like the end of your season because of this small sample.
The Cubs would have missed the playoffs. This year's Cubs team, they were 29-29, 58 games in.
There's something about the short season. I mean, listen. If
I don't like it. I get it. I get it. We're supposed to have baseball in April, and it gives us something to look forward to, breaks up that winter and whatever, and I get it. But I'm just saying the one thing I did like about it, if I can say, is
every game counted very much.
Same with the NBA season when they had the lockout and had a 50 games. I was like, I didn't mind that because let's face it, we don't need 82 damn games in the NBA as we don't need 162 in baseball. But
agree.
TV revenue will never go away.
Shohei hit 190 that season, didn't he?
Did he really?
Shohei had a terrible
in 2020.
He had a terrible.
That's
COVID
a ridiculous
campaign.
small sample size.
Here, I'm going to pull it up. I have it right here. He batted 190.
Jeez. Well, see,
On the nose.
small sample size. That's
You
why
just
we don't-
can't get over Ohtani not being on that damn home run list. He's just going to bring up Ohtani all
He's
segment long.
15. He's got 306. He's 15th
Oh,
all time.
that's pathetic. That's pathetic. What can I say? It's just very, very sad. No, listen, you're right about Dave Roberts, by the way. We had him on the show, and he was actually talking about it and touched on it. And I really appreciate him kind of touching on it, was how early in his career, he was a little bit more leaning on the numbers. And as time went forward, he really kind of learned how to use the numbers to his advantage. Because managing baseball, and baseball is still used with the eye test. And I got to tell you, baseball is a unique sport that you need to use the eye test with.
You got to have a feel for the game. You know, I spoke to, on a different network, I had Terry Collins on my show a few weeks ago, and we were talking about how the only success, you know, because it was Terry Collins, we were talking about the Mets, the only success the Mets have had in the last 20 years was with managers who had a feel for the game, Terry Collins and Buck Showalter. You bring in these guys who are numbers reliant. Now, David Stearns did that with Mendoza. I don't want to blame Mendoza too much. He was the sacrificial lamb. I don't like Carlos Mendoza, but it was more at Stearns' direction that the Mets are using AI more than any other team in baseball, and look where it's gotten them.
Yeah.
The basement of the National League.
It is very weird that anyone wants to do that.
Yeah,
it really
the Yankees kind of do it too.
So I'll tell you this. I remember when I was with the Padres, AJ Preller came in. He was our GM. It was his first year as my last year with the Padres. And we were out at dinner once, and he was telling me about how he had an algorithm that showed based on our numbers and based on who we had, we should win 96 games. I'm like, that is not how baseball works, dude.
Yeah.
Like, just is not how baseball works. And I said, we're going to maybe win 80 games. He's like, what? You're crazy. I'm
You
like,
said that to him?
Yeah. I'm like, we're going to win 80 games. Like, I don't think this team is as together and well-rounded as you think. But numbers-wise, yeah, technically we should have, but the team did not get along and it didn't work out. And I think
chemistry means so much.
And I think AJ Preller learned so much just from that first year to look what he's done with the Padres ever since.
You can't just in a vacuum say you've got Kemp and the Upton brothers and this and that, and you're going to win 96
It's just not
games.
the same
It's so
thing.
much more. I mean, then, you know, not to bring it back to the Mets, but they have Lindor and Soto and Bichette in a vacuum. Oh my God, their win total from Vegas was 90.5 coming into this year.
But the difference in the dichotomy to the Dodgers, where they do have superstars, but they play together.
But they have chemistry.
And there's also there's this selfless nature that the Dodgers have really built into their business model. They've really gotten guys to just they've gotten superstars to play roles.
And you know what I like about the Dodgers too? Max Muncy is like, hey, yeah, sure, you want to hit me eighth? I made the All-Star team this year, but hit me eighth.
I'm like a 3-time All-Star.
Teoscar, you want to hit me seventh? All right, hit me seventh.
I won
whatever.
the home run derby, but yeah, go ahead, hit me.
But you know
hit me
what?
ninth.
If we get a third ring in 3 years, I don't care where I'm hitting in the damn line.
No problem at all. Mookie Betts bats like seventh sometimes.
Yeah,
he's an MVP,
and he'll hit second on other days.
Yeah,
you know? Like
it's
Andy
just-
Paez, I'm sure he's been up to second. He'll probably go back down soon because he's slumping a little bit.
Never seen a team like it. It's just the way they got him. Everyone bought in. Is there's nothing like it. Now the Dodgers are on their skid. They need to get out of this damn skid, and they are having one hell of a matchup against the Diamondbacks. But this is a good series, and Dodgers got a lot of their guys. Roki Sasaki going tonight. If he can keep that going, getting the Dodgers right, that's gonna be huge.
Yeah, they're going to show up. Sasaki, Yamamoto, and then I don't think that there's a plan out there for Sunday yet. I saw
will
that it was
find out
blank.
because I did see somebody for Sunday. As of right now, it's Justin Robleski is penciled in. We got a lefty and lefty matchup between him and Erod.
I mean,
As of
Sasaki,
now.
Yamamoto, Robleski. Go out there, take 2 out of 3.
That is one hell of a pitching
You don't need a
roster.
sweep. 2 out of 3. It's going to be a tough series.
Win
2
the
out of 3 is a
series.
win.
Just win the series, baby. That's what and it all starts with one. Get game 1 tonight. And of course, that game will be on Sportsnet LA against the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are on the road. Looking forward to that game. And Joe, what a day it's been, man. We've talked baseball. We've talked football. We got in some basketball. We got in some W. We got in some good father-son talk.
Didn't even get to the Charlize Theron of it all.
You want to get that in right now? We got a minute.
That was an incredible movie. I will say this. You would ask me during a commercial break what my favorite scene was. I had to think about it.
Of the Odyssey?
The final 30 minutes.
Dude.
The bow.
Strumming the bow.
That was incredible.
Strum the bow.
Just
a sound that will live in
walking up
my
there
brain
so
forever.
feebly. That was incredible.
Oh my God, you're Odysseus. It's great stuff. Great stuff.
Oh man, and Charlize Theron. She looked healthy.
Guys, that is it for us today. We'll be back live. D-Fish will be rejoining D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, Monday morning at 6 a.m. And you don't want to go anywhere. Brock and Alex are next. And guess what? Enjoy some sports. We'll see you.
Be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiter.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah,
names.
I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once as a very aggressive reporter march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was, Bill Clinton, what are you doing?
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really
So you
good.
interviewed him at a urinal.
Yes, he was the first white person inducted into the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He wasn't taking media. I saw him get off the dais.
Wow.
I walked into the hallway of the convention center. I saw him going to the restroom. There was Secret Service.
Yeah.
And I just marched right in like Michael Keaton from the paper. And,
No.
All right, so that's mine. You guys do it on Friday.
Earlier, we were discussing Philadelphia and how much they idolize fictional heroes. So what is more insane, Bill Clinton being in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame or Sylvester Stallone being in the Boxing Hall of Fame?
Adrian. I got to go with the Bill Clinton one, but I don't know. Bill Clinton was very popular president.
I know you guys.
Wait,
I know you guys
that's
want to
so
know, so I'll
weird.
just give. Yes, there was a partition. Can we just?
Yes.
There was. I got the quote though. I got the quote.
I have to. You did. What did he
give me
tell
the-
you?
And then I followed him to the sink, and he's like, are we good?
Yeah. Can you leave me alone, please?
Is that enough for your newspaper?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Also, that Secret Service got fired, right?
He had stopped being president 3 months earlier.
Comedy store a little bit.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Gray thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
That
That comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
You keep. Should we do it? Say, what do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
Big secrets.
Oh man.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Fly, bro.
About it. Luka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. I felt like it was on a tightrope.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream or you want to watch the live stream, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at any time. Come hang out with us. 855-97-LA-FAN. Happy Friday.
We did it.
There's just a different, I understand now, like the weekday culture of like what Fridays feel like. 'Cause I've worked weekends my entire career, and the Friday feeling around an office, just like out and about, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Fewer cars on the road, no traffic, closer parking spot to the front door of wherever your office is at.
That's what you're thinking about?
It's about the little things.
Like everyone's happy, the vibe. Brock's
It's about
like,
the little things.
No one on the road, not as much traffic.
See,
I get my ideal parking spot.
Those things add to everyone's good mood.
Okay,
Those
facts.
things add up.
Facts. Now, it's been a fun couple weeks, you guys, of training camp. Chargers officially have a scheduled off day today. The Rams ended their open to the public at LMU training camp yesterday. So today's just an official wrap up at the university portion, which what does that mean? Like you just kind of let everybody get their stuff together and make your way back home, and we're heading back up to the Rams facility?
Yeah, so what the Rams do is really cool. Really, any team that has open public practices at a remote location or a third-party location that they don't actually own is typically for the fans, right?
Okay.
Like the Rams could have every practice on site. It used to be the majority of teams would go somewhere completely different to have their camp, and the small town that you would be in would rally around you. So, for example, the Bears camp would be in Bourbonnais, Illinois, at a small college called Olivet Nazarene, I believe it was called.
Okay.
And it was awesome because it was this tiny town with this tiny school, and they are all diehard Bears fans because every single year, going back to the 20s or something crazy, there was a football camp there.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
so teams like to do things like that, money reasons and other reasons. People have really downsized. So
Other reason, it's all money.
money is
It's
the biggest
always
part
money.
of it. There also is the factor in of joint practices, and now the airport's really far away for preseason games. But money is definitely the major factor there. So what that means is this is the last public practice to anyone who wants to come. Media can still come, families can still come.
Okay.
And then eventually you get to a point where you get to game prep, and now it's from here on out, this is private.
Yeah.
Wednesdays we have media days, but other than that, you guys are not allowed in here. So fans can no longer go, but as a player, it's just a step toward getting ready toward the season, because not having the fans there kind of puts you in the mindset of, oh, this is real now. We're gearing up.
I forget who we were talking to, but they were saying when you see these really cool moments at training camp when fans are there, they're putting on a show for you.
Yeah.
That's what it is. When the fans are there, as much it is as it is you're focused on obviously some people winning the job or doing your best to your ability. It's you're also putting on a show for the fans.
Yeah, and it's a good thing for the young rookies, especially because it's a reminder that you are being analyzed every single play. You come out of college, and whether you were drafted or an undrafted free agent, you were one of the best players on your team. That's why you got an opportunity to make an NFL roster. I enjoyed that it was a nice reset of, there were some practices your final year of college you could kind of sleepwalk through because you're running the same defense and you know the team inside and out, and you've just elevated to a point where things move really slow. Having the fans there, at first I thought it would be a distraction, but it really benefits you because every single thing I do is being analyzed, and there is an immediate reaction of ooh or ooh. And feeding off of that and realizing, oh shoot, I have to bring it every single rep. I did like that added aspect of it. I really did.
So the next week it's head down and things get started because we got preseason games coming up next week. Chargers' first preseason game is on Thursday next week, and then the Rams opener is Saturday, August 15th.
It's real.
It's happening.
It is real.
It's really fun. It's okay. So obviously, like the viral news that came out of Chargers camp this week was the whole Justin Herbert and his fiance Madison Beer canoodling on the sidelines,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
So Jim Harbaugh's advice, he was asked, there was an interview where he was kind of like asked about Herbert and everything. And he gave the most Harbaugh response ever. And he's like, I just hope that they attack each day with enthusiasm unknown to mankind together. I think it's a great thing. So he is Ted Lasso.
Sounds like Harbaugh.
He is Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso
that
is
sounds like
Jim Harbaugh. And it's beautiful.
Oh my gosh, what a quote! Just an absolute machine of. It's funny.
Positivity.
He really only says like 17 different words, but they work every single time. It's just the ultimate coach speak, but it's not fake with him. It is his genuine personality.
Attack each day with enthusiasm unknown to mankind together. Hey, thank you,
Vows.
Harbaugh. That's right.
Those are the vows.
Writes them into the vows. Also, SC UCLA camp starting soon, right?
So I may get this flipped. I think USC started yesterday and UCLA starts today.
Let's go.
We're here.
You
and
guys.
Our countdown of USC, who has a week 0 game. We are 22 days away.
Oh, yeah.
22 days and 1 hour and 50 minutes away from San Jose State kicking off at the Coliseum.
Okay, so different ramp-up style from NFL to college.
Very.
Explain.
The different ramp-up style is because there is a school aspect. So say you are Matthew Stafford or Devontae Adams. When you are not at the facility, a.k.a. your job, you're in Italy or you're hanging out at grandma's house or you're taking the kids somewhere. You're living your life.
Yeah.
And then, okay, you're staying in shape throughout that. But then when you report to camp, it's I am being cut off from the rest of the world for the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Whereas for college kids, they're in school for summer school, so there are summer workouts, and there's a slow ramp up. So I guess I could boil it down to in the NFL, you are being trusted to do your own ramp up.
Got it.
Whereas college, we don't trust you to do your own ramp up, and you need to get some credits. So they've been on campus all summer taking classes and lifting and running, and then it just so happens we're gonna hand you a helmet tomorrow.
Did you like one over the other?
I enjoyed summer school in college because the University of Minnesota is in downtown.
Okay.
So we always had something to do. Whereas, if you go to, who are we going to throw under the bus? If you go to Mississippi State, being on a college campus, being on a college campus in a true college town where no one else is there, miserable.
Yeah.
But we got lucky because we were in a proper city.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you preferred college training camp to NFL training camp?
Yes.
Also
very
because
much
there was
so.
like a lighterness to it?
So it's funny. It was more intense. A
Okay.
college training camp is more intense, but I liked the aspect of being on campus, and I liked the camaraderie aspect. So you do more physical work, but there are more windows for fun because you're just constantly there.
Well, and it's college.
And because it's college, and because some guys have kids, but they're typically not on campus. Whereas in the NFL, it's you got a wife, you got kids, you have responsibilities, you have a mortgage. Whereas college still had that level of freedom.
You had teammates who had kids
In college, oh yeah, absolutely.
Maybe a Midwest thing, because I'm trying to think. I didn't know anybody at San Diego State who had a kid when I was there, when I was playing.
I don't think I wouldn't call it a Midwest thing. I would say
Football?
the majority of college athletics, there's at least one or
All
two
right.
people with a kid. I mean,
I'm like, I didn't
football, you
even
have
take that into
125
consideration.
guys.
Like, shout out to the parents doing it in college who are also like in school doing athletics, raising a family, like the real heroes. That's insane.
Yeah, very
That's
common.
wild.
But football also
Yeah.
has had 125 guys on the team.
True.
So,
So bigger sample size.
Mhm.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We were just talking about Rams Chargers training camp, kind of wrapping up this week. USC and UCLA getting started this week. We got Dodgers at Diamondbacks, first pitch tonight at 6:40. Angels at Marlins, 4:10 first pitch. But we're going to start with something a little different today. And we're going to talk about the Clips.
Clippers.
We're talking about the Clippers.
Clipper Nation,
and I
never
feel
in the news for
like,
something.
yeah, every time we're talking about the Clippers, you guys, it's not a positive situation. So the Kawhi Leonard salary cap investigation just got another layer. Now, Pablo Torre has been reporting on the entire situation, and the most recent support is that Kawhi also had an undisclosed sponsorship agreement with a company called Daktronics.
Yes.
And that is allegedly also worth millions. Now, this is the company that built the Halo board inside Intuit Dome. So the NBA was already investigating whether Kawhi's $28 million aspiration endorsement was used to circumvent the salary cap. And so now there's reportedly this second endorsement relationship. And Torre, this is where it gets very spicy, juicy, spilling the tea. Torre spoke with an anonymous high-level source under contract for Intuit Dome who alleged that Daktronics' deal was, quote, 1,000% a way to circumvent the salary cap. And a former Clippers official also told Torre that they were aware that Kawhi had a sponsorship agreement with Daktronics. Now, Daktronics obviously saying Kawhi does not currently have a contract with the company. The terms, value, and timing of the reporting agreement remains unclear. But the Clippers got clipped again. This is like they were trying to illegally get around the salary cap and they got caught. You guys, it is not that hard to make this look like an endorsement deal.
Right.
All you have to do is have like one social media post, one appearance with the company, and then there's really no grounds for anything other than, oh, this was just a partnership brand deal.
Yeah. I think that's the funniest part of it all is if Kawhi took a single photo for aspiration,
yeah,
like you said, they could give him $1 billion.
Doesn't matter.
And they say, yeah, that's just what we thought it cost, you know? But because he did literally nothing for aspiration, that launched this investigation. And now we're up to 3 things with Kawhi.
Okay.
It's the aspiration investigation, which is going on a year now. We're at the 11th month mark.
It's wild.
There is now his investment in Rhode Island FC, which is a football club in Rhode Island that the governor and now the owner of the team, this is all alleged, rerouted money that was supposed to be for public housing toward the team. So now Kawhi's all tied up in that. Oof. And now we have this allegation that Daktronics, who builds scoreboards and build the famous Halo board, it was also used to funnel money to him. So early on, it was easy to say, why does this matter? Guys are getting paid. Who cares? Kawhi has now approached a point where they have to care because, one, from an ownership standpoint, if Steve Ballmer is cheating, well, now that opens the floodgates for all the other owners to start cheating and all the other owners start doing shady deals for their players, which may be happening, but if you're not going to punish it, it gets significantly worse.
Yeah. Also, Steve Ballmer is the richest owner
far and away
in the NBA. Like
far and away he is.
It's wild.
Yes. Another aspect of why this now matters is because Daktronics, they build basically all the scoreboards everywhere.
Yeah.
So they have a very close relationship with the NBA. So if the NBA can find proof that one of our biggest builders of scoreboards across all of our arenas is being used to illegally wire money, now I have to deal with this. So we're actually approaching a point now where, like, not only is the Clippers offseason on hold because Toronto is trying to rescind the trade. Toronto's offseason is on hold. Other teams' offseasons are on hold because they may want to make moves based off who is on whose team. We're at a point where we have to ask, when does Kawhi Leonard ever play basketball again?
Whoa.
You know what I mean?
You think we're at that level?
Yeah, because if Toronto doesn't want him, he has to go back to the Clippers, and he's going to be suspended. And can you let a guy ever play again for a team where you can find tens of millions of dollars illegally wired to him, but then you can't trade him because the other teams don't want the punishment? This is This is a mess, and like I said, we've now reached a point where if you are an NBA fan, you kind of have to start caring about this because this will directly or indirectly affect your team the bigger this thing gets.
It's sad because I have to imagine Kawhi's not making these deals. It was his agent or manager or like whoever runs the money show for these athletes, because there's been so many stories of athletes, not these stories, but of athletes kind of like hand over financial advisors or planners, like, here, you guys handle this. I'm going to focus on my playing career and just showing up and doing these appearances and whatever I need to do. And normally it's like, okay, they've been stealing money from you. This is another side where, like, how aware was Kawhi that these deals were kind of blurred lines?
That will be the biggest thing that Kawhi will have to prove to Adam Silver. Now, Kawhi has not said a word about this. I'm sure he has a very good lawyer who is advising him to do so. The only move he's made is he's fired Uncle Dennis Robertson, who's his uncle and a manager and agent, and has kind of handled everything regarding Kawhi's career. I do feel that I think Kawhi's now lost the benefit of the doubt of not knowing what was going on, because I've always been of the belief, if there's one thing that easily could have flown under the radar, if there's two things, maybe someone was taking advantage of you. If there are three things, there may as well be 30. You know, like at this point, we don't know how deep this is going to go. And why I care as a Laker fan is because I think Jonathan Kuminga is going to wait to sign to see what goes on here. Because if you're the Clippers or Toronto, you're thinking, well, if we're not going to have Kawhi this year, who's a good similar Kawhi type that we could have? Oh,
that we can
Jonathan
overpay.
Kuminga. Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you are the Lakers, if you are a Laker fan, you do need to care about this, because this is affecting the Jonathan Kuminga situation, who could get more money probably from either of these teams than the Lakers. But no, I'm now on the side of how much Kawhi knew. Only he will know that. But I think we're past the point of willful ignorance, we'll call it, because this much money, having no knowledge of it.
This is interesting, but this is also interesting because the aspiration deal was $28 million,
something like that,
from Kawhi. I don't know the exact number of the Daktronics Halo.
I think they're still investigating to find
the exact amount, and so that's a lot of money. Where you're like, how do you not know? But then when you look at the Shohei Ohtani gambling situation, that was $17 million,
closer to 40 actually.
Okay.
Now they're reporting that was closer to 40.
So how do you not know that you're missing $40 million? So it's like you kind of have to look at both, and you're saying when there's that much money involved, how do you not know? But then, as I said, when you trust people in your life to manage that kind of money, and when you're at that point, it's almost just like a number, like in your head. You're like, it just keeps going in and out. Things are getting paid, bills are getting paid, everything's going to be okay. I'm just going to focus on like doing what I'm great at that continues to support me and everybody else in my life. That's the biggest question for I think both of those situations.
And it'll affect what the punishment ends up being. So I go to Clippers games, and I've enjoyed watching Kawhi Leonard as a basketball player, one of the best two-way players to ever touch a basketball court. But I now care as a Laker fan because Jonathan Kuminga would look tremendous in the Lakers' purple and gold. But until this gets cleared up, or until Adam Silver gives some kind of update, I do think Kuminga would intelligently wait, because Toronto or the Clippers could pay him more than the Lakers
That's so wild. What do you think, LA? You can call us at 855-975-2326. Do you believe Kawhi had no idea? Do you think we're going to see Kawhi back on a court again? This isn't, I didn't even think about that with you saying that. Like,
he has no home right now.
Are we even going to see Kawhi Leonard play in the NBA again?
He has no home. He can't play for the team that all of these alleged crimes ended up happening with, because if they prove all of this is true, you are breaking a bunch of rules.
Yeah.
And the Clippers can't trade him because, as Adam Silver said, any team that has Kawhi on their roster will be part of Kawhi's punishment. And why would you trade for Kawhi if he's going to be suspended for 60 games or more?
Yeah.
Right? So he's just kind of just a man without a country right now. I don't know what's going to happen.
That's so sad. And all you had to do was take a photo or post
If you
a
just
photo.
took one photo with a hard hat and a shovel.
All of these companies. It's all you had to do. And then
That's
no
all
one would be asking any questions.
That's
a
too
brand.
much.
That is a brand partnership right there. And there is no set price tag on that. You want to make $100 million off that photo? There you go. That's all you had to do. Yes, celebrities make that much money off of like social posts. It's insane.
This is ridiculous.
It's wild. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we heard that Aaron Donald, we all know that he had an official Rams workout this week. But if it happens, if it doesn't happen, is this the biggest tease in sports history? That's coming up next. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are part of the conversation and a part of the show. We got a lot going on today, you guys. Training camps, Rams and Chargers officially, I think, on a little breaky break for the weekend. We got Dodgers at Diamondbacks at 6:40, Angels at Marlins at 4:10 today. But we're going to talk about right now the biggest, I'd say the biggest news of Rams camp and possibly the biggest news of the week.
For sports, yeah.
And that is Aaron Donald having an official workout with the Rams this week at LMU. Now, we heard from McVay, who said he looked outstanding and things are going in the right direction. There's still no decision, but you guys, it just feels like, oh, he is so back. Like, there is no way you are publicly, again, because like when this whole Aaron Donald come out of retirement campaign started in LA was right after they traded for Myles Garrett about 2 months ago.
Yes.
And there had been like kind of cheeky responses like, gotta see if the fire's still lit. Like we saw the TMZ photos of him at the Rams facility. But once you have an official workout, that's when it has to get logged. That's when it becomes like, okay, you guys, this is not just a joke of like this might happen. This feels like a real possibility. And we heard from Sean McVay talking about Aaron Donald at camp yesterday.
What do you take away from that? It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys. And so he looked great, and he still continued to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward. Yep. Is this just another step in that, or do you
think that
just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us would expect.
So that's everything that, like, they can say and that you want to hear without forcing Aaron Donald to give a decision right now.
Yeah, two takeaways that I find from there is the Rams knew that they had to report that he was at their facility, but just based off body language, Sean McVay clearly didn't want to do that. And to dive into that just a little bit more, if you are showing up and using, we'll call it the Rams stuff, right? Yeah. A helmet, maybe some cleats, maybe a pad, maybe a coach is there, and training camp or really any kind of practice window is open, you have to report it officially on the waiver wire so that all the other 31 teams can know and have a right to know, oh, there's a potential that they are signing X, Y, or Z. So that's why they have to do that. And the big takeaway there is Aaron knew that, and the Rams knew that, and they knew this is kind of the point of no return regarding media buzz. So if we do this, we got to make sure we're ready to handle it, and they went through with it. So that is a good sign for the return of Aaron Donald. Another thing that I took from that is Sean McVay saying this has been the plan all along.
Yeah,
which is massive.
Good catch.
Which is massive because that means that whenever these conversations first started happening, there was a blueprint laid out. And for Sean to say this has been the plan all along means we are on schedule.
Yes.
It means we never expected Aaron to be back before here. It means we have a date circled for when we expect him to be back, and we are still looking like that date is going to be the day. It's exciting.
I mean, that is the biggest tell. Yesterday, the big tell was, okay, Aaron Donald hired new management, media management for possible docuseries, brand partnerships, and you're like, okay, everything's starting to he's setting the table, right? You're getting all your ducks in an order, everything ready for when that announcement comes out. So at this point, he signed the new management deal. We heard Sean McVay just say this has been the plan all along. He did an official Rams practice. What % are you at that this would not happen at this point?
I'm going to say there is a 3% chance it doesn't happen. And that 3% chance is just if he got hurt during training. I think mentally he's coming back.
Yeah.
The Rams are planning for him to come back, and it would take some kind of unforeseen disaster to not have him in a Rams uniform week 1.
I'm with you. I think it has to be a physical something. Something physically happens where he's like, yeah, no, I can't do this. Other than that, I'm sticking with my 99% sure that number 99
Fitting.
is going to be suiting up and in a Rams jersey for game 1 of the season. So yesterday we were also kind of talking about Chris Shula and do we think he's actually mocking up some plays, getting ready for this? Because this would be a shift in the dynamic and the game plan. Obviously, Myles Garrett is the focus right now. And when we were talking about it yesterday, you're like, he's probably, he's mentally thought about it. But do we know if it's been pen to paper, plays have been written up? But hearing Sean McVay say this has been the plan all along, I have to imagine now that Chris Shula has been planning for this all along and the plays are ready and they're here.
I am sure that once whatever the plan was that was laid out, we'll call it a conference call with GM Les Snead, head coach Sean McVay, and Aaron Donald. Once a plan was penciled in, I'm positive that Chris Shula was told, here is how we feel about the odds that Aaron Donald comes back. And if he came back, this is the day that it would be on.
Yeah.
And, Chris Shula doesn't necessarily start reorganizing his depth chart, but any football junkie, which Chris Shula is, future head coach Chris Shula, who has been around football. I mean, he's football royalty, quite literally. Yeah, it is impossible to not start planning at the thought of one of the best defensive players in the history of the sport, in the history of sports in general, joining your defense and thinking while you're out there at practice, if Aaron was here, maybe it would look good if he was doing that. Or if you're drawing up something to install at meetings, well, when Aaron's here, I think we may be able to do that. Or when you're It'll be about another week before they start game planning for the first couple weeks of
so
the
maybe
season.
That's the timeline circled of once we start the official game planning, we need that decision.
That's
also,
when I would anticipate.
Also what cap situations and
They have to
what do
figure
we
that out.
need? What do we need available for you and what do we have left for a lot of the other guys at the table?
Yeah, so Aaron Donald left with, I want to say it was $30 million. If it wasn't 30 exactly, it was close to $30 million left on the books. Aaron, of course, would, like any human, want as much of that $30 million as possible, and his agent is going to walk in and say, we want all 30, and then the Rams saying, well, this kind of came out of nowhere, and we've already spent a ton of money, and we have to pay a lot of people. We want to pay the least amount as possible, and they will hopefully be able to find a middle ground. So that's probably going to be the biggest hurdle or complication if they can't come to an agreement.
So it says 30 to 35 million.
Okay.
So yeah, you were right in that ballpark. So a few weeks ago, Chris Shula was asked about the Aaron Donald return, and he admitted that I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about what it would be like to have Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett playing together. So this is all before this Sean McVay sound that we just played where he said this was the plan all along. He's looking good. We're just kind of, we're going through the motions still. He said, we're building our defense. This is Chris Shula. We're building our defense step by step. If he decides to come, whenever that is, that's not going to affect exactly how we're doing it right now. So that's just of the mentality of we can't go there yet until it's officially official.
Yeah.
We got to focus on this right now, but we're building our defense step by step. That means that it's it's slated and it's open for him the moment he says yes.
Yeah, and another thing I want to highlight is the workout was also it was also proof for the Rams to see where Aaron Donald was at. Like they
Physically?
know that they know Aaron stays in shape. Aaron's been around the facility. He's close with the guys. And you're going to take him at his word when he says he's in shape. And even when he has private sessions at the Rams facility where he got caught by TMZ, anyone who's in the building is going to watch and tell Sean or Les what it looked like. However, just doing a due diligence standpoint and why that workout for the Rams that was officially on the waiver wire was part of the plan is because, the Rams just have to see physical proof of, okay, he's ready. Yes, he's 35 years old. He's been out of football for 2 years. We know in our hearts that he is going to be ready, but now that we physically see it, we can approve that this plan is going the way that we expected it to go. So that is why that workout needed to happen, just to check it off of the list of we saw you look good, business as usual, let us know when you're ready to come back.
Would they say best tryout ever?
Right.
Like, because technically it was like officially a tryout.
Yes, it was.
Like with how like legally it went on the what do they call it, the wire?
The wire, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Luka Doncic showing up to the YMCA men's league. It's like, well, I have to work out next to that.
I gotta do something. Right? So do you think there weren't other people there? It's just like that is like a individual tryout.
Yeah, his was the only one actually reported. Typically with the tryout, there are, we're going to try out 5 defensive ends and we have 1 spot. We're going to try out 3 kickers and we have 1 spot.
These are like undrafted guys, possibly?
Typically undrafted guys, sometimes guys who have been released from other teams.
Okay.
You usually see it during the season when you have to trim your roster down, whereas right now you can have a bunch of guys on the roster. So tryouts is the legal term for it per the CBA. That's what they have to call it. But it is uncommon to have a tryout at this point in training camp. When you have all these spots, you can just, hey, here's a helmet. Come work out with us. Yeah.
So what's the next step then for Aaron Donald? So we saw the first official Rams practice, this tryout. Do we see him kind of in drills? Or is it like, this was it, we're probably going to get a decision after this?
I think he goes back to his cave and takes a day or two and takes a day or two to say, okay, this is the point of no return. Like, how do I feel? Because as we've all heard about Aaron Donald, once he's in, he's all the way in. So this is his final mental test of saying, I could say no right now, and some people would be upset, but people would understand. But if I say yes, I'm in this thing until February. So I would imagine he takes time, continues to work out, takes 5 or something days and just really thinks yes or no. Hopefully it's a yes. And once he says yes, they will decide, okay, we need you here this day because this is the day that we start actually game planning for the 49ers.
There was other news this week that came out that he flew out one of his trainers, his speed trainer.
Yes.
So that is another okay, he's got to make sure because it's that first step. Like, people don't realize getting back in shape is also getting your step back and getting your speed back because that was another part of his game that was just lethal.
Maybe the most devastating part of Aaron Donald's game was he was the first one off the ball every single time. The second that the center snapped the ball, he would sometimes beat the center to their position, meaning like a foot forward, hands underneath, shoulder pads. Like he had a miraculous first step. Then you add the strength and the quickness and all that. But yes, him flying out his speed trainer, which is great because assuming this speed trainer works with a bunch of NFL guys, well, NFL guys are pretty busy right now. So
he's available for Aaron Donald, and he's like, my best client ever.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's go.
So this guy's on the beach somewhere saying, you know what, Aaron, I will happily cut my vacation short to come and work out with you. So this is again another massive step. This has been the week where I feel every day we have gotten more and more momentous info.
We're getting really good crumbs where you're like, okay, we're ready. We're ready for the final release.
Yes.
It's happening.
I'm going to say
he's back.
10 days before the Rams' first game is when there's an announcement. I don't know when that is. I know they're playing on that Thursday.
The 10th.
Okay.
So you said 10 days before?
10 days before
we
get an
you're saying
announcement.
either like that last week of August.
Yeah.
up to, and Cynthia said that too, because she's like,
she
her
doesn't
birthday's on the 24th, and she's
it's
like,
gonna be a present for her. That's
she's
right.
like, I feel like it's gonna be right around my birthday.
Yeah.
So yeah, Cynthia's like that
sometime around
so that last week of August.
Mhm.
So he's making his comeback, doing a bullet trip to Australia.
That's a heck of a way to make an entrance.
Dude, wild. All right, guys, this week we're giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. All you're going to have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Keep listening for a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. When we come back, do you care, LA? That's next. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream on YouTube at The Fan LA, get in the chat. You can also call us at any time at 855-97LA Fan and save that number, you guys, because this week we're giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. All you got to do is call 855-975-2326. In a couple hours, we will let you know when. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
It's that time of the hour, guys.
Let's go,
Do
baby.
you care, LA? With the man of the hour, producer Shay. Come on, guys. What's up?
LA.
Do you care, LA? With Brock and Alex. This is a segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care. From an LA perspective, guys, let's get right into the first one. We talked a little about it in Do You Care yesterday, and he finally actually got paid. So yesterday was just speculation. Jahmyr Gibbs becomes the highest paid running back ever. Woo! So Jahmyr Gibbs just set the running back market, guys. The Lions gave him a 3-year, $67.5 million extension with $51.5 million guaranteed. That's a lot for a running back, guys. Making him the highest paid running back in NFL history. That's $22.5 million a year. That's a lot of dough. Gibbs has 49 touchdowns through his first 3 seasons, and it's the most ever by a player over that span. Do you care?
We care, and why this is unique is because Gibbs had 2 years left on his contract technically. So usually when you get an extension, it's when you have 1 year left on your contract, and the team says, we shouldn't let this guy reach free agency. Let's pay him now, and a player, of course, wants to be paid sooner rather than later. Where Gibbs had leverage regarding getting paid with 2 years remaining is because David Montgomery, his partner in crime, got traded to the Houston Texans. So Gibbs is saying, I am now the feature back instead of splitting carries, and I'm really dang good, which he is. And our defense is going to be terrible this year. I am going to have if I have good games, we're going to win. A lot of this offense is going to ride on me. You should pay me. And the Lions were happy to do that because if they waited another season to pay Gibbs with Bijan Robinson getting cashed out, the number's only going to go up. The Lions paying him was smart for both sides because running backs are back. The NFL ebbs and flows between strategies, and right now it's the perfect time to be a running back because there's going to be a pivot toward running the football constantly, loading up the field with tight ends and big bodies. So this is a win for everyone involved.
I love when guys get their bag and get paid, and it's not like having to choose money over the team in terms of you want to go get that ring or you want to go get your bag. This is just someone who has earned this money. And so, this is... We talked about it yesterday. Like the running back, it's interesting how different positions, the ebbs and flows, the roller coaster of like when like things are hot, like they get paid. When they're not, it's no one cares about us anymore. And you know what? It's trending in the right direction for running backs right now. I think Saquon Barkley really changed the whole conversation a couple years ago. So good for the running backs.
We care.
We care.
On to the next one, guys, and I do care too. Running backs were not getting paid for a long time, and finally, they get their work.
Back.
They weren't even getting used for a little bit, so I'm happy that they're finally getting used. Do you care, LA, guys? On to the next one. Cooper Flagg's $1.5 million card, but it's kind of $1.5 million. I'll tell you why. The Mavericks are offering a massive package to whoever pulls Cooper Flagg's 1-of-1 rookie debut patch autograph card. So the actual team, the Mavericks, whoever pulls this 1-of-1 card, they are offering a massive pay package. So Dallas is offering 2 premium season tickets for 32 years.
Wow.
32 years.
Wow.
Flagg's signed game-worn rookie jersey, a road trip to Boston, team meet and greets, and more. The problem, the card itself could be worth $1.5 million or up to that. We're not really sure yet. So it's kind of Are you a Mavericks fan? Would the 1.5 be more worth it to you? Are you going to hold on to it? You're never really sure what's going to happen with his career. But again, this is kind of a big deal in the card community. Do you care, LA?
Wait, I'm seeing in here, we saw this with Paul Skeens, where an 11-year-old from LA turned down the Pirates offer and eventually sold the card for $1.11 million.
The Pirates are hilarious because their offer to an 11-year-old LA-born child was, we'll give you season tickets to the Pirates
Oh my God,
games.
yeah, right.
Yeah. So the Pirates are a hilarious organization every now and then. So if I live in Dallas and I pull this card and I am a massive Mavs fan, I would make this deal under the stipulation that I am allowed to resell my tickets whenever I choose, because then I could definitely clear that $1.5 million mark.
So are they paying him money for it? Did you say that they're going to offer him money for it, or just the season tickets?
Just the tickets. The card is expected to be worth $1.5 million, but for the if I could have season tickets for 32 years, and now the word premium is pretty vague. I need to get eyes on the seats, but if the tickets are, we'll say, in the first 8 rows, which is what I would consider premium,
yes,
for the next 32 years, I could resell those and make well over $1.5 million. Now, I have to do a lot of work, and I need to make sure it's in writing. I can sell these tickets whenever I choose.
Yeah. Also, like, I was under the impression the new owners of the Mavs are casino owners.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole, like, conspiracy theory as to why they traded Luka is they're trying to move the team to a place where they can build a casino.
I believe in this
with
conspiracy.
the arena, because always follow the money. So, like, do these season tickets also transfer over to wherever the new facility is going to be? Because it might not be in Dallas.
Gotta read the fine print.
There's a lot of things here. You know what? I would just ask for money straight up.
You know what?
Ask for money straight up. Pay me for the card.
Yeah, you know what? Because the Dallas Mavericks lawyers are going to be better than any contract lawyers I'm able to find, I know they're going to end up screwing me here, so I think I do have to take
Just give me the money.
Yeah.
Give me the money.
Yeah. I don't think I care about the card, but in this scenario, if the card's going to be worth 1.5, I'm going to ask for 2. Maybe I walk out with like 1.8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
It seems like we care, guys. A day of cares today. It makes me happy. It makes me happy. Do you care, LA? The segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from the sports world, and they tell me if they care from a sports perspective. We already talked about Jahmyr Gibbs. We just talked about Cooper Flagg. And this next one is Texas outside lineman Cole Hudson gets another year of eligibility. Why does that matter? So the Texas offensive lineman Cole Hudson is going back to college after already trying to make the NFL. So he already tried to try out with the Browns and the Cowboys. He didn't land a contract and then sued the NCAA for another year.
Whoa.
He ended up winning that, and the judge granted players like Hudson an additional season. So now the 23 game starter is officially back in Texas. Do you care?
Get a job. So it's not just Cole Hudson. There's players who left Indiana who are now going back to Indiana as up to as many as 3. It's around the college. So what happened was the college football landscape changed when they said you now have 5 years to play up to 5 seasons. They got away with red shirts. They got away with all that. From the moment you arrive on campus, for the next 5 years, you can play up to 5, but once you hit that 5th year, you are out of here.
Yeah.
A lot of players who left the year prior are now suing the NCAA, saying, well, that's not fair. I just missed the cutoff. I should get a 5th year as well because other people are being granted a 5th year. So in typical NCAA fashion, they try to make a rule. Players just sue the rule, and because of how long these things take, the season will be over before the ruling is even in place. So it's basically their way to get a free year. I understand that getting an NIL deal at a school like Texas is likely the most money you are ever going to make for the rest of your life if you don't go to the NFL. But there is a bit of me where it's just like, this is kind of some loser stuff.
This
guys.
is so
Move on.
this is his 5th year, or this is his 5th year of eligibility, or like this is after 5th year is what I'm trying to understand here.
He just missed the cutoff for that 5th year, so he's suing, saying that's not fair. I just missed the cutoff. I deserve a 5th year.
Okay.
Why do the people after me get one, but I don't? But I'm not putting this on Cole. I'm putting this just on any player who's suing to get an extra. Just get it. Go into the real world. If you feel like a loser.
Obviously, you tried. Like, you tried to, like, do the NFL thing, and it didn't work. Like, shouldn't that be
grown men playing against a bunch of 18-year-olds?
That should be a little
It's
wake-up
sad.
call. Like, sorry, buddy.
It's sad. Move on.
Sorry.
LinkedIn.
Hour number 2 coming up next.
The best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think it allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there, and opportunities for me for the other leaders on our offense to step up and communicate and take pride in us being able to operate still very similar to that same level. We haven't got hit yet, so I would say I feel very great right now. I haven't had to hit anybody or get taken to the ground, so I'm like, yeah, my knees, shoulders, and ankles feel pretty good.
Luka, you're in a contract year. Some news that you've changed representation. What went in? Is that true? And what went into your thinking in terms of changing agents?
Yeah, I did change agencies. I think it was something for me, just kind of looking at the off season and just kind of where I feel like I've been at in this past year or so, and just trying to reset and be able to refocus and reprioritize some of the things that I feel like are best for me. And I'm just grateful to feel like I have a team supporting me in all facets.
Modric, the amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. Go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, or if you want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the comment section. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, and you're going to want to save that number because this week we are giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. We're giving one winner each day a 4-pack of tickets. Now, Wild Rivers has more than 25 attractions for all ages, including kid zones, the Aquaconda, the Boomerango, a lazy river, a wave pool, cabanas, and so much more. So for the lowest ticket prices available, visit wildrivers.com or just keep listening to us. Next hour, top of next hour, for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. Let's go.
Aquaconda.
I know, that's so funny. That's the one we looked up where it's like the group on the big circle.
Mm-hmm.
I just always get so scared. I have a lot of fears in life.
Okay.
So and I've been like this, like even before I had a kid. I think of worst case scenario in every situation.
Fair.
And I think Final Destination did that to me. I think Final Destination completely changed like my being and my outlook on life in every possible situation. I will be driving if I'm behind any truck that has a ladder, a pole, anything that can fly off, I'm like, nope. Next lane over. Because I'm thinking like, okay, that drops, it hits me, I flip. Do I go into opposite side of traffic? Am I going to go this way? I am literally thinking worst case scenario of every situation anytime anything happens. And I swear, Final Destination just like haunts my dreams.
I can understand that completely. When I think about water parks and growing up, I grew up in Valencia, and
you guys have a big one out there, right?
By Hurricane Harbor,
which
shares the property with Six Flags. And I think the Aquaconda I feel myself drawn to because one, maybe the best named theme park attraction of all time. Two, whenever we would go on those big rides, you get a group of teenage boys together.
Oh, that's
it's
scary.
Immediately King of the Hill, and you just have to fight for your spot on the raft because the second that you go down and you're out of sight from the lifeguard, you're just throwing people off of it.
See, that's the scary part. What if someone falls off?
So dangerous.
Brock, that's what I'm talking about.
So dangerous.
That is such a fear for mine.
Just kicking someone in the chest, throwing them off the raft. And the best part was, if you did win the King of the Hill, which I did a couple times, typically I lost because there were like 10 of us. Did someone
get like off and then you're like by yourself and not on the raft?
Well, that was the best part. Is the raft would come down to the lifeguard at the bottom where the ride finishes, and there would be one kid on this big raft.
Oh,
and
that's
then
King of. Okay,
one
so
by
only one.
Yes, and then one by one, kids would come down solo by themselves on their body, and then we get yelled at, and then we go back next weekend.
And then you do it again.
Great
you're
times.
Like, we can't remember me now.
Don't do that
fine.
at the Aquaconda.
Don't do
but go have a fun time.
Would you do the ones that are like straight down?
Yeah. That part, that thrill seeker in me is no longer there. Even when we go on roller coasters at Disneyland now, where it's like, oh, this is kind of getting me a little bit. I don't know what happened. But...
We did not age 30s.
Yeah, okay, fair.
We did Knott's Berry Farm, and we went during a weekday, my husband and I, before I got pregnant, and we were like, okay, we just got to go on every ride as many times as we can.
Yes.
In a span of an hour and a half, we did 3 laps of like a boomerang style of like every ride this way, every ride back that way, every ride back this way, where I had to stop and I had to look at him. I was like, I might throw up. I'm seeing double. I'm seeing double right now. Like this is so thrilling, and this is incredible because like I love the feeling of like losing. So
yes,
Supreme Scream is like my favorite.
Like
I like the feeling of like, woo! Losing your belly, like when you're driving in a cartoon, you hit a dip and it's like, whoa, here we go. I have SUVs, so every time like I hit a dip, it's like, oh, we're good, and you just boom, you bounce up and down. And you're like, yeah, that was great.
Get to those theme parks, people. Call in and get to those tickets. Your kids are going back to school soon. There's no better way to send them off than a trip to the water park.
It's back to school already.
I think next Monday.
When did that happen? Because wasn't it September when we were in school?
Word of the week has been gaslighting, because we have been gaslit to think that school started in
No,
August.
it was
I
September.
swore
It was
started
September.
Labor Day weekend.
Yes, it was after. It was like before or after Labor Day weekend. It was September.
Kids are in school like mid-August now.
But they also have like.
But they have more
They have like
days
what's
off.
it called? Ski breaks, or like there's like there's a
Yeah.
February week.
Yeah, they get an extra week off in the fall and an extra week off in the winter. So maybe those
Okay.
2 weeks were at the front end, but
Just
yes,
feels weird.
It doesn't feel right.
Right?
I would be so mad if I was in school August 12th or whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, we were in camps 24/7.
Yeah.
Like whether it was like junior lifeguards or soccer camp or volleyball camp or swim camp, tennis camp, like we did everything. I was never not doing something like either like on the beach or like sports wise. So
Agreed.
yeah, fun. All right. So yeah, you guys, if you want to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers, make sure you save this number, 855-975-2326. Top of next hour, we're giving away a 4-pack. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we spent the first hour talking a lot of training camp. Rams wrapping things up at LMU. Biggest news of the week, Aaron Donald officially had a training session on the Ram, like not on the Rams facility at LMU, like with the training staff. So like official. Sean McVay said this has been the plan all along. So that solidified. Brock brought that to my attention, like in the soundbite that we got from Sean McVay. That solidifies that they have a plan in place. And so we're thinking last week in August, we're gonna get an answer. Like that's just we're marking that Cynthia Freeland's birthday on Monday the 24th is like this week. It's gonna be this week, sometime this week. So that's really exciting. Chargers officially have an off day. They were down in San Diego for a little bit this week. So a lot of big stuff. I mean, Dodgers getting Tarek Skubal this week, making his debut. So let's talk some Dodgers, you guys, because it's been rough. Okay, we had some positivity, I think, around the trade deadline on Monday, which was, oh my God, the Dodgers got Tarek Skubal, the best available, quite arguably one of the greatest pitchers right now, two-time AL Cy Young winner, traded for Tarek Skubal from the Detroit Tigers. And we've talked about it throughout the week, but it's starting to feel more like, okay, this is just a rental. This is a 3-month rental for the Dodgers to go all in on this three-peat. And Tarek was recently on Pardon My Take, and he was asked about this. He was asked about just kind of his whole situation with the Dodgers being here, but also his future. And let's take a listen to that.
This wasn't the way the season was supposed to go. Going into the offseason, the people that we acquired, through free agency and who we signed, I'm like, this is the World Series team. This is the team that I'm going to go and win a World Series and beat anybody. It doesn't matter what's going on. So, it's tough for my end too. I would love to play my whole career in Detroit. I would love to, and hopefully those negotiations can pick back up in November. Once the playoffs are done and we'll see where that goes. Hopefully they're involved with everything. I would love to return. I got nothing but good things to say about the city of Detroit. And
as a Dodgers fan, when you're hearing that right there, and you hear Skubal still kind of profess his love for Detroit, saying like, I thought this was the place that I was gonna win a World Series. This was the team. This is what we were gonna do. And then end it with, I hope to be back there.
Can you guess where the Dodgers are at August 28th, 29th, and 30th? They're in Detroit.
Yeah.
And Tarek Skubal is making sure that the fans who are very upset that he's no longer a pitcher there.
But it's not his fault.
It's not his fault, but it's the upsetness, it's the anger that he's with the Dodgers. The reports have come out since Monday, which was the trade deadline, that other teams did give offers that seem a lot better than the Dodgers offer. The Brewers felt like they had the best offer, and that's kind of the running theory that Tarek Skubal, who didn't have a no-trade clause, but the Detroit Tigers essentially said we want to do right by him because he's been here for 7 years and deserves to be sent where he wants to go, even if we legally don't have to.
Yeah.
It's now kind of the consensus belief in Detroit that Tarek asked to go to the Dodgers. So that's where the Detroit fans are a little upset, and I feel Tarek is doing a masterful job of saying, I did not necessarily want to leave, but I was not going to get paid there. Tarek Skubal is not going back to the Tigers because how ridiculous would it be to trade a guy because you're not going to pay him and then pay him a couple months later to come back? He's not going back
to get
there.
something for him.
Yes.
To get prospects for him. Like, that could be like a long game.
I don't, with respect to the Detroit Tigers, no. I'm sorry, no. But Tarek Skubal is doing an awesome job of making sure that the Tigers fans knew, yes, I wanted to be a Dodger and I wanted to be traded, but ideally the Tigers would have just paid me and I never would have pitched anywhere else. So it doesn't feel great to hear this as a Dodger fan, but I do think he's doing the right thing from a PR standpoint because he is going back to Detroit in 3 weeks.
Okay, so you're taking this as I'm just trying to soften the blow for all of the Tiger fans.
Agreed. What are you thinking?
When you are now a part of a different organization, I know it's still hasn't even been a full week since the trade went down. But you are now a part of this Dodgers organization and this group of back-to-back champions that is on their way to a three-peat and are in the midst of not a great stretch right now, a 6-game losing streak, which again, I don't think is anything to worry about yet. But to already think past, next season, I hope that Detroit, tries to fight for me again, opposed to there should be no other conversation other than my goal right now is to help this team win a World Series so I can be a part of a World Series team. That's all I want to hear right now from the newest guy on your team.
I'll say this. I completely understand what he thought he was saying. He did a poor job of saying it. So good PR regarding saying things that Detroit fans want to hear. Bad PR, and there's a way to say what he said without offending your new home and your new clubhouse and your new GM and manager, right? So if he would have came out and said, I wanted to pitch for the Detroit Tigers for the rest of my life, I felt like I was worth much more money than they were willing to pay. And even just a couple months ago, they had the opportunity to pay me. They lowballed me with $19 million, and I had to go to arbitration to get the $32 million that I rightfully deserve. That was a tough pill to swallow, and I hope Detroit understands I had no choice but to go elsewhere. I'm happy to be a Dodger and wish Detroit the best.
And now I'm going to go out and try to win a World Series with LA.
That is a better way maybe to phrase what he was attempting to say. I would imagine Tarek Skubal will clean up what he said his next time in front of a microphone.
It's still fresh. When we had Alden Gonzalez on yesterday, MLB reporter for ESPN, he talked about that too. It's think about it. He spent his entire career with one organization. So this is not only a new organization, it's a new city, it's new teammates, new system, new everything. That. You're living out of a suitcase. I mean, you live out of a suitcase enough during the season, but at least you have a home base when you come home. Home base is even like a road game right now. Wherever he's ending up, whether it's a hotel or a rental, you feel displaced. What is the sense of home? And that's going to be the most important thing for Skubal to figure out these last 3 months of the season.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how that Detroit series goes. There will be 3 games
Tears?
there. Yeah, probably.
We saw tears from Freddie, but again, is he an emotional guy?
True.
Were you an emotional guy?
No.
You don't cry?
Not really. But I will say why I think it'll be less emotional as Freddie is because when Freddie played what ended up being his final game with the Braves, he didn't know that was going to be his final game.
Copy.
Tarek got
A moment.
the hat off, looking at the crowd. Oh, I'm just celebrating the fact that I was the fastest to 1,000 strikeouts when it was really,
Nah.
I ain't going to be here.
No, they
So
even got that moment his last
yeah.
game pitching at Detroit.
Exactly. So that if there were going to be tears, I think that's when they would have come. Now, will he be emotional if he takes the mound in one of those games, which I hope he does? Then maybe for a little bit, but I think the worst of it is already handled. But obviously, with the phrases and the quotes that he gave us yesterday, Detroit's going to be in his heart for the rest of the year, no matter what he does with the Dodgers. He just has to do a better job of knowing what to share and what not to share about that process.
That's a quick turnaround, too, to you don't even have a full month and you're going back to Detroit.
Yeah. Which is why
the
I
wound
actually
is still
hope,
fresh.
Yeah, I actually hope that he's on the mound and that it aligns, because I think that's actually a way to get over it quicker. Like to spend 3 days
Sitting in the dugout?
Detroit, just sitting in the dugout
Yeah.
watching. Whereas if you can be on the mound, then you can switch your brain to say, it's go time, this is the enemy.
Yeah.
And I take a lot of pride in what I do, and I hate the Tigers for the next 4 hours.
Yeah.
I think that would actually get him over it, as opposed to just eating seeds and looking around at all the places that you have a bunch of
remembering all
memories.
the good memories.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. It's going to be interesting, you guys. I'm excited to see him build off that first outing that he had at Wrigley. It's still a part of this, you guys. Dodgers are on a 6-game losing streak, got swept in back-to-back series by Boston and Chicago. They are now in Arizona. D-backs are 8 games behind LA, and this is always such a great matchup. Dodgers and D-backs are 5-5 against each other this season, but Arizona has won the last 4 meetings. This is going to be not an easy turnaround series for the Dodgers.
No. The Diamondbacks always bring it, regardless of what their record may be. They get up for the Dodgers, and there's just something about a divisional opponent. You see them so often. They just know what gets them going and what makes them tick to bring out their best against you. So, yes, the Dodgers sitting here with back-to-back sweeps. Boston outscored the Dodgers 10-20. Chicago outscored the Dodgers 22-12. 15 home runs in the last 6 games. If I had to boil it down to one thing, it's just tough to win that way. And then when the offense goes cold for a lot of those 6 recent games over the past 2 series, you just get outpaced so early that you have to play catch up. But in the big picture of things, and why I feel they're going to come out of this slump, the last time the Dodgers had 6 consecutive losses was July 2025. So literally just over a year ago, when they lost in back-to-back series against Houston and Milwaukee. They went 10-14 over the month of July last year. They won their division by only 3 games. They did not have a first-round bye, and we all know how last year ended. They won the World Series. So reading that calmed me a little bit regarding, okay, I still want to panic, but I'm not going to, because they don't need to, because when there's 162 games, it's very easy to get caught up into the weeds and not zoom out. They were in this exact situation a year ago, and everything worked out fine. Now with the Diamondbacks, can they go out there and get swept again? Absolutely not. But this does not cause warrant for panic of any kind amongst the Dodger faithful.
I ain't worried. And I said it yesterday. I'll continue to say it. This is the perfect time to slump. Get it out of the way now. As you mentioned, same thing last year. I think Alden brought up the last 3 years. This is very much a pattern for the Dodgers, the dog days of summer. This is when their slumps tend to happen. So get it out of the way. They got Roki Sasaki on the mound tonight, Yamamoto Saturday, Justin Robleski on Sunday. These are your 3 guys. Right now, since Roki got the Giant Glove and has not been tipping pitches anymore. It's so cool, you guys. The big love's going to become a thing now. Like this is going to be like a trendy thing, especially in Japan too.
Yeah.
Like this is going to be so cool.
That's a good point.
I am so happy for him. And then I'm interested to see on Sunday, Robleski, they were concerned that he was tipping pitches after giving up 4 home runs in each of his last 2 outings. What they have done to whatever adjustments they needed to do with Robleski, that hopefully they got it figured out. So this is going to be a fun, just pay attention series to everything going on.
Agreed. Freddie Freeman currently at a 15-game hit streak. I mean, this is among the best stretches that he's had in his entire career. When he's 35 years old, turning 36, I believe, in September, and making sure that hand is all right. If Mookie can continue going 4 for 5, if Mookie can continue his success, he went 4 for 5 after going hitless for 4 games. Pages looks good defensively. Whatever the update that we get on Shohei, and can Kyle Tucker continue getting out of the slump that Chicago brought him out of. So plenty of things to watch for this weekend.
So yeah, with the Shohei Ohtani, it just says he could resume playing catch at some point during the series in Arizona. So you guys, there is nothing definitive about anything. He could possibly maybe start to throw in Arizona. Yeah, it ain't happening. So they'll wait till they're back home in LA, doing it behind closed doors so no one sees it, just to make sure everything is gonna be all right. So excited, you guys. Coming up next, we got Dodgers sideline reporter for Sportsnet LA, Kirsten Watson, joining the show. So don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion, Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local.
We back, baby.
And in your feed. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join 5-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not.
You got 4.
I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh no, something's brewing with them that's different. And they found it. But I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is if you're the crazy one if you think you shouldn't be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
It's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks, you got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys, it's a lot of size, it's everyone being able to make a play, not just one or two guys being able to make a play. Being able to what will always be important is having a roster makeup to where you can put out multiple different types of lineups, because different series are going to call for different lineups. And if you're not capable of putting a certain lineup at a certain time, that's going to cost you the series, and that's going to stop your run. And so roster construction has definitely changed over the last couple of years. It's a copycat league. You know, people have seen OKC do it, and you know, you start marking your roster after them. You look at San Antonio; it's a lot of length, and so the roster construction has definitely changed. And it's been interesting to be in it and watch kind of the shift.
So I want to talk about the face of their team, Jalen Brunson, and you had a moment with him after that historic Game 4. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And I am so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, Dodgers sideline reporter for Sportsnet LA, matcha lover, and friend of the show, Kirsten Watson. Thanks for joining us.
Hi. Wait, so funny you said that I'm a matcha lover because I did just grab
a
matcha.
Oh, I know you did. I know.
I'm literally sipping.
Oh, I know.
That's so funny. So, girl, I already know your routine. I know your whole routine. I'm on to you.
I love it because every time you post one, I'm like, okay, noted. This one looks delicious. I went through such an early matcha phase, so I respect the hustle of finding the best ones wherever you are.
Okay, so if you're in Arizona, Phoenix, I'd have to recommend 4 Till 4. Ooh. That is one of my favorites. It's also a very cool vintage car shop.
Sick.
So if you're into that kind of thing. Yeah. So it's very cool.
See, it's a vibe. A whole vibe. Kirsten, interesting week for the Dodgers. Let's start with the positive stuff here because they did what they do best. They went out and they got the best. Tarek Skubal at the deadline. How is he settling in with all of the guys in the clubhouse?
You know, it's been really good. I feel like what's nice is because whether it's been All-Star games that he's been a part of or just other events, there was some familiarity with the guys in the clubhouse when he came over. Not too much, but, you know, he talked about how he had known Mookie and some others. And so he's come in. Every time I see him in the clubhouse, he's really trying to get to know the other pitchers, especially the guys in the bullpen. So it's been really cool just kind of seeing how he's been navigating. Obviously, it's a big transition when you come over in the middle of the season at the trade deadline. And he even shared, you know, it was an emotional exit from the Tigers. He was hopeful to stay there. He started his career there and really loved the guys in that clubhouse and the group that he had there. So as much as he knew the trade deadline was a possibility, he was honest that any team could have him. And so by coming to the Dodgers, he's grateful for the opportunity to be in a position where he could win the World Series. It's clear that he's a competitor and ultimately he's a winner, you know, that's a personality trait and that's exactly who he is. And so he comes to an organization where that is the mindset of everyone else in the clubhouse as well. What can I do to be the best athlete, to be the best version of myself? And so it's true that he fits right in. It's funny. He had said when he first spoke to the media that pressure is a privilege. And it was one of those statements that not only I was reminded that it came from Billie Jean King, actually, so one of our owners, but it's one that, yes, I was reminded of that one, but it's one that it's very true to the men in our clubhouse and how they look at, they are out there for early work every single day and they're doing the things to be the best versions of themselves. So it was clear to me as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, you are going to fit right in here.
Everything's going to be
issues
just fine.
whatsoever. Yes, exactly.
Kirsten, as if pitching in a new uniform just days after being traded wasn't enough, the catcher catching for Tarek was also a new face. Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia.
Yeah.
How have they been acclimated, and how was that brief interaction that they had before their first start together?
It was a brief one, that's for sure. Obviously, so the day before, so Tarek was with the team. He joined the team back in Los Angeles before the team left for Chicago. And so the day before, as you know, game one of the series, as he's prepping for his start, there are two different catchers. So we had Chucky Robinson, we had Eliezer Alfonso on the team on that day because that was the news that Dalton Rushing was now dealing with slight tear in his UCL. And the good news is that Eliezer and him had some background. So they actually were together in the Tigers organization and so did a spring training and things together. So it was nice that at least that was the initial conversation. But then there's the news that, two new catchers are on the way. There is something that's really nice about the dynamic of having Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia, and it's because they have previously been in the Dodgers organization. Hunter was with the organization for a long time, so as much as he has not caught Tarek just yet, he's very familiar with all of the other guys. Ben Rortvedt came over last year in a similar dynamic. Will Smith on the IL, dealing with that slight hand fracture / deep bone bruise. Then Dalton Rushing takes the foul ball off of his leg. He's down, and so Ben Rortvedt had stepped in essentially this exact same time last year. And so the beautiful thing is, as much as for Tarek it was a new experience, those two guys were able to come in. They know our pitching coaches. They know the schedule. They know how the meetings are going to go. And it was just a matter of, okay, how can we get on the same page now with this pitcher? But, what's interesting with Tarek is Dave Roberts described him as essentially as an old school pitcher. So he's one who he wants his catcher to call the game. He, wants to be aligned with him. Yes, he might shake him off if need be, but they work as a tandem. And what's so great about Ben Rortvedt is he's been one who's really truly been described as a servant, essentially. And so he's there to serve the pitcher. And so you're just seeing how, yes, it was a lot. There were some nerves on both sides. You can be honest. You've got Tarek who's if he shared that it kind of felt like a big league debut, but for obviously just not that, but with a new team, a Dodger debut. And then you had Ben who came over and was just, okay, yeah, let's do this again. It's not my first time. I've done this before. I can do it again. And ultimately, he has the confidence to step in. So, yes, there was a lot happening in a span of I think they met 20 minutes before 5 o'clock for a 7 o'clock start. So a lot was going on, but they did a great job together. And it was beautiful to hear that just Tarek was really singing Ben's praises afterwards and saying how good of a game he called and which is always great to hear.
Yeah, it's just so wild because the Dodgers have one of the greatest pitching rotations in the game. And then when everybody's healthy, quite possibly one of the scariest and best pitching rotations we've ever seen in baseball. To then have your two guys behind the plate in Will Smith and Dalton Rushing just both out by the trade deadline, having two new guys come in Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia, the relationship between the catcher and pitcher is one of the more important and needing that chemistry relationships for them to have great outings. So since they've both been here, what's the process been like for both Hunter and Ben to kind of find that chemistry with the pitching rotation?
Well, what's nice is they kind of already have it with most of the guys, you know, if you think back to where you're really building that relationship is spring training. And so the beautiful thing is both of these guys have been, well, I guess technically Ben hasn't been in spring training with this group, but Ben was a part of the postseason last year, and he was a part of, that stretch where both years in a weird way have looked kind of similar in which we're battling back from injury. So it's a dynamic in which Ben was able to work with Blake Snell. He was able to work with Yoshinobu. He was able to work with all these other guys, whether it's catching bullpens, whether it's being kind of on the field with them, because we saw that last year. Now, for Hunter, what's cool is Hunter was in spring training with us for a while, and so he had the opportunity to work with most of these guys in the last few springs. Now, yes, he wasn't with us this year, but what's good is he was on the big league roster when he was in Tampa, so he had that experience with them. So right now it is a priority of like really building that relationship, but you have to also consider that there is that's the reason that the front office traded for these guys is because there is familiarity. So they're able to step in. So yes, now they have to build a better relationship. We'll have a new relationship, I should say, with Tarek. And, things have maybe changed a little bit that they'll have to kind of get back on track with. But for the most part, there's already an established relationship for these guys to come in. And so they can feel comfortable. They're not meeting a bunch of new faces all of a sudden. They're just kind of having to, okay, we've got a baseline. Now we have to adjust to a few different things or maybe some new faces.
Kirsten, what's the dynamic of a clubhouse amidst a slump? Because you have to balance not panicking with the way that we're playing is not up to standard.
It's acknowledging the reality. You can acknowledge that, things aren't going well. I think Mookie Betts said it best the other day. Like, the team is, yes, in a bit of a rut right now. I think you can also acknowledge, they may not say this, but if you look at just the travel schedule that the group has been on, playing, they had the off day yesterday, so that was a really nice reset coming into this Diamondback series. It's been a demanding few weeks. And so when you're on Sunday night, playing Sunday night baseball, and then you have a red-eye in Chicago playing a 3-game series in Chicago against a team that's red hot. Like, there are other factors that they're not going to use as excuses, but they are realities of it. So I think right now the dynamic is just more of, we understand that things aren't going well, but we also understand this is baseball, and there are 162 games in the regular season, and we can turn this around immediately. And maybe this the off day that was yesterday, is coming at the right time. So I would say that's really the feeling amongst the group when I'm having conversations. They're like, we're still the Dodgers. We're still a very good team. We understand that things just haven't been going that well, but they take a lot of pride right now in how they were able to maybe not pull off the comeback on Wednesday. But if we look at that 5-run 8th inning, like, that was very telling as a team. That was like, all right, something's got to give. We can't keep losing like this, going out like this. We've got to make something happen. And sometimes in this sport, it can be those little things that are the difference makers. And hopefully they can carry that now. They had a day to get rest and reset, and then they can come into the Diamondback series seeking, honestly, a little bit of revenge, because they did get beat up on at home right before the All-Star break by this team.
The dog days of summer, Kirsten. Now, before we let you go, we heard that Shohei Ohtani might resume throwing activity when the team is in Arizona during the series. What kind of update, if you have any, can you give us on Shohei Ohtani?
I can tell you that is the hope. Okay. That is the hope. So when we spoke to Shohei on Wednesday, actually, in Chicago, he was sharing that, his knee continues to feel better. We're obviously seeing the results offensively. The bat has been red hot with the 2 home runs in that game. It kind of felt like him and PCA were going toe-to-toe when it comes
for
to
the MVP
race. Yeah, exactly. But no, in all seriousness, he has shared that he is continuing to feel better. Andrew Friedman shared with us closer to the trade deadline that he has been continuing moving his arm and doing plyos, so that's a very good sign. So now it's just a matter of kind of rebuilding up. So we'll start with the long toss and just kind of throwing on flat ground before he can move into the bullpen. But I think once he starts they always say, and Alex, you know this, once they get off the mound, that's when they have like a true timeline as to what things will look like. So, but I think once he starts throwing on flat ground, then we'd have just a better feeling of knowing, like, okay, like the buildup is moving in the right direction. So we will see. He was able to throw that bullpen in Philly, and then that's what kind of led to the return of some bicep tightness or soreness, and then the knee wasn't responding as they were hoping. So they just want to get really that in the clear so that when they do begin this next progression, there's no setbacks.
All right, so hopeful is the word of the day. Kirsten, we appreciate
hopeful
you.
is the word of the day.
It's the word of the day. Thank you so much for coming on. Enjoy that matcha, and let's have a great Dodger series in Arizona.
Yes, well, we're going to be okay, I promise, guys.
Yes.
We're going to be just fine.
Dog days of summer. Everything's fine.
Kirsten. You're the best. Thank you. Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, so there we have it. We weren't missing anything. We kept kind of like searching and looking like, did we miss? And we thought Ohtani was going to be on this road trip. We haven't seen anything yet. So again, everyone's hopeful. There's still not a set day to when he's going to start throwing. That was a report that we just got from Kirsten Watson. Hopeful.
She brings the calm to every broadcast she is on, and she brings the calm to Dodgers fans everywhere.
Worry.
We're going to be all right.
No worries, you guys. Dog days of summer, okay? This is exactly what it is. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, what would an Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett team up actually look like? Because you know what? I think it's going to happen. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream or you want to, head over to YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. And you're going to want to save this number, you guys, because in about 15 minutes, okay, we're giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. So keep listening for a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. That's going to be fun, you guys. You know what? We just had Kirsten Watson on in the last segment. Dodgers sideline reporter for Sportsnet LA, and in her intro, I introduced her as a matcha lover because she just when you're on the road with a team, it's you have to find like what your morning routine is, and hers is like go find the best matcha in town. And I went through such a matcha phase.
Never had it.
So I had to because I had to give up coffee for a little bit. I went a little too hard in the paint with coffee. I think I've talked about this before, and I had to find other alternatives. And like I went through a matcha phase, and it's such it's a very intense flavor. But once you're hooked and you find the right combo, it feels like you're like drinking dessert. And now I can't stop thinking about it. And I haven't had a matcha since like before pregnancy, and I'm like, I think I need to go get a matcha today.
Gotta go try it out.
If you guys have any good matcha spots around LA, call us 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. I'm always down for like, yeah, Curry, you got to check out this place. So that's what we're gonna do.
Get that matcha.
Get that matcha, baby. But right now, you guys, we've been talking about it, I think every single day this week, because once the news broke that Aaron Donald officially had a Rams workout this week at LMU, the speculation turned to, okay, this isn't just a what if, it's a when possibility.
Yes.
That's where we are at right now. It has officially been on the books. We heard from, let's just play the Sean McVay sound. Shay, do we have it? Okay, this is what Sean McVay had to say about Aaron Donald when he was asked about it this week.
What do you take away from that?
It was really, more of for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys. And so he looked great, and he's still continuing to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward. Yep. Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys. And the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us would expect.
So I didn't catch it the first time through, but Brock pointed out the thing that Sean McVay said, this has been the plan all along.
Yeah.
That right there really shows you the Rams have a date to when they need to know, or when Aaron Donald is going to make that decision of if he's going to suit up and come back and play for the Rams this year.
Yeah, and my guess is it would be somewhere around the 10-day mark before they leave to go to San Francisco. They wish they're going to the other side of the world in Australia to play San Francisco, because that is typically when game prep starts, about 10 days before. So, yeah, it's comforting to know that they're not playing this by ear, so to say. They more have outlined a plan, and they're going to check in every couple of days with Aaron and make sure that that plan is still working. But all in all, Aaron Donald, as a Rams fan, we can sit here and confidently anticipate a season with Aaron Donald wearing a Rams uniform, because the biggest thing is, if at any point it would be a no, that has not been shared yet. And he continues to take steps toward returning to the field. And the longer it's not a no, the more it's looking like a yes.
I mean, I think it's already a yes. It's not if it's when at this point. And the only reason it wouldn't happen is if physically something happened or like he isn't able to physically do something, which I don't want to put out there at all. Okay. Because I want to see an Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett run defense, because that would be quite possibly the scariest defense we have ever seen.
They are immediately in conversations amongst most terrifying defensive units ever put on a football field. So what happens if Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett suit up on the same defense? I think the first thing that gets affected is the run defense. The run defense has been trending downward and then slightly went back upward since Aaron Donald left a couple years ago, because he is so impactful and commands so much attention and is just so good at what he does. Even when you give him that level of attention, it makes it very hard to run the football. So inside linebackers Nate Landman and Omar Spates would love Aaron Donald to come back, because their job gets a lot easier. If you absolutely had to find a weakness on this defense, you would point to the run defense. Aaron Donald immediately wipes all of that away. Where I get excited is kind of thinking about what Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator, has been dreaming up, because you can put Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett either on the same side or opposite sides. Now, mostly Aaron Donald is a defensive tackle and an interior defensive lineman, but he has taken plenty of reps at the defensive end spot. So if you put Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett on the same side, meaning both of them to the quarterback's left and the offensive line's left, or both to the offensive line and quarterback's right, what you do is you eliminate a half of the field. Because if it's a run play, you're not running the ball toward them. They're both exactly what makes both of them so great is their willingness to stop the run. Myles Garrett is not just a great edge rusher; he's a great defensive player. A lot of edge rushers want nothing to do with stopping the run. He's a willing participant in stopping the run. So as a defender, you're sitting there saying, "I know they're not running the ball that way. If it was a planned run play that way, they're going to check it the other way. I have an advantage. They're not going to throw the ball that way." If Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald are on the same side of the line of scrimmage, or on this, either both on the left side or the right side of the offense, if anything, it's a quick screen. But as a defender, they are not dropping back, and that quarterback is not looking that way because he's anticipating all the pressure to come that way. And when the pressure comes that way, he's going to roll the opposite way. So on a pass play, again, similar to the run scenario, I get to cut the field in half. That's the advantage with both of them on the same side. But also, if you're a Chris Shula, you're sitting there thinking, well, if I, on every third down, if I slide Aaron Donald to a defensive end spot, now I have them on opposite sides. So it's just the best of both worlds. And now, can you really go anywhere? Because I know one of them is going to win every single rep. I don't know who, but one of them will win. So just daydreaming about what this defense looks like with both of them on the field.
But think of that competition, even like a friendly competition between Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett. It's like, got you on that one. Well, I got that one. And because they are the best of like when they were both at their peak. I mean, I would say Myles Garrett is in the midst of that right now. But when you're teammates with that person, to then have that friendly competition, like together, it's like, got him this one. Well, I got him this one. Then you're not only like working to try to make it happen, but then you're working to try to like one up your teammate, which also happens too.
It would be awesome. It would be both of them for the first time saying a guy of my caliber is wearing the same uniform as me. Like both of them have had fantastic teammates, but they are in the upper
tier.
echelon, 1% of the 1% of defensive players. And that this doesn't even dive into Byron Young, who had 12 sacks a year ago, Braden Fisk, one of the premier young guys on the defensive line in the NFL. Kobe Turner had 7 sacks a year ago. There's no attention left for those guys.
So does it help or hurt them?
It will hurt. You know what? It could help them tremendously because so much attention will have to go.
I like how you just switched right there, right now.
Yeah, because sacks are going to be spread thin because there's so many guys who are capable of getting them. So will Byron Young be able to get 12 sacks this again? On one hand, yes, because he'll have the least amount of attention. On the other hand, no, because he's competing with Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald. Either way, this defense would be miraculous. I can't wait.
Dude, it's going to be insane.
It's
like, are there enough sacks to go around for everybody? I don't know, you guys, but it's happening. Aaron Donald, when is he going to make the announcement? All right, hour number 3 coming up next.
Are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's yacht rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I can tell you the answer to that. No,
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please, like, for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left in the tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How are they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's something
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. Hour number 3, which means it is time for us to give away a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. All you got to do, call us right now. 855-975-2326. Be caller number 5, and you could be headed to Wild Rivers for more than 25 attractions, including thrill rides, kiddie zones, a lazy river, wave pool, cabanas, so much more. Call us right now at 855-975-2326. The perfect end of summer getaway of 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. Good luck, everybody. 855-975-2326. 26. I like that we came up with the word of the day. We had Kirsten Watson on, you guys, in the last hour, and she gave us the word hopeful. You know what? We'll dive into what that means for the Dodgers in just a bit, but that's kind of the theme of this part of the summer is hopeful. We just had both the Rams and Chargers first couple weeks of training camp kind of wrap up this week. The Rams are closing up shop at LMU, going back to the Rams facility. You had the Chargers go down to San Diego. Now they have official off day today. USC and UCLA are kicking off their training camps this week. So everybody's hopeful. We're hopeful that Aaron Donald's going to make his return, and we're going to see the scariest defense possibly of all time with a Myles Garrett and an Aaron Donald on that same line. Hopeful is the word of the day.
Also, are the Lakers currently in Slovenia right now?
Oh, is that trip right now?
I don't know. I know that they announced that. I don't know when they're going, but kind of tying in to that, the Lakers are going to Luka's home country, and they're hopeful for next year.
So what do you think about that? Because we talked about this, I think, on Crosstalk with D-Fish, of just when you have so much new. Like, this is, when you look at the first round of the Lakers playoffs, every single player on that starting roster is no longer on this team.
Yeah.
Obviously, Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic were both injured during that series. But now they are the leaders of this new look Lakers, like building around Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves getting that max contract. This, I feel like, is exactly what they needed to do to find that team chemistry. Get out of the country and just do something all together.
From a team aspect, I cannot wait because I'm sure they will document it in some fashion. From a team aspect, I don't know a situation that could bring a team closer together. You're going to a different country, and I'm sure they'll have translators, but the whole point is to be there with your guys and experiencing something that you haven't experienced before with people who also haven't experienced it before is the best way to bring people together. So they're going to go out there. They're going to do some kind of mini camp. I'm sure they will be paraded around Luka's hometown. But it's also, maybe more importantly, the first step in Luka Doncic, the leader. He's been the face of many teams, but this is a massive, massive step for him taking ownership of said team. Even though it was his team last year, they did things the way that LeBron wanted to do them. And even on that great team that he had in Dallas, Kyrie was kind of the mouthpiece and the on-court general when Luka was still a little immature and a little bit young. So this is a massive step toward Luka being the guy that the Lakers need him to be.
I also love that, like, I don't know if it was days or a week or two after, Wemby announcing, well, I'm going to take the whole team to Paris. We're going to France. They're doing the same thing. So Wemby is doing the exact same thing and taking the whole Spurs team back to his home in Paris.
It's not the same.
Why?
Because I bet the majority of those guys have all been to Paris before. Because Paris is a tourist destination. That's why I feel. Whereas I think something about going to Slovenia and Luka having to be the navigator of that place, Luka having to facilitate travel and everything, because just from a proximity standpoint, Slovenia is not a place that Americans typically go to, especially from an NBA standpoint, because they don't host Olympics, they don't host any FIBA World Cups or anything like that. Like, I understand why Wemby's doing it, and I'm sure it'll bring their team together. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of these guys being dropped in a place that no one has any connection to.
And you guys, it is stunning.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Like,
stunning.
Like, they are in for such a treat. I am, my heritage is basically like all of Europe, almost. I am 100% European, but like Eastern European, and I have Slovenia, like somewhere in like all of the the mutt that I am in the best way possible. And so I've looked at all of the places that like I have like history, and Slovenia was one of the places when I was like looking through, I was like, oh, that looks like a rad place to visit.
Slovenia is
stunning.
Gorgeous. Like,
stunning.
I think when people think Eastern Europe, they assume more Russia, and they picture like gray concrete, which also isn't even an accurate depiction of Russia.
Yeah.
Slovenia looks like Switzerland. Like, it's water and mountains and castles, and
Dude,
I just can't wait for the footage.
Turquoise water.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's right by Croatia. People have seen like Croatia and like it's right across from Italy, like kind of touching Italy. So it's like it's so beautiful. I am so excited.
Yes. So I don't know when they're going, but I know that the Lakers will be documenting it, and I'll be watching. I think it's going to be great.
That's going to be fun. So yes, hopeful.
Hopeful.
The only LA team we're not hopeful for right now are the Clippers. And that Kawhi, the Kawhi news that came out, more and more shady deals trying to just...
Yeah.
get around the salary cap.
I think you do have to put the Clippers at the bottom because now that they're officially doing a rebuild, you could even say that the Angels are hopeful because at least they're like starting a new chapter. Like,
they were finally sellers with their interim GM this year. Like they should have done this when they had Shohei Ohtani, just how we saw the Tigers trade Tarek Skubal, knowing that they weren't going to be able to keep him when he became a free agent. Like I that still just breaks my heart for Angels fans of like, if the Angels traded Shohei Ohtani at the deadline before he became a free agent, they could have, the haul that they could have gotten is like mind-blowing to even think about. That's 2 players. Like you're going to haul for like the unicorn greatest of all time right now. Like wild.
3 years too late, but at least they finally got
You know
there.
what? They're finally understanding like what you got to do when you're not in the race.
Yes.
Now I just hope that Mike Trout, here's my hopeful. I hope that Mike Trout can he's so loyal by default, so I don't ever see him leaving the Angels unless they trade him, but he also like I think has to agree to like where he goes and things like that.
I'd imagine
I want to see Mike Trout in the postseason. I want to see Mike Trout win a playoff game. I want to see Mike Trout playing in high stake games. And we've only really seen that in the WBC forum. So I am hopeful for that for Angel fans and Mike Trout. Hopeful is the word of the day, you guys. We had Kirsten Watson on, sideline reporter for the Dodgers on Sportsnet LA, and she gave us a lot of good insight. The most recent update, Shohei Ohtani. So the conversation around Ohtani and what we were being reported, Sonia Chen, the MLB beat reporter for the Dodgers, shared with us earlier this week that they were planning to have him start throwing on this road trip. So we checked in with Kirsten today, and she said they are hopeful. The Dodgers are hopeful that he can start throwing in Arizona these next few days over the weekend. So there was no concrete answer. It was just hopeful. So that is why that is the word of the day. But the other interesting updates that we got from Kirsten were kind of surrounding their whole catching situation. Now, obviously, the blockbuster, shiny move at the trade deadline was the Dodgers going out and doing Dodger things. They went out and got the best possible player for what they needed. Mm-hmm. They went out and got Tarek Skubal, 2-time AL Cy Young pitcher from Detroit. But then they also made 2 other big, very important moves right now at the trade deadline, and that was getting 2 new catchers because Will Smith is still on the IL, and then Dalton Rushing, we just found out, has a slight tear in the UCL of his right elbow, and we heard Dave Roberts say the chances of him returning as a catcher this season are very small. So they went out and they got Ben Rortvedt, who like let's run it back. Same time next year. Like this is what they did last season at the deadline with Ben. Will Smith was hurt. They picked up Ben. He was slotted in right away and helped them into that first series of the postseason. And then they got Hunter Fiducia, who she explained has spent spring training with this Dodgers organization. So she shared that both Ben and Hunter have relationships and are so familiar with this entire pitching staff minus
Skubal?
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm like, come on, Curry. Skubal, who met Ben 20 minutes before batting practice on Tuesday. So to hear that these Dodgers pitchers were excited and already had that familiarity with both of these guys changes the whole perspective.
Yeah, starting with Rushing, I'm bummed for him. Because if you love him or hate him, he was a young guy who took advantage of an opportunity where you go from the backup catcher who would catch 60 times a season to the main catcher who maybe was going to catch all the way through the World Series, as Will Smith is still a TBD situation. And to go from that to now all of a sudden, you don't even know if you're going to be behind the plate for the remainder of the year, and you probably shouldn't with how scary of a potential injury this could be. Heartbreaks for him, but this is not the end of his story. What's so insane is that they don't know when it happened,
Which means he didn't tell anybody.
Which means one of two things. One, he didn't tell anybody because when you know you have this great opportunity, it's very easy to say something doesn't hurt as much as you think it does. Or it's been a gradual thing, in which case, that elbow might be torched. Because if you can't pinpoint one moment, it's just chipping away at it day after day after day after day. So hoping the best for Dalton Rushing. That being said, it's awesome that the Dodgers were able to find guys with tons of experience, tons of familiarity with the team, and in Rortvet's case, tons of experience, but more specifically 4 games of playoff experience in case he is the man who needs to be relied upon. As we circle in on the countdown of Will Smith's return, if it does happen, I'm curious what the date is that Dave Roberts has for Will Smith, because you can't just throw him out there after missing what would be almost 3.5 months of baseball, and all right, go catch in the NLCS. I'm curious what that date is, to where if Will Smith is not ready by this date, we just have to move on from him and get the guys who we know are going to be here ready.
So the update on Will Smith is he's obviously still on the IL, but he's finally pain-free. So he's started baseball activities, and he's working through his hitting progression. So he's basically in spring training right now. And because it was his neck, and as a catcher, that besides like your knees and your elbow is like right up there as like top 3 things you got to be concerned about. So similar as last season, and this was something that Kirsten pointed out with Ben Rortvet, he came in at the trade deadline when Will Smith was injured last year, and Ben was slotted in right away. And that's why all of these pitchers right now are very familiar with him. And she explained him as like a serviceman. So he is very much, which is kind of opposite to Dalton Rushing and what we saw with Shohei Ohtani and challenging him and like, no, I got this. Ben is very much, you tell me what to do. I am here to help you and service whatever you need on the mound. So having that kind of mindset, even hearing, he told the broadcast, they shared this on Tuesday when he was rushed in and catching for Skubal, that he just wants to prove the Dodgers' trust in him. That's where the nerves come from, is living up to that trust that the Dodgers have in him. So much so that back-to-back years they traded for him at the deadline. So he was a part of that World Series team last year. As you mentioned, he got that playoff experience with the Dodgers. So having that playoff experience with the Dodgers, Fiducia having that spring training experience with the Dodgers, meaning both of them have worked with this pitching staff very recently. That's why we saw the Dodgers be so aggressive and go out and pinpoint these 2 guys at the deadline.
Yeah, what a sign of confidence. Because as we know with the Dodgers, who just brought in Tarek Skubal, the most sought-after pitcher and the most sought-after potential guy during the trade deadline, if there was a catcher out there that the Dodgers wanted more than Rortvet or Fiducia, they would have got him, because the Dodgers get the people that they want to get, whether they're technically available or not. They always find a way. So what a sign of confidence for Rortvet, who spent all of this year with the Mets organization in the minors, and here comes the Dodgers knocking, and you go from, man, I don't know if I'm going to crack the majors this season, and the Mets aren't even very good, and I think I'm doing my thing. How is there no place for me on the team that's so bad, to I may be catching in a World Series in a couple months? Like the boost of optimism, the boost of enthusiasm, and of course the Dodgers and Dodgers fans would prefer to have Will Smith in that moment. Yeah. But just speaking to the confidence that brings Ben Rortvet for the remainder of this year and going forward, that can be a career-changing confidence boost to get out of the rut of the minors and saying, you know what, I do belong up here, and whether it's for the Dodgers or someone else going forward, I'm going to make sure I stay up here. But as for this season, the potential to go from
the third catcher for the Mets, maybe lower, to maybe catching in a World Series. I'm pumped for him.
Well, he was in AAA.
Yeah.
He spent this entire season in AAA. When he got the call, he thought he was going to Dodgers AAA.
Exactly.
He did not know it was going straight to Wrigley to catch for one of the greatest pitchers in the game, who was also just traded, meeting 20 minutes before batting practice and 2 hours before first pitch. All right, let's figure this out. Nice to meet you.
Right.
Welcome. Welcome back.
Right. It's
for Ben.
I'm pumped for Rortvedt. Fiducia, to his credit, looked great in his opportunity as well.
Did.
I'd imagine Rortvedt and him will continue to. The starter takes the first 7 innings, the other one takes the next 2, and I'd imagine they will alternate doing that for the next couple of series. And worst case scenario, Alfonso Jr., who was back in Oklahoma City, he had his opportunities, and there were more good moments than bad, but he got sent back down for a reason. But at least you know that in a pinch you could rely on him. So Will Smith, as you mentioned, is back on the rehab plan, but he can't take his time, but at least there's not a panic behind him.
Yeah. So things, you know what? As you said, Kirsten had a great way of calming all of our nerves, all of our Dodger.
Woosah.
She has that voice. She has that sounding voice of everything's going to be just fine. Everybody is hopeful. That clubhouse isn't worried in the fact that they're in the middle of a 6-game slump. These are the dog days of summer. They know how great they are. She said Mookie Betts kind of gave a little speech the other day and was like, we're going to be just fine. So you guys, Dodger fans, if you're listening, we're going to be just fine. Okay?
In the nose, out the mouth.
And you know what? We're about to spread some more happy because right now we want to give a big congratulations to Cerise. Congratulations in Anaheim. You won a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. Yeah. Do we have on the line? Can you hear us?
I'm on the line. Yep.
Congratulations!
I am so excited.
Let's go. Who are you going to bring with you?
My grandchildren, actually, all 3 of them.
Oh, what a day.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Gma
perfect.
coming in
it's
hot. Dude.
Grandma of the
You know
year.
what is hot is this station. I love you guys. This is my new favorite station, and it's on my car radio at all times.
Thank
love
you
you.
so much.
We
That
love
means so much,
you.
Cerise.
Thank you so much for...
It's so great. I love you guys.
Oh, we love you.
Cherise, have so much fun with your grandbabies. Grandma of the year. You're going to finish off their summer with a bang.
I know.
Oh, I cannot wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you for tuning in every day. Longtime listener, first-time caller, and the winner of our 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. Cerise, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great time.
You too.
See ya.
Oh, that's great. That is great. That is great.
Oh, that
is
warms my
great.
heart. I love talking to you guys. We love hearing from our everyday listeners. You know, this is new for all of us, and we are so excited and so happy that you make us a part of your day every single day. So
Yes.
cheers to all the Fangelinos.
Appreciate you all.
Cheers to everybody calling in. Shout out. I also want to give a shout out to another one of our daily listeners. His name is Jeff. He owns Uncorked and The Deck in Hermosa Beach. He's texting me mid-show going, you know what? In Slovenia, they also have really good wine.
Okay,
So,
there you go.
He owns a wine shop. So, Jeff, if you're ever in Hermosa, check out The Deck. Check out Uncorked. It's also Manhattan Beach. Slovenia, they're also going to be drinking great wine with Luka and this
You
Lakers.
hear that, LeBron? No wine for you. No wine for you, Bron.
No wine for you. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're headed to Chargers camp. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. So we were talking a lot of Dodgers a moment ago, and my phone heard me. And I love when the algorithm works for me. It just came out that the viewership for Scooble's Dodgers debut was around 1.1 million viewers, which for a regular season game, you guys, that is the largest for an MLB regular season game across TNT Sports Network since they began carrying national games in 2007.
Wow.
Yeah, 1.1 mil for Scooble. So it's crazy because we kind of talked about that. It's like we always knew, like you heard the lore of Tarek Scooble, but he wasn't really in a big market team, and he wasn't in a lot of nationally broadcast games. Now that he's in LA and on the Dodgers, every single one of those starts is going to be must-watch TV.
Yeah, and there are so many both Dodger fans and just fans of NL teams that knew of Tarek Skubal, but as we discussed, live in places that the Tigers are not on television.
Yeah.
And other than playoff games, I'm not taking time to watch Tigers baseball. So there are so many people who, I have an opportunity to find out what this Skubal guy is all about. And clearly plenty of people found time to make sure that they found his debut with his new squad.
So fun. So fun, you guys. Baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's switch gears, though, you guys, and get back to some training camp and talk some Chargers, because they went down to San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the Mike McDaniel quote of, I understand what Ron Burgundy was talking about?
Oh, my God.
You knew we were going to get some gold, okay? We're going to get so much gold.
Can't say I'm surprised.
All season long. Those pressers are what I'm most excited about. And the BTS videos, the social videos that the Chargers are putting out of Mike McDaniel, it's going to be beautiful. But they now have a scheduled off day today. And so far, that is kind of the Justin Herbert and needing to win a playoff game, Mike McDaniel pickup has been the real conversation this offseason. But so far, through these first couple weeks of camp, what has been the biggest takeaway for you recently?
The left guard spot. So regardless of what this offense looks like, what Herbert wants to do, and how far this team wants to go, it all comes down to the offensive line. Mike McDaniel is a mastermind of the run game. The run game does not work without an offensive line. Justin Herbert, since I want to say 2023, has been hit more than any other quarterback in the NFL. A huge chunk of that was last year. Mm-hmm. Him setting all the worst records that quarterbacks want to set for the Chargers, meaning how many times he was hit and he was sacked, because the offensive line was a shell of itself. So last year, we did not have left tackle Rashawn Slater, who tore his patellar tendon during training camp before the season even began. He is on the up and up. He left practice, I want to say it was Wednesday, with a vague leg injury, but there has been no update there.
Vague
so we
leg.
are left to assume vague leg. So we are left to assume he is fine there. Center, they brought in free agent Tyler Biadasz from the Washington Commanders.
Big pickup.
Yes, to
Huge
replace
pickup.
the retired Bradley Bozeman. Right guard Cole Strange out of Miami. There's some varying opinions on what he brings, but the fact is he played for Mike McDaniel in Miami. He knows this system. He knows what's being asked of him, and McDaniel trusts him to do that. And then right tackle Joe Alt, who had multiple ankle injuries a year ago, and even though he only played 6 games, still made a Pro Bowl. So that leaves the left guard spot, the lone remaining spot to shore up this offensive line and make sure it is a strength and not a glaring weakness. They drafted center Jake Slaughter out of Florida. Interior offensive line is fairly interchangeable. It's not uncommon for a left guard to play center or a right guard to play left guard, etc., etc. There's also Trey Pipkins III. There is Coyote Oshika, who is a veteran who has been out there, and then Trevor Penning, who they traded for last year and extended, can play tackle or guard. That leads to Harbaugh, and it's funny you started this bringing up Mike McDaniel quotes.
So Jim Harbaugh, as we all know, is just a goober of a guy, but he also has some Dave Roberts to him, in which any update on a player is like, maybe it's true, maybe it's accurate. He's never intentionally lying, but there will always be a point, and then the next day a point that completely counters the previous point, and then the third day it'll counter the second point. He's just kind of a rambler. And initially, to start camp, he said that Trey Pipkins was one of their best offensive linemen, one of their 5 best offensive linemen, when he was asked how that left guard spot was looking in the current battle for left guard. That's just blatantly not true. All the best of Trey Pipkins. That's factually incorrect. He has struggled tremendously in recent years, and if he is the starting left guard, Chargers fans may even riot at the facility. He also earlier said that Coyote Oshika is clearly leading the left guard competition. So my best advice for anyone who's tracking this left guard battle as closely as I am, you really can't listen to what Jim Harbaugh says. Just look at who is starting out there from day to day at the left guard spot. But it is heating up, and the beauty of it is the more the merrier, because you still need depth on that offensive line regardless of who wins the battle.
I mean, it's exciting, you guys. Chargers first preseason game. They're a part of that Thursday group where we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matchups.
Let's go.
Going on. And they're early, you guys. You got Detroit at the Bengals at 4, Packers at Pittsburgh at 4, the Colts at the Patriots at 4:30, Chargers at Houston at 5, Cardinals at Raiders at 5, and Titans at 49ers at 6. So full slate of games coming up preseason on Thursday next week. Thursday, Friday, and then Rams play, I think, on Saturday. Yeah. So everything you just went through, what really stood out to you these first couple weeks of camp, what are, I guess, because again, you're not seeing the starters necessarily throughout a preseason game. So what are you going to be looking for, whether it's this week leading up to the preseason game or that first half of the preseason game?
It's actually a bummer that they are playing the Houston Texans as their first preseason game, because that is the best defensive line in football. And to clear up any conversation regarding a offensive line competition, the opportunity to face the best defensive line. So,
well, then maybe it's good. Find out
could be
fast.
A good thing for confidence.
Find out fast.
Well, that's the thing, though. But the starters aren't going to be playing, so they actually don't get to see the Texans' starting defensive line. Now, maybe they play their starters. That would be very unconventional.
Your brother works for
he does
the Texans.
Yes,
so,
he is in their scouting department.
Okay.
They're terrifying.
Okay.
They're a very scary team.
Okay.
But if you want to find out which one of your offensive linemen needs to start, that's the team to do it. They won't be there. However, they do have joint practices with the 49ers, and then that finishes with a preseason game against the 49ers, which is the second game, which is the one that the starters play the most.
Okay.
So I would say Thursday, August 20th is when the Chargers host the 49ers in the second preseason game. By Friday, August 21st, we'll know who the starting left guard is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to be that
the,
second. So the joint
test.
practice is.
I have that written down. That's August 18th.
Okay. So not next week, but the week leading up to that matchup. Is that normal? That you have the joint practice against the team that you're going to be playing in preseason?
Yeah,
in the preseason game?
So it actually used to be you would have 2 joint practices, sometimes even 3, but now they've scaled back on that.
Because of all the fights?
Yes, and because even
Travel?
though you say this isn't a live period, meaning you can tackle, it always ends up being
it
that.
is.
And so from an injury standpoint,
That leads to fights.
So they've drastically cut back. It used to be 2 joint practices, and then the third day is the preseason game. Now they typically do 1 joint practice, 1 regular practice where you guys practice first, then we practice after, or vice versa, and then we play the game. So that's what they're going to do here. So from Tuesday the 18th, that joint practice, and then on the actual preseason game, I'd imagine the starters will get a full quarter, maybe even a full half, Thursday, August 20th. By August 21st, Jim Harbaugh will have enough film, Mike McDaniel will have enough film to know who is that starting left guard. And again, the beauty of it is last year, the offensive line was so bad, because it wasn't just one injury, it was multiple injuries. 4 offensive linemen that were initially starters were not able to finish the season. So the fact that you have a left guard competition amongst 5 different guys means no matter who the starter is, personally, I believe it will be Jake Slaughter who ends up starting there, the rookie. You still have 4 other dudes who can rotate through the offensive line and play different spots. So if there are injuries, you can prevent a disaster like last year where they really didn't have any reliable backups.
You know what's crazy? I kind of heard this stat, 'cause we were talking about, obviously, the joint practice between the Chargers and 49ers leading up to their preseason game in a few weeks. I heard this and passing, and I was like, that can't be right. And I just kind of looked it up, and that was the exact number I heard. Approximately 22.2% of the 49ers' current roster is injured. Over 22% of their current roster in San Francisco are injured right now.
Place is cursed.
Well, I don't think it's cursed. I think there are legs to that facility.
You're on the substation?
Yes. I mean, how much more evidence do you need?
That place is cursed, man.
How much more evidence do you need? 22% of your roster is injured right now, and there's like conspiracy theories that it's the substation that's right next to
Directly
their facility and where they practice.
So it's
the facts are there.
It's a chicken or the egg situation because everyone who plays for the 49ers gets hurt, but they don't do themselves any favors because the only people they draft and the only people they sign are players who are always hurt. So what they need to do is bring in a bunch of healthy guys, and then if those guys start getting hurt, we got to tear down that substation.
So
actually, no, we're Rams fans. Build another substation.
Yeah, and did the substation, you guys made a Twitter account, and they've been going after. They have been going after the 49ers. The first one said, what's all the hate? We're just trying to do our work here. And then there was like an update the 49ers put out. George Kittle was like, working, like doing his rehab, should be coming back soon. And they quote tweeted it, and it was like, we'll see about that.
Credit to producer Shay. No one can find memes like him. He sent me one where it was the 49ers practice. It was the substation, but then they put Mount Doom from Lord of the Rings right behind it.
I mean, what other explanation can you give me, huh?
I'm not saying that the substation isn't a factor at all. I'm just saying the 49ers make ridiculous decisions in signing players who are always injured no matter where they are.
I just hear excuses when we have facts here. Okay. 22% of their current roster
That's bad,
is injured.
Man. It is the first week of August. That is bad.
Yeah. Even their coach is injured. We don't have all the details yet.
No, that's
but Shanahan also injured.
Terrible vibes for the 49ers right now. God awful vibes.
Good, because you know what? Everyone was saying that was the Rams' biggest competition this season. That's who they're facing in Australia.
Right.
We're going to talk more football on the other side of the break. We got to take a quick break here. We had the Hall of Fame game last night. So NFL is officially back. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything's going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But those 2 white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
I can
Yacht
tell
Rock?
you the answer to that. No. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some
we
people
all
in.
celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this, no question.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all of that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again is all I could ask for, honestly. Thank God.
What do you take away from that?
It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys. And so he looked great, and he's still continuing to go through his process. No news.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being part of the show and making us a part of your day. Whether you're watching the live stream, if you want to be a part of it, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Now, we teased this at the end of last segment, you guys. The NFL preseason officially kicked off last night. The Hall of Fame football game. Panthers beating the Cardinals 33-30. Do you care? Did you watch? Because, if this was Do You Care, LA? No. Did I watch? No. It was my daughter's first birthday. And if it was like a better matchup or teams I cared about, I'd have it on. I didn't even have it on in the background.
The Hall of Fame game is despised amongst players because it is always a week before everyone else's preseason schedule, which means you have to report to camp a week before everyone else, which means your summer is a week shorter than everyone else. The Hall of Fame game is also kind of meaningless for the veterans because even when there was a 4-game preseason schedule, the Hall of Fame game would be the 5th game, and you're not going to play your starters. You're going to play the backups to the backups. So why the Hall of Fame game exists is because the NFL wanted something to surround the actual induction of the Hall of Fame players, because the game is played in Canton, Ohio, which is a cool thing, and they felt that adding a game to the week would make it a bigger thing, but players despise this thing.
Yeah.
What the Hall of Fame game is now is just an ability to what I call name dudes, meaning if you just get a bunch of guys around and just start reminiscing on so-and-so, you're just naming dudes. And any guy who's had a beer in his friend's garage at 2 a.m. has played this game before. So the Hall of Fame game is for 2 types. It's for former college football stars who you are seeing in an NFL uniform for the first time, which is great. Or it's veterans who you kind of forgot about and are now reminding you that they're still in the NFL. So that's kind of what the Hall of Fame game is now.
How do they pick what teams are going to do this? Because that also is unfortunate for the franchises.
I don't know because nobody wants the game.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's an obligation thing. I'm sure it's every team has to do it every 20 years or something like that. But nobody wants to play in this game. There were some names that I was excited to see, though, just being a college football follower and someone who calls college football games. Haynes King looked great, played some great football at Georgia Tech. Carson Beck was with Miami. They had that miraculous run.
Did he throw the first pass?
Oh, I don't know. I know he threw plenty of passes. I got to check if they received
Your
the football.
stat that you were talking about yesterday.
I will track that down if Carson Beck threw the first pass. Zaki Wheatley, he played at Penn State. So like I said, you're just naming dudes. But there were some NFL veterans. A.J. Dillon was out there. He's still in the league type of guy. He scored a touchdown. John Mechie III, I was excited to see him because he went at Alabama, then he got drafted by Houston. He ended up having cancer, had to take a step back, but now he's out there still playing, so that was good. So yeah, the Hall of Fame game is kind of meaningless unless you just want to name dudes.
So no one really cares.
No.
Is what you're saying. Players, teams are frustrated if they get their name called to be a part of this weekend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They want nothing to do with it. And producer Shay has given me the rundown on how these teams are selected.
Let's go.
The NFL chooses teams for the annual Pro Football Hall of Fame game based on a direct historical connection to a player, coach, or contributor entering the Pro Football Hall of Fame that same year. Okay, so that makes sense.
Brutal. Yeah.
That makes sense. So, for example, When Ray Lewis was inducted to the Hall of Fame, they would have the Ravens come out there and play as part of that. So,
okay. That makes sense.
I guess if you have to find a tie to buy things together, that makes sense. But I really want to emphasize how much everyone on that field and in the booth calling the game does not want to be there.
Do you know, what we could also say that about?
What's that?
The Australia game.
Yeah.
I don't think any of these players, coaches, franchises want to kick off their NFL season flying across the world to Australia, especially the Super Bowl favorite Rams and just the injury-ridden 49ers. And they're taking complete opposite approaches here, you guys. The Rams are planning to fly out and land the day before the game. So in my mind, and we were talking to Cynthia Freeland, she's going to be at Rams camp next week for the joint practice when they're with the Cowboys. She's like, I'm going to the sleep specialist. That's what I want to know, because this is where we're going to get information. Because this was something I talked about. I was like, they're just going to keep the plane. You're not going to know what time it is where you are. They're going to do the best of their ability to stay on LA time. That's what the Rams are going to do. Meanwhile, the 49ers are going out a week before, and they're going to try to get acclimated to Australia time. That is the worst decision you could do, because then on the back end, you got to come back. And it takes you a week before you feel normal again. And I was in Fiji a couple years ago, which is on that same time zone as Australia. You don't feel right for a bit.
No, my guess, and this is a complete guess, but my guess is the NFL needs someone to be out there to do all of the press, like when the NFL has a game in Germany, when the NFL has a game in London, in Sao Paulo, it's not just the game. It's, we need your quarterback to come speak. Can you guys come play soccer with the kids? There's going to be photo and media opportunities because it's a big deal. My guess is because it's a Rams home game, they had the leverage to say, we ain't doing all that, and the 49ers got the short end of the stick because someone has to do it.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do it. So that's my guess. And why I say why I give that explanation is because there's no way the 49ers think this is a good idea to get there a week in advance. They play the Rams on the 10th, and then 10 days later, they play the Dolphins. And as you said, it takes days upon days, especially when you get there and spend a week.
It's a different day.
Your whole world is upside down. So this is going to be a nightmare. And my biggest gripe with this whole thing is still playing games around the world makes sense. The NFL is a business. They want the business to... They want 7 billion NFL fans, and that is their quest.
There's going to be a team in Europe at some time. In London. There's going to be a team in London. There will be
one
a
in
team.
our lifetime, without question. You don't send games that matter. The 49ers and Rams is massive for the NFC West. The NFC West always comes down to the final weeks, which means this game, like the Seahawks, the Niners, or the Rams, one of them will likely be in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
This game has Super Bowl implications because of that. You don't send games that matter overseas. We used to always send the Jags and the Titans. You send the Browns and the Dolphins. You don't send games that matter. Could you imagine if there was a Premier League game being played at SoFi?
No.
England would riot. They would say, what the heck are you doing? Like, Arsenal and Chelsea are not playing. Now, they may play a friendly or something like that, but they're not going to play a game that matters. You send the slop overseas because they just want to go to an NFL game. They don't care who's playing.
This is not just overseas. This is the other side of the world.
Over multiple seas?
This is the other side of the world. It's a different day.
I am mind blown that they came to this conclusion. I'm not saying Australia can't have an NFL game. They're gonna have a blast. They're gonna love it. But you don't send a game with this high of stakes. You don't send a game week 1. It's
with the Super Bowl favorites, the reigning MVP, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. The Super Bowl is in LA at SoFi. It's considered a home game, and you could start the season where the Super Bowl is at SoFi. Zero marketing sense from like an America standpoint.
None of it makes sense. I cannot think of a single aspect of this that makes sense. And as we get closer to it, it's just going to piss me off more and more and more the closer we get to that day.
Players more upset about the Hall of Fame game or the Australia game?
Oh, now that is a good question. I'm gonna say the Australia game.
Game 1?
Yeah, because it matters. At least the Hall of Fame game, you know that your starters probably aren't seeing the field anyway, so they just get to sit in Ohio and stand on a sideline for a couple hours.
Like, this is bad. Like, okay, the 49ers are going to get a little experience in like sightsee and all that jazz, but they're going to be so messed up when they come back.
I may also be a little lopsided here because Australia is just not a place I have interest in ever going, so maybe that's why, but this whole thing is dumb.
Lot of big bugs, big animals. All right, guys, we're taking a quick break here. Hour number 4 coming up next.
On that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward. Yep. Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies
things.
No, I think we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us would expect.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Davante Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So, I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It's not like he's trash.
Resurgence of Mookie Betts. Of course, those first couple weeks post coming back injury were a little shaky, but what can you say of him getting back to his best form?
He's such a talented guy. He's going to the Hall of Fame one day. And a lot of times I think we tend to write off guys who get older. Then they prove everybody wrong. They still have a lot left at tank. And I think the same thing with Mookie. I mean, just such a great athlete and a lot of pride. So, no, he's back to being the Mookie Betts of old. In good shape going forward. There's really no signs of letdown that he won't keep performing well throughout this whole contract.
Modric, the amount of games he's played, and they're all still.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we love when you are part of the conversation and a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Hour number 4. It is the Power Hour, you guys, and we're going to have a lot of fun. We have an in-studio guest coming up. So excited to talk about a new sport that we're all going to get acquainted with, okay? And it sounds really entertaining. And it has hockey vibes. That's all I'm going to give you, okay? It's giving hockey, but it's not hockey. But I do have some hockey news, you guys. It was just announced that the LA Kings are going to retire Anze Kopitar's number 11 and unveil a bronze statue on February 24th of 2027 next year. And Anze Kopitar, you guys, is like as good as they come, like in terms of what he meant to the city of LA in those 2 Stanley Cup runs, the leadership that he brought on this Kings team, but then also off of it, like he is one of the most kindest souls. I am so happy for Kopi and the family. And now I'm just curious. I'm like, where is it going to be? And please let it look like him. Because we've done some features on
statues,
busts.
The statue making community has had a skid lately. There have been some brutal ones. Most recently, Dwayne Wade was god awful. But so I have casually followed hockey because I loved Wayne Gretzky when I was a kid, and he was everywhere. That was his heyday when I was younger, and that was kind of my introduction. But I would love to hear as much insight as you have possible, because obviously I know the name Anze Kopitar. I've seen him play on the ice, but you being so close to the team during those years,
I was part of the.
It sounds like this couldn't have happened to a better person.
It's incredible. I was a part of the broadcast team for their Stanley Cup runs, and when they won in 2014, and Kopi has not only been like a centerpiece, and he's one of those stars where he's not like super loud and forward, but he leads by example, and the respect that he has in the locker room and on the ice is just absolutely incredible. So I am so happy for Kopi and his family, and just to have this opportunity to be cemented in just the LA legacy and the culture that it is. I'm curious about where it's going to go, because when you're at Staples Crypto right now, there's the mural of in the photo that was posted. It's Kopi holding the cup, and there is like that cup mural over by where Kobe is with his angel wings. It's kind of in that corner. So I'm curious to see where it's going to go and what it's going to look like in the story around it.
While we're talking statues, there is something that has always rubbed me the wrong way about the statue, not the statues themselves, but the order that they came in. So the very first statue outside of Staples Center was Wayne Gretzky. Makes total sense. Whoever you think the GOAT is of your sport, there's an argument that Wayne Gretzky was twice as good at his sport than whoever you are thinking of in their sport. Totally makes sense. The second statue outside of Crypto Arena, Staples Center, was Magic Johnson. Totally makes sense. The $1 million smile, Showtime Lakers, and of course has been a prevalent businessman since then.
Well, he's still like the face of LA sports,
and still the face and owner of many
Dodgers,
LA institutions,
part of the Lakers,
especially
now.
the Dodgers. Do you know who the third statue outside of Staples Center was for?
Who?
Oscar De La Hoya.
Oh,
exactly. That's the reaction I always have. Oscar De La Hoya is an East Side LA legend. He's a fantastic boxer. That always rubbed me the wrong way.
Did he have a major fight that went down in Staples or downtown?
Probably. And I know what he means to East LA. It's just the fact that Oscar De La Hoya got a statue before Jerry West. Oscar De La Hoya got a statue before Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And I've just always wanted an explanation of,
interesting.
Okay, yeah, sure. I guess.
I'm curious who funds the statues, and maybe they got a big payment. Always
like a
follow
Hollywood
the money.
Walk of Fame kind of thing.
Well, because you know the Hollywood Walk of Fame, you pay for those.
$25,000.
Yeah, and then you can get, like, if you're a star, then your name's on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Always follow the money. Always follow the money, you guys.
You are
so,
connecting
and there's a
dots.
lot of money in boxing. Right?
You are connecting dots.
So
I
someone
didn't realize
paid
the
some
donation
good
aspect.
money.
Okay.
Somewhere. Again, this is not facts. This is just me.
But
this is the first time I'm hearing this.
Something along those lines.
That's where my
probably.
mind
Okay.
eventually goes.
Okay.
Do you have an order of statues being built outside of Staples in front of you?
So
how did you find? Where is this coming from? Because I love this.
So the Oscar De La Hoya thing, I've always remembered just because it always stuck with me. Like, okay,
Yeah.
L.A. legend, but
Well, and again, you guys,
okay.
Staples is still fresh, I guess, in terms of the history of LA.
Yes,
and
and
it's become a staple, if you will,
Oh, there you go.
of sports destinations, and the way that they have turned around LA Live is just incredible. If you remember what it was before.
Yes. Why the list is recently in my mind is because Pat Riley got one recently, and that's what led me last year at the end of last season. I think at around. Yeah.
Where was he in the order? Because there was a bunch of Kobe's that they slowly unveiled.
Yeah, so both of Kobe's have been unveiled before Pat Riley. Pat Riley's the most recent one. And on that day, it made me look up, what's the order of the statue again? And then I remembered
That's
how
funny.
much the Oscar De La Hoya thing caught me off.
It's a very athlete thing of you. Well, what number was I? Where was I in the release order, huh?
I can't have a statue. I have to have the first statue.
No, I gotta be the
It's gotta
first.
be the
I gotta
biggest
be
one.
at the top. Okay, so then question here, okay? Because there's been a lot of debate. Would you give LeBron James a statue? Because you were just saying, I understand the GOAT in Wayne Gretzky. Obviously, he didn't spend his entire career here, and his lore of being the greatest was before he came to LA. But then he's still got a statue because he's Wayne Gretzky, because he's LeBron James. He won a championship here. Would you give him a statue outside of Staples?
No, not a chance.
Go on.
Not a chance. So, LeBron having a statue outside of Staples / crypto doesn't make sense because his legacy is tied to Cleveland and Miami. And
so LA's not a part of his legacy.
It's part of his legacy.
It's part of his story.
Yeah. I think that's a great way to word it. It's part of his story. At best, it will always be the third chapter, and he will have a statue outside of Cleveland's arena, blanking on the name. He will have a statue outside of he should. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry.
The way it ended, though.
He will have a statue outside of Cleveland.
The way it ended.
He will have something that commemorates him in Miami. Maybe it's something hanging in the arena. Maybe he will have something there. But to put a statue outside of something in LA, again, you're competing for third place. It's like the beauty of Jerry West statue, of Magic statue, of Shaq, is that no other place has this. I don't. No, not.
No,
not a chance.
I'm sticking with you, and I'm going to say absolutely not.
Yeah,
I don't
no
think
way.
we're getting a LeBron statue here in LA. If he took a discount and stayed, then hands down, yes.
That would build his case.
But how
for sure.
it ended, and the way it ended here in LA, and again, you could see, read between the lines, you guys. They were being very civil. I cannot wait for this documentary to come out for when he made his decision not to come back to LA, because there was a 2-week period there where again, Rich Paul, his agent, told us he was 80% sure he was coming back to LA. 2 weeks later, he was 1,000% sure he was not coming back. So something went down in those 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And he announced that he was doing this docuseries, whatever it ends up being. So the decision not to come back to LA, there is some tea there. Yeah. There is some piping hot tea that I cannot wait to hear and learn about.
I am curious how many years, whenever he retires, if it's after this year or after next year, how many years go by before he returns to Staples?
What do you mean? As a fan?
As a fan. Just as a fan being honored or sitting courtside. I'm curious because he is building his forever home. I know that's like a dog phrase, but you know what I mean. He's
home
building,
base. We'll say home base, because he has a home base in Cleveland.
Yes.
He's going to have a home base here in LA. I'm sure.
Yes,
he's got more.
I'm sure he's got.
When you're a billionaire,
sure
you got lots of home bases.
He is building the mansion to end all mansions somewhere in Brentwood. These will be his roots.
Giving it away.
So
the address will be on the street. Take a right here, left here.
If you take a right on Bundy, you go up a hill.
It's going to be on the Hollywood tours. It's going to be on that as well. There's no privacy legacy in LA.
Yeah, so he will be, whenever he's done playing, this will be his home, and he's going to keep making movies and TV and stuff like that. He may have a TV show for all we know. So
he does.
He literally does.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how long before he can walk into I keep saying Staples. Walk into crypto
forever.
And be honored in some way. They're not going to hang
5
anything
years after
for him.
he retires.
You think 5 years post-retirement?
Once he gets announced into the Hall of Fame as a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Then he can come back. Okay.
Then he can come back because the Lakers will be a part of his story. And then now he's going into the Hall of Fame. There's enough separation. I think that's when it would be celebrated and not booed because it was such a bitter taste in our mouth the way it ended. Right. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let's go to Eric from the 213. How we feeling about the LeBron situation? Is he getting a statue?
First of all, I'm feeling really hot. Okay, I'm in shorts right now. I don't know where the 97.1 studios is located. Where are you located right now?
You guys, I just want to let you know, Eric, I put the AC to 60. I make it an ice box in here.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, because Brock's wearing a jacket and I'm wearing a sweater. That's what you're talking about?
Yes, I'm sweating, and my man is in a jean jacket, bro.
It's an ice box in here, Eric. It is an ice box. I've actually gotten in trouble because I put it below 60, and I had the bosses come in here and say, Alex, people are getting sick, and it's affecting other people. You need to make it a little warmer. I'm like, fine.
I like it cold too.
Yeah, you get it.
Oh man, this statue. Okay, so this is a good question.
Yeah.
Like, does LeBron deserve a statue in front of crypto?
What do you think?
And oh my goodness. First of all, we have too many statues, man.
Well, now we're getting
Kobe. That's a fair argument.
But now Kobe deserves one. Kobe deserves one. And that's how this whole conversation started. Ante Kopitar, Kings captain, superstar, won 2 Stanley Cups. He is getting a statue this February outside of crypto. That's where this started. Okay, so we're getting another one.
Yeah.
Would you give
Kobe's
LeBron?
Got 2.
Yeah.
Would I get no? Okay. Ooh. Is that a good question? I will give my answer, and I would love your answer because I'm going to say no. You know, and for a myriad of reasons, you know what I mean? But again, it just goes back. We got too many statues. We need to weed it out. Love your show. I cannot believe my man Brock is wearing a jean jacket right now.
I love that that's like the main part of the conversation.
This is what it looks like when you haven't done laundry. And I'm going to be doing a lot of laundry this weekend. When I'm wearing the denim jacket, it means laundry is piled up in the corner of my room.
What do you mean? This is a sick outfit you got going. I didn't even realize you got the blue. Oh my God, why am I blanking on what it's called? Tie-dye.
Oh, gotcha,
I'm like, what? I did the circles. It was like my brain wasn't picking up what I was putting down. With
Eric,
the green
thank
shorts,
you for calling
the jean jacket.
Even if you called in to roast me, I still love you.
That's fair. I mean, I am in like, they're called, I think, rugby style shirts, but it looks like a sweater, but it is a t-shirt and you are in a jean jacket and it is hot out. But you know what? That's okay. LA, keep calling in. What do you think? Is LeBron James deserving of a statue outside of Staples, aka crypto? Let's go to James from LA right now. James, how you feeling about this?
I didn't dislike when I wasn't like everyone else when they said, yeah, get out, LeBron, go ahead and leave. I know it ended in a not good way, but I wasn't one of those people that was like, I wanted him gone. I just thought that, it should have been considered that our number 1 and number 3 players were both injured at the same time, ironically from the same game, and he was able to get us to the second round. But I know a lot of people in L.A. really didn't care too much for him. I don't think he's going to get a statue, but I think it's for future questions as time goes on. But there are too many statues out there in front. I do believe Kofi should get one because he should.
Yeah.
But and I think Lisa Leslie, if she doesn't have one, she definitely needs one out there. But I don't know
in
how much
September,
longer
they are unveiling Lisa Leslie's statue.
Yeah,
I believe
she's
it's
getting
September.
one. She's getting one.
She's getting one for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If Luka wins one, you have to put one out there.
Okay, but LeBron won one. LeBron won a championship. So, like you said, if Luka wins one, then he got to give him one. LeBron won a chip for LA. So then that kind of like counters that whole argument right there.
Yeah, but you know what? I do agree with that championship. I don't call it Mickey Mouse the bubble because they don't say that. No, seriously, they don't give that same kind of ire to the Tampa Bay Rays when they won theirs. And yes, the Dodgers, they went back-to-back recently, so they solidified their 2020
dynasty.
But that's kind of how people are with LeBron, or either LeBron, the Lakers, or the NBA. They kind of like play him down. And it's like the world was trying to figure out how, if we're going to survive and how many people are not going to continue living because of something that was major that we had never gone through. So everybody was in a bubble at that point.
See? I love that, James. And James is on my side, too, that I was sad to see LeBron go. I was on, like, the solo LeBron island of, what do you mean? I also love that James, called him the number 2. He's at our number 1 and our number 3 were out, even though LeBron was clearly, like, bumped down to that, like, number 3 spot. He even talked about never been a third option in my life.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's also very telling of how LA fans feel about LeBron, because he goes, I don't think he should get a statue. But if Luka wins a championship, Luka's for sure getting a statue. Meanwhile, you guys, LeBron James brought a championship to LA after, like, what was arguably the worst state the Lakers had ever been in post-Kobe Bryant era, who then gave his blessing to LeBron to come to the Lakers and turn this franchise around. He did everything he had to do. The job was done. He came to LA and to the Lakers to make us relevant again and to win a championship. Check, check. He did both those things. But the moment you say, if Luka wins a championship, he gets a statue. What, one of the greatest players of all time, the GOAT in LeBron James, not worthy of that? That's insane. That's how people look at LeBron in such a different way. It's so wild to me. It's so wild to me. Appreciate the greatness when it's in front of your face. LeBron, thank you for your service. I loved your time here in LA. The way it ended, I can't wait for the tea because something went down. And then when we all find out, I think people might be a little more understanding.
So, James, thank you for calling. James and Eric brought up similar points, which is interesting.
What? Too many statues?
There are too many statues.
No, what do you mean?
It's not
who would you eliminate?
It's not the biggest property.
You have the list, right?
It's not a matter of eliminating.
Tell me.
Because once they're up, Magic Johnson, Jerry West, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Elgin Baylor, Chick Hearn, Bob Miller, Oscar De La Hoya, Lisa Leslie. This says the Laker girls. Oh, they have like a commemorative thing since they kind of invented having halftime shows. Got it. They don't have the hockey players listed, but we know Wayne Gretzky. Okay. We know Dustin Brown.
Well, because they have like the mural.
Yeah, Luke is on that. Okay, so those are the lists. I can't sit here and say take off someone who is in LA royalty.
Can.
But I think we need to
you can. Go on ahead.
I will say the property that Staples sits on,
downtown
it's in the
LA.
Middle of downtown LA. There really isn't that much room.
Let me tell you, you are in the middle of a street. We used to be doing our pregame shows in front of, I think, I'm trying to remember the street that goes right in front of us, Olympic or one of those. It's scary. Cars are like whizzing. Before they shut it down, now it's like just walking and you can't drive by anymore.
Yeah.
But when we were doing pregame shows and cars were whizzing by, like...
Right on Figueroa.
Yeah, you're there.
They're flying.
We're right there.
They're flying.
It's wild.
Too many statues. Okay, Eric and James. All right.
Are you sure?
Yeah. They might be cooking.
Okay.
They might be cooking.
We're cooking. You guys, we're going to be cooking next. I am so excited. We have a live in-studio guest, sports broadcaster, voice actor, comic, host, man of many talents, who I've known for most of my broadcast career. Johnny LaQuasto is in the house, and he is going to share... I teased this off the top of the show, you guys. There's a very interesting, very entertaining new sport entering the world. He's going to give us the tea, the lowdown, everything on it. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next right here on Brock and Alex.
From that.
It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys. And so he looked great and he's still continuing to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward.
Yep.
Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities with CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us would expect.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bad with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Davante Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines, because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this recap.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. If you are watching the live stream, you guys, you see that we have a special guest joining us in studio right now. Sports broadcaster, voice actor, comic, host, a man of many talents, someone that I've known since the beginning of my broadcast career, Johnny LaQuasto in studio.
Oh, we're bringing back Raising the Roof. What are we doing? Come on.
Dude, I love Raising the Roof. I'm all about like how weird and silly can you be? I'm here for it. I'm just going to share our history.
Please.
Real quick here. So I think I've talked about this before. I never went to broadcast school, you guys. I was an athlete in college and did theater. And then all of a sudden, I just got kind of like thrust into the broadcast world. And I was like, you know what? If I end up doing this professionally, I should probably take some classes to know like what to do with my hands. Like, how do I read a teleprompter? How do you use inflections in your voice?
And I was a healthcare professional. Far cry.
Dude. So we were both in this hosting academy called becomeahost.com.
Yep.
And we were in like, there was different levels. I think I got bumped right to the advanced class because you paid the money.
Yeah,
but like also I had some like on camera experience. And so like Marky Costello was like, all right, I'll take a chance on you. But we were some of that. Like I remember there was like a core group of us, like Mariana Hewitt, who's now like big in the podcast world. You got Michelle Buteau, who's big actress now, like absolutely incredible.
Michelle's everything,
everywhere. Like there was like a solid group of us that was in that class. And
I want to say 2010-ish. I don't even know.
2010, yeah.
I stopped counting.
That's exactly. Well, it's when I graduated college. It was right out of college, and I graduated in 2010. So that was like
Brock. We were
right
only
into
teenagers, is what I'm trying to say. Now that we're finally in our late 20s, we learned how to host at such a young age.
Finally growing up.
But this is so fun because like when we heard about this yesterday, like this happened really fast, you guys, because you're also friends with Cody Decker.
Longtime friends.
So and this is how this whole idea came about. He's like, hey, so there's like this new like sports league that's coming out and starting. I want someone to come on the show. And then my producer was like, oh, by the way, it's Johnny LaQuasto. I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's funny.
Are you what? Yes. But sign me up. Let's go. Okay.
And I figured Brock would like it as a safety. Like he hits people, so why not?
Okay, so let's get right into it then. Explain it because like we're not just talking about you're not just getting in fights. However, if you hear bare knuckle ice wars for the first time, tell us what's going on. Tell us what to expect here.
Bare Knuckle Ice Wars, it's truly one of a kind. You can call it a new sport if you want, call it a new promotion. It's blending the best part of ice hockey, because even casual hockey fans, what do they like?
Fights.
They want to see the fight.
They like the
fights.
fights.
Drop the gloves. Take off the helmet. Let's go.
And there's no one blowing a whistle. There's no referee trying to separate you except at the end of the round. So it blends hockey fights with bare knuckle boxing, and it's been around technically for 5 years.
Okay.
I came on board earlier this year, and we had this amazing event in Edmonton, sold out, almost 2,000 people. And part of the broadcast has already gone to Fight Network in Canada. It's been their top-rated broadcast that they've had on the network. And we were able to score a deal with ESPN, so we have a half-hour broadcast Saturday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. And I know the Ocho's got all types of crazy stuff, but Ice Wars is the real deal. Like, it has staying power, and for me to be on the ground floor as the lead broadcaster and stuff, like, I couldn't be more excited, and I'm honored that you guys have me in to talk about it. So.
Okay, what are the rules?
Are there rules?
Are there any rules?
That's the best part about it. The rules are what make it really exciting and fast-paced, right? So there are 3 one-minute rounds, but fighting can only take place standing up. If a fighter goes down, there's a standing 8 count. They have a chance to get up. You are not allowed to strike a downed opponent. You have to wear helmets. If you get hit with a strong right hand or an uppercut, you might go down, hit your head, so you have to be protected. Everyone is wearing ice hockey gear as if they're playing ice hockey, but the uniforms are tight to where it basically caters to a faster style. You can't just pull the jersey up like the 1990 style. It's going to be a lot tighter, so it really is an all-out brawl when it comes to using your skill as a boxer.
Yeah.
But also, you have to have agility, you have to have core strength, you have to be an amazing skater at the same time.
Okay, so just to paint the picture. So think of hockey, but without the actual game and just the fights. So they're on ice. So are these taking place? Are you building the own, is it like a smaller ice rink, or are you like in an arena and it's like the full length hockey, or like, ice that's out there, and then you just kind of build a little small thing around it. Because I cover all sports. I've covered all sports. One of the greatest things about hockey players, they are the most like off the ice, one of the most calm athletes, humble athletes I've ever met. And I always say it's because they get to leave everything out on the ice. They get to fight and they get it out there. And it's such a fun aspect of the game that, like you said, what's everyone love about hockey games? The fights. Gloves come off, like it's time to go down. So with this, it's literally that amazing part of the hockey game where it's just the fight. You're on the ice, you're in the pads, you have the vibe. So are these guys hockey players or are they fighters?
That's a great question. So yes, it is on real ice. It's in an actual arena. So we've already done the Florida Panthers arena. We are going to be going back there in the near future. But in Edmonton, for example, it's a hockey rink and they section it off to basically a square of the ice. And as far as the fighters, this is the coolest thing about it, because for me as a combat sports broadcaster, I think it's important to make stars of the fighters. I think a lot of fans don't just want to go and see fights. They want to care about who's fighting. We have everyone from professional hockey players to boxers to MMA fighters. We have indigenous fighters, natives to the land in Canada that have fought their whole life. We have blue-collar studs. We have dudes working in the oil field that still play hockey leagues at night, and they're just fighting for the love of it.
Dude.
It's a mix of everything.
Fight. Like, I just want to get out there and fight. So what about the guys who've never skated before, though?
Oh, what? You're not allowed in. I mean, you have to
prove.
You got to be
okay.
Yeah. So that was going to be my next question. What are the qualifications to make it to the big stage?
Essentially, I know right now there's over 400 people that have wanted to fight for Bare Knuckle Ice Wars, but you have to show that you are an amazing skater and that you have some kind of fighting background.
Okay.
So the majority of the fighters are either current hockey players or ex-hockey players. And for example, we have a 21-year-old, Divine Apollon, who's a professional hockey player. And he's actually like a scorer, but he's like, dude, I just love to fight.
I just want to fight and I never get to fight.
Snap.
Bro, he's working his way to the NHL, and don't be shocked if you see him in the NHL soon. He just loves fighting. So we got him.
What a story.
Yeah, but then we got guys who never quite made it to the NHL, but they made it fairly far in their career.
Yeah.
And they were the enforcer for their team. And like I've talked to guys who have inspiring stories. We have a guy, Travis Levitsky, literally saved 3 families from dying in house fires in one night. He's a hero.
Was he a firefighter?
No, he got home from playing hockey one night at 2 a.m. and he heard a loud crack and a pop. And he looked down the street, 5 houses down. One house is completely engulfed in flames and it's spreading to the neighboring houses. He runs to that house that's an inferno.
Yeah.
No one answers the door. He busts the door down, wakes up the sleeping family, gets them out, then runs to next door, busts down that door, gets the family and their pets out, goes to the third house, busts down that door, gets the family, the pets, the kids all out. He spends 2 weeks in the hospital with carbon monoxide poisoning. You want to talk about a story? How do you not root for a guy like that?
I was going to say, I have my favorite fighter now.
I know.
I'm on bullet for him.
Say his name again.
Travis Levitsky. He's got a strong mustache, too.
Travis Levitsky. Okay, I'm a Travis Levitsky fan. You have tons of experience dissecting and talking about MMA. What types of fighters have you seen so far on the ice? Because in MMA, you could have a karate background, you could have a Krav Maga background, you could have a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu background. What are the styles of fighting when it comes to the ice?
Straight old boxing and striking, really. Like, that's why it's the hockey players who loved fighting in their careers. There is a skill to it. My broadcast partner is 15-year NHL veteran Matthew Barnaby, who had 2,562 penalty minutes, who's counting, in his career.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He lived in the box.
One of the most entertaining fighters of any generation, because he was the guy that weighed 190 fighting dudes 250.
Love that.
And he would be laughing and smiling while he had a guy.
Yeah, covered in blood. Just love it. I can see it.
So could I ask for a better broadcast partner? I mean, I could ask him anything because he's done it all. Some of the best brawls of the 90s, Barnaby's in the middle of it.
Oh,
that's so wild. So, okay, Johnny, because I know you've covered WWE.
I was there, yeah.
The real, I don't want to say it's not real. So it's a show. WWE.
The athleticism is real. And
it's such a beautiful show. Some of the greatest athletes. And then you've covered, you said MMA and like other kind of fightings. Like, where would you place this amongst, because like WWE, you talked about the stories. That's a lot of what WWE is. Fans are obsessed with the stories and the characters, and then with the fighting and the MMA, all the different styles. Where would you place kind of the whole the picture of what bare knuckle ice wars will be when you have like, say, WWE over here and like maybe like a UFC boxing over here?
I'm glad you asked that because it really is an eclectic mix of things. It's ice hockey.
Yeah.
It's bare knuckle boxing. It's got the mixed martial arts element to it, but it also has that WWE flair because I really want to bring out the interesting personalities of these fighters because it's almost like a lot of these guys are Rocky stories. You want to root for them. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, we have an amazing live event host who's in the crowd. His name is B Roots, and he's got all this energy. He adds a little bit of that Savannah Bananas fun. You know?
Okay.
To where it's like, not only is the broadcast amazing, and trust me, I've seen this half-hour cut on ESPN.
Yeah.
There is no lull. It's 30 minutes of fury. But it makes you want to say, dude, I want to go to that live event because these events are so fun. We're adding seats for our show in September because the ticket demand is so high, and we are coming to the U.S. Very soon.
Okay. How does the scoring work? I'm assuming if you knock someone out, you win, but a knockout's not going to happen every single time.
100%. It's basically based off judges, just like it would be a boxing or mixed martial arts fight. After 3 rounds, the judges will decide who the better fighter was, and hand raised.
Okay, this is so tough.
Isn't it great?
It's so terrifying that I have to watch it.
Brother,
man. This is incredible.
I'm telling you.
So
this
what's
is incredible.
the season consist of? Is it going to be a season? Are you doing like a tour? Like what? Where can fans see this? How often? Can they see it in person? What's that whole layout plan?
The next event is in Edmonton, Canada on September 5th, and then there are going to be more dates announced, and then 2027 is shaping up to be a huge year. So right now, we're just excited for ESPN. We're excited to hopefully, get a lot of viewers and then go from there. So as far as the season goes, I think it's going to be ideally year-round. It's just going to be trying to get as many events as possible. Obviously, Canada already loves it, and I think it's a matter of time before we already have some offers in the U.S., but that's for the ownership to, I'm just the guy that talks. You know what I mean? I'm the guy that talks and tries to help the fighters bring out their personality. That's kind of my role. So
Okay.
But it's not, come on, give yourself more. You are the voice of the entire situation. You are bringing the fans in like you're doing right now. You're explaining to everybody what they can expect, the vibe they should see. I'm so excited. Give your pitch. Give your elevator pitch. What camera is he looking at? Right here? Go. Right?
Well,
Here's you said you had like a minute
Let's
long.
see. Here we go.
Are we here?
I could do that.
Right here. This is your camera.
In the pro wrestling world, and even in the sports world, as you know, there's an old phrase called talking people in the door. That's where you have to give a promo with passion. You have to get people excited about what event you have coming up.
Yes.
So you could even put 60 seconds on a clock. I'll
Let's
nail
go.
this in
Come
less than a
on.
minute.
Let's go.
Come on.
Are we ready?
60 seconds on the clock. Your camera's straight ahead.
What is Bare Knuckle Ice Wars? It is absolute fire on the ice. It is chaos in the cold. It is fast-paced in a small space. It blends the most exciting part of ice hockey with bare knuckle boxing. And the best part is, it's in a league of its own because it's never been done before. And we have an eclectic group of fighters. I'm talking about pro hockey players, mixed martial artists, boxers, indigenous warriors, even blue-collar oil riggers. And every single one of them are brutal enforcers. So watch us on ESPN Saturday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Pacific. If you want to get amped up, if you want to be excited, if you want to help us pop a rating, then tune in because it's not just a new sport. It's not just a new promotion. It's a revolution. It's Bare Knuckle Ice Wars. We'll see you on the Ocho.
Find me a water run through. Find me a water run through. Come on.
Johnny!
Come on.
All right, let's talk about LeBron. Anyway.
Nailed that. Okay,
He's hanging around.
we're
He's not
keeping
going
you.
anywhere.
We got to take a quick break here. When we come back, don't go anywhere. More fire coming up here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, "Good series," after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, "Be well, thanks for understanding." He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I just got emotional again thinking
That's
about
awesome.
it. Yeah, I think sometimes as a competitor, like, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy.
Yeah.
And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was, and I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman. What was this? 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago.
Yeah, and that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
a person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there. And Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson. It's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. 2-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place. Take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the 2 white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's yacht rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
that,
can tell you the answer to that. No. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. And if you were listening to us in the last segment, and if you're watching the live stream, you see that we still have sports broadcaster, voice actor, comic host, Johnny LaQuasto joining the show. And he was here because he is promoting the new Bare Knuckle Ice Wars that's going to be airing on ESPN this Saturday at
10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. Technically, it's ESPN2, but this weekend it is the Ocho. But tune in.
That is incredible, you guys. It's basically, oh my gosh, now that I'm seeing a visual of this, it is a boxing rink on an ice hockey rink.
Yeah.
Everything you love about the fights in hockey with none of the game.
And by the way,
the fights.
we need women. Our undefeated fighter, Val Rulli, is 2-0. We are struggling to find someone that can fight her because She was a great hockey player. She had numerous Division I scholarships, and now she's also a great fighter. And to be honest, she's dominated so hard her first 2 fights. We need women to step up. The problem is, are you a good fighter? Great, but can you skate? Are you a great skater? Great. Can you fight?
Where do they go? Where do people go if they want to get involved?
Bare Knuckle Ice Wars all over social media. Feel free to reach out because it's not just a league for men. We want women to be involved, and we just need them to join.
Okay.
I love that so much. Okay, Johnny, we were talking about this before we came on in between commercial break. Born and raised in Philly?
Close to it, about an hour north, went to college in Philly.
But you claim Philly, you're from Philly, okay? Before you came on, we were having an in-depth conversation with fans calling in around LA. It all started because it was just announced that Anze Kopitar is going to get a statue outside of Staples, aka Crypto.
Sure.
2 Stanley Cups, the face of the LA Kings, captain, just as good as they come. And that led to the conversation of, okay, well, do we think LeBron James should get a statue outside of Staples? And we've had a lot of fans call in throughout this whole timeline of when he decided not to come back to LA and then the moment he decided to go to your 76ers in Philly. And the way my Philly fan friends have just absolutely lost their mind that LeBron James is now in Philly. Give us an inside perspective as like a lifelong Philly fan.
I can tell you this.
Yeah.
I don't know if LeBron will have a statue in LA.
Yeah.
I can say that Philadelphia is ready to build him a statue.
But also, can I say, like, the most famous statue in Philly is also Rocky?
Well, justified. I mean, best story of all time.
Like, when I was there covering the Phillies World Series run a couple years ago, I did not realize that it is such a staple. It is like a must-see stop when you go to Philly. It's like one of the most like iconic.
They're making a movie about the making of Rocky. It won't stop.
That kind of is the ultimate flex, the making of the making of.
I thought it was a joke when I saw the trailer.
I don't know if I'm going to see it, but I respect that it exists.
Yeah.
So where were you when news broke that LeBron was headed to Philly? What were the group chats looking like? What were the phone calls that week? Take us through it.
I was driving, and I had to pull over because when I first saw it, I saw the little update from ESPN or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think my immediate response was, huh! You know? Like, because we all knew the Sixers were the best option. That didn't mean it was going to happen. And what shocks me, and I know I've listened, you've had callers say the same thing. I can't believe how many Laker fan friends of mine have texted me saying, dude, have fun with LeBron, man. We're glad he's gone. I'm like, are you insane?
Are you insane?
Like, you want to get rid of one of the greatest players of all time, possibly the greatest, with a mess of a roster that you have right now as the Lakers? Are you nuts?
So, if you are Philly, you've had essentially a complete overhaul. You had Paul George, who spent most of last year injured.
Paul.
Bye-bye.
Oh, have fun in Boston.
So what do you see as the pecking order? You have Tyrese Maxey, you have VJ Edgecombe, you now have Jaylen Brown, you now have LeBron James, and you have Joel Embiid. When all 5 are healthy, who are the first 3 options?
Well, right now, he's Joel Slim Beat. He lost a lot of weight. He's looking good.
Slim Beat, okay.
And look, the way the Sixers are right now, even if Embiid plays half the season,
which is likely, with his injury history,
and he's good for the playoffs, LeBron's going to be an amazing facilitator. Now you have Dean Wade on the bench. You have Anthony Simons is a huge signing.
Yeah.
So to be honest with you, I just think that Maxey is best off the ball. I think he's going to thrive. VJ Edgecombe, I don't think you could find a more mature 20-year-old in the NBA.
He's going to be a star.
Dude, his life story is incredible. Just the way that team is built, and then Jaylen Brown coming in, he's so intelligent. You can't deny that he was an MVP candidate. So is it going to be tough to blend everyone in? Possibly. But I really think the sky's the limit, especially in the East. Now, the West is loaded. Everyone knows this. And I wish the Lakers luck. But in my opinion, the way the Lakers need to build around Luka is exactly the way the Sixers built around Iverson in 2001. You need to have Luka be ball dominant. You need to surround him with nothing but rebounders and defenders and spot-up shooters. To me, that's the way the Lakers can win.
Okay.
Back to Philly, though, here for a second, because
I don't want to ruin your listenership by talking about Philly.
No, we love this.
We got a lot of Philly transplants here. And there's going to be a lot of spiciness to this team, right? Because as you just mentioned, there's a lot of main characters in this starting lineup, whether it's Maxey or Edgecombe. Jaylen Jaylen Brown, the reason that he ultimately, I think, got traded to the 76ers was because of the comments he made about his favorite season in Boston not being the year that they won the chip. And it was because he was kind of that main character. Now being in Philly, there's also, a little bit of a trash talk that he's put on Philly before he got there.
Sure.
As a Philly fan, how are we feeling about Jaylen Brown now in Philly? And is it actually going to work?
Oh, it's all forgiven. I mean, look.
Immediately, you're here now. You're one of us.
You know how it is. Celtics and Sixers have to hate each other.
It's
so
true.
if you're on the Celtics for 10 years and you win a chip and you're one of the all-time players, I hope you talk bad about the Sixers.
Yeah.
Just like the
Okay, so
Knicks.
there's a respect then.
Oh, yeah.
We respect the trash talking.
Okay, now that is interesting.
100%.
It is a unique fan base because the Dodgers and Phillies just had a recent series,
Yep.
and Alex was taking us through the appreciation for Phillies fans. Like
I
you
love
guys,
Philly fans.
you guys are fueled
Love
by
Philly fans.
hatred in such a unique way. So back to LeBron. You said you were born an hour north of Philly, right?
Yeah, I went to college right in the heart of the
This
city.
is a perfect question for you.
Okay.
Now the big thing is LeBron may live in New York. Can you lay out the landscape about how far New York actually is, but there's also some beautiful suburbs in Jersey, and just how would Philadelphia react if your new star doesn't want to live in the city?
Nobody cares.
Okay.
It's an easy train ride, just under 90 minutes to come into the city. Easy drive as well.
Oh, he
Not
would
a problem.
helicopter.
Oh, I want to avoid helicopter. I
Right?
don't trust them.
Right?
I'd say
Don't we
train.
all?
You have a driver. You're LeBron. Get a driver. But no, honestly, Sixers fans don't care. Like, you're here for a reason. You didn't have to go to Philly, so you're here. That's
Okay.
it. Yeah,
okay.
man.
Okay. This is promising. How about your Eagles this season? The AJ Brown
the cancer.
Cancer is now out. Jalen Hurts, all eyes on him.
I don't understand. Is AJ Brown, is he really that difficult? I don't.
Oh, so he came out and he said he was the one leaking all of the stories that came out last year and the year before about all the drama in the locker room.
That's
so
all
once-
Mike Vrabel needs. Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh,
he was
man.
the one leaking all the stories. He admitted to it because he thought he was going to motivate the team.
That's the last thing Mike Vrabel needs in his life right now.
This is another.
What do you mean? It could be the perfect thing for the rest of us. Hey, he could be an inside spy. Give us the real inside info that's going on with Vrabel.
My goodness.
If he keeps it together.
I'm telling you, by the end of next season, Mike Vrabel's going to look 73. He's going to look Bill Belichick's age with all this happening right now.
I think you're right. So I asked the Eagles' perspective because Aaron Donald is working his way back. As far as Rams fans are considered, he will be back. It's a matter of just him announcing it officially. He's been at the facility. He's working out and he's practicing. As a fan of a non-Rams team, what does that make you react?
Well, ironically, I'm actually a lifelong Chiefs fan. Don't hate me, LA. It just happened that way. It was misery before Mahomes, so just appreciate the fact that I stayed with my team. But secondly, if Aaron Donald is on the same line as Myles Garrett, I honestly think every other football fan who doesn't like the Rams will concede the Vince Lombardi trophy to Los Angeles. And you played. If you're a quarterback and you're looking at Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett, what are you doing, a 1.5-step drop? Every team's going to run the wishbone and just hope for the best. How are you going to combat those two?
And also, we just got two of your guys from the Chiefs, Trent McDuffie and Jalen. We literally have put together, if Aaron Donald comes back, quite possibly one of the scariest defenses you've ever seen.
Without question. Now, McDuffie got paid outside corner money where he's not an outside corner, but hey, good on him. We love him in Kansas City, and Jalen Watson was not a high draft pick. Not a lot was expected. He worked his tail off to be a great outside corner. Happy for those guys. With that said, Mansour Delane was drafted by the Chiefs. He'll step right in as a top corner. So, but yeah, the Rams are a super team right now, especially with Stafford. He wants to go out with another ring. I mean, it's possible.
So we got about 30 seconds here.
Yeah.
How do you think your Chiefs are going to be this year with Mahomes coming off of the surgery, Travis Kelce now a married man to Taylor Swift? At the end of your dynasty, but where are we at right now?
Kenneth Walker, 2,300 yards. Let's go.
That's
Speaking into existence.
That's it. The Super Bowl MVP. That's all you care about.
That's right.
Wild.
Oh, man.
Johnny, thank you so much for coming out. Make sure everybody you check out Bare Knuckle Ice Wars this Saturday night at 7:30 Pacific on ESPN, The Ocho.
That's right.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. That
you.
was our Friday show here on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan.